Part 1. The Conservatory. Chapter 1. I awoke to darkness and silence, the cold biting at my nose and numbing my cheeks. I trembled under the thin blanket, the only thing I had to protect me from the bitter frost. I pulled it tighter against my small frame, but it was no use. If I wanted my body to warm up, I would have get out of bed. Without stirring, I looked around the room. The 8 other girls that shared it with me were sound asleep in their bunks. In the moon's dim light, I could see the fog escaping from their mouths, like ghosts lingering in the air before disappearing into the coldness. To avoid making sound, I sat up slowly and slid my feet to the ground. I ignored the icy feel of the floor as I hurried to strike a match and set it against a candlewick for light. The girl sleeping next to me shook in the cold. I tiptoed over to her and laid my blanket across her body. Most of the girls were younger than me or new. I barely knew any of them, but the girl that I had laid the blanket over was the newest and the scrawniest. She would need the extra warmth more than any of the others. I silently slipped to the chest at the end of my bed. It complained loudly as I lifted the rusted lid. I winced, afraid someone would wake up, but when no one stirred, I continued to pull out my warm winter clothes. I put on a long-sleeved, button-up shirt, some worn-out light brown trousers, a dark green jacket that had a few mysterious stains, 2 thick, leather boots, a pair of red gloves with several holes in the fingertips, and a woolen hat. I was grateful for the little bit of warmth that started to seep through my body, but I was still shivering with cold. There was only one place in the orphanage that was warm enough to cut the sting on my cheeks, eyes, and the tip of my nose, and that was the kitchen. Candle in hand, I crept to the door, shutting it softly behind me, and walked into a small, shabby sitting room. It was silent except for the haunting winds outside the shattered window. The only thing that let me know it was morning was the low coo of the winter dove, barely audible over the winds of a rising storm. I rubbed my arms and set a clipped pace toward the kitchens. Not surprisingly, it already had most of its staff up and working. I stood by one of the lit stoves. Just as I was starting to warm up, the head cook, Elna, stepped beside me, nearly scaring me to death. Her frazzled, gray hair stuck out in all directions. "Good morning, Ivy," she chirped, a wide smile spread across her face. Elna must have been in her late 50s, but she acted a lot younger than her years. It was one of the characteristics that made me love her so much. "I didn't know you'd be up so soon, or I'd already have the hot chocolate made up for your birthday. As it is, it won't be ready for a few more minutes." Hot chocolate was rare at the orphanage, but Elna had insisted on giving it to me every year after we met, which was almost 4 years ago. It had become a tradition, in a way. "It's really not necessary," I started, but she cut me off by signaling to one of the kitchen maids and ordering her to bring the treat when it was ready. Then, not even acknowledging my protests, she turned back to me and asked quietly, "Are you nervous about your trial?" I decided to abandon my argument. It was useless against Elna's giving but stubborn heart. "Not yet," I answered after a short moment. She smiled at me as she lifted a lid off of a pot that sat on the stove. When I had my trial, I was terrified. There were 2 other boys there that day. Unfortunately, I was the only one that managed to survive. I kept my mouth shut. I wasn't sure if she was supposed to give that much away. It was forbidden for anyone under the age of 17 to know anything about the trial, and both the talker and the listener could be imprisoned for such an offense. Elna looked down at her creation and frowned. "Oh, I've burnt the porridge again." The lid clattered onto the stove as she hurriedly stirred the goopy concoction, filling the air with a terrible smell. I tried not to feel disappointed. The porridge was always burnt. Burnt or undercooked. I loved Elna, but her food was horrible. The other workers in our kitchens weren't much better than her, but none of them knew what to prepare for when they were younger. In all of the 5 kingdoms, Leviatha, Jinzi, Onwin, Pyrrha, and Kislo, everybody is required to go to their region's arena the week of their 17th birthday. By law, they are banned to enter the doors until then. For me, there are only 2 friends that are legitimate to watch my trial. Elna and Ione. Ione is like my big brother. While he wasn't an orphan, his mother was Madame Grant, who was the main director of the orphan girls. Because of that, he was the only boy that was occasionally allowed to enter the girls' side of the orphanage. When it was Ione's turn to go into the arena, I had been devastated. I thought I would lose my best friend either to death or to an occupation that would take him away from Forlander. As it turned out, he changed into a horse and was therefore placed in the stables that his mother looked after. It was hard to believe that I was the one going to the arena this time, the one that would discover what my second form was. My second form will determine what my occupation, and ultimately my life, will be like. If I had been a noblewoman, it would not matter as much. It doesn't matter what nobles turn into because, in the end, they will always be a noble. Long ago, the 5 kingdoms were ruled by a single young king, King Yaris, whose foolish decisions made him feared by his people. His second form was a dragon, and because he was a mighty beast, he thought that all other creatures were lesser than he. To make his power known, he changed the entire system of the government and replaced it with his own ideas, locking his people in a caste system that has stuck with them for as long as they can remember, that we can remember. Near the end of his life, King Yaris was overthrown, but his law is still inscribed on every courthouse, on every town sign, and on every school wall. Commoners must obey it, unless they have the favor of a nobleman. Horses are always stable workers or carriage drivers, and birds are tailors and seamstresses. Certain rodents, like Elna, a white mouse, are given the occupation of cooks and other kinds of servants. Furthermore, foxes and fierce birds are spies, canines and felines are soldiers, fish and other water creatures are sailors, and the list goes on. The poor can't help but hate the system, and if we tried anything, the nobleman would have us arrested and probably flogged within an inch of our lives. I can't say that my life has been interesting thus far, but I can say that I am a good, law-abiding citizen. Even though I don't like the system, I will live with it. I have no choice but to live with it. Knowing this about myself, I can only hope that God will have mercy on me and grant me with a second form that will plow the path before me, like the men who spend every winter day shoveling snow off our roads. The kitchen maid, the same one that Elna had given orders to earlier, interrupted my thoughts when she held a steaming mug of hot chocolate under my nose. "There you go, miss," she said. No sooner than I had taken it from her hands, she hurried off to perform some other task that I had kept her from. A twinge of guilt settled in my stomach. Elna had been thoroughly focused on spooning burnt bits of porridge out of her dish. She was mumbling to herself, but the words were too quiet for me to understand. Since I didn't want to disturb her, I snuck out of the kitchen through the door that led to the frozen world outside. I sheltered the drink from the sheets of snow and hastened to the stables where Ione would be working. I entered and found him chipping the mud out of a horse's hoof. He looked up and smiled. "Good morning, sleepyhead." "Morning," I replied. I knew that he had already been up for an hour or more. "I brought you something." I held out the hot chocolate for him to take. He set down the horse's hoof and walked over to me. "What's this?" he asked, grasping the hot mug in his cold fingers. "Hot chocolate. Elna gave it to me, but I thought that you could use warming up more than I could." He cupped his hands around it to warm them and took a small sip, handing it back to me. "Thank you. How's your morning been so far?" I asked, taking my first sip of the drink. Its wonderful flavor rolled over my tongue and warmed me from the inside out. He waved his hand around, gesturing to the rundown, drafty state of the barn. "As good as ever." I smiled pityingly at him, and sat on a stray chair that was placed next to a rickety table, taking another sip from the steaming mug. I had a few minutes to spare before I had to get back. Ione started working again. I watched silently as he finished with the mare's hooves and moved on to brushing her coat. Dust flew off her back in clouds and she nickered happily. As he brushed, he said, "You know, I haven't forgotten your birthday. I'm just waiting for the celebration after your trial to give you the gift." Assuming that I lived through the trial, I thought to myself. I hated that my birthday was on the trial day itself, which always fell on a Monday. Had it only waited one more day, I'd have another week before my time was up. "You don't have to give me anything," I said, knowing how poor we all were. Gifts were rare in the orphanage, just about as much as hot chocolate. "I know," he told me. "But I wanted to." I opened my mouth to argue, but was silenced by the bell ringing in the distance. Time had flown by faster than I would have liked. I looked at the big gray building, barely visible in the pale light and through the snow. "I'd better go," I said. "My trial won't be long after breakfast." He nodded to me. "Go ahead. I'll be there, watching." He continued to work on the mare as I left. I tried to run in the knee-deep snow, but couldn't manage to accelerate beyond a walking pace. Once I got to the stairs, I carefully climbed them. They were small and steep and the compacted snow didn't help much. The covered porch finally offered my shoes a grip on the cement. I hastily opened the door to the main entrance and walked in, cold air billowing inside the small amount of time the door was ajar. I heard a great deal of chatter coming from the girls' dining room. That meant that I was late. Madam Grant would be harsh with me. I peeked into the room and saw that Madam Grant was currently scolding a girl next to her, probably for her table manners. I tried to sneak to my seat at the end of the table. Unfortunately, Madam Grant noticed. "Ivy? Where have you been?" I grimaced. "At the stables, ma'am," I answered honestly. The other girls averted their eyes, even the girl that I had laid the blanket over earlier. Madam Grant's sharp eyes pierced into me. "And would you mind telling me why you were at the stables?" You most certainly don't need a horse to get to the arena of trials. I was, visiting a friend, I said nervously. She took in a deep breath, her mouth barely opening past a stern line. I knew the scolding was about to come. Friendship is discouraged here, Ivy, especially with young men. You've known that since you could talk. We don't even know if you'll live through your trial yet. I lowered my head, my face feeling hot. Although I wanted to make it clear that Ione and I were just friends, I knew not to argue with her. Yes, ma'am, I answered, hoping that she would move on. She gave a curt nod. Seeing as this is your last day here, I will let this slide. But mark my words, tardiness is not acceptable in the real world. I sat down, still tense, and began to force down my food. This was not only my last day, but my last meal before I had to get to the arena. The custom for orphans and wards who are due for their trial is for them to pack up all their belongings, just in case they die. Then, their caretakers won't have to bother with it. As for me, all my things were already in the trunk at the end of my bed. We orphan girls kept it that way, hoping, longing for the day that someone will take us in. Regrettably, no one in Forlander really had enough food to feed another mouth. Except for the noblewoman in the castle farther down the mountain, but we never saw or heard much from her. She already had a son and a daughter, and was too old to think about adopting anyway. The breakfast porridge was bland and had the expected taste of ash. Some of the younger, newer girls had already turned their noses up to it and pushed their bowls away, but I had to keep my strength up. I forced it down. Elna was perfect proof of how the kingdom's system didn't work. Once I had scavenged through the burnt bits to find any other edible morsels, Madam Grant noticed I was done and excused me by saying, "Go ahead and get ready for your trial. You should be at the arena in an hour to register." I nodded. "Yes, ma'am," I said for the third time. I left the table, but I was already ready for the trial. I didn't have anything that I had to bring. Perhaps Madam Grant was taking pity on me, if she had any pity in the first place. Maybe she thought that I wouldn't survive. It was true that I was small and thin, but did I really seem that weak? Because I had nothing to do but think, I decided to go to my favorite place to do it. It was all the way at the top of the stairs in the clock tower, where no one ever thinks to go anymore, except for me. I'm probably the only person who has ever thought of it as a place of comfort. I started the long climb up the stairs, finding the exercise mildly enjoyable. I like to feel my legs burning, because in the climate of our northernmost island, they never got warm. In the summer, the temperature only gets up to 70 degrees, and that's just for 3 months. Then the temperature gradually drops back down until it's below zero again. The long stairway was very steep. The ugly peach-colored paint was molding and peeling off the walls, littering the slightly damp wooden stairs with tiny light-colored specks in drywall. Before the stairs ended, I was out of breath. There the clock was, same as always, rust eating through the devices and gears. The clock hasn't been working for as long as I can remember. I found it quite ironic that the clock was stopped, because just like the clock, our village is stuck in a way of living until someone finally decides to fix it. The short hand was frozen between the 11 and the 12, and the long hand was right above the 9. 11:46. The only light came through a circular window at the other side of the room. I sat down on the ground and rested my back against the wall, watching out the window as heavy snowflakes fell. Ever since I was a little girl and whenever Madam Grant allowed any of us off the orphanage grounds, I've heard the village boys bragging to each other. They say things like, "I'm not afraid of my trial." Or, "Monsters don't scare me." Whoever the monsters are, nobody under 17 knows. We may not even be fighting. At least, I hope not. From all the deaths, however, it's probable. Unlike those boys, I have had a hard time looking forward to the trial, and now here it is. It looms over me like a starving predator, and I'm forced to accept the fact that this could be the day I die. I drew my knees up to my chest, staying that way for about 15 minutes before I decided that it was time to leave. I wished that I could procrastinate, but I would get punished for being late. I walked all the way down the stairs, which was much easier than going up, and made my way out of the orphanage and into the blustery day. I could hardly see where I was going. The harsh wind was merciless. The snow pelted my face in sheets. I shivered and draped my scarf over the bridge of my nose, but my eyes were defenseless against the frigid temperatures. They stung. Luckily for me, I knew the way to the arena by heart. The arena, where people go in and may never come back out. It had happened to 2 girls at the orphanage last year. I count myself lucky that I didn't know them very well. I tended to keep to myself most of the time, and it rewarded me with the lack of tears. But today, the tables were turned. I could be one of those girls, and how many would cry over me? I wasn't sure whether to be relieved or anxious when I finally spotted the barely visible dome that surrounded the entire arena, protecting it from the weather. Nevertheless, I stepped across the magic threshold and instantly, the snow stopped blinding my vision. There was a large crowd already gathered around the entrances. As I walked toward them, I noticed that there were 5 participants. Me, 2 other girls, and 2 boys. I pushed through the crowd to get behind them. All the adults were gradually forming a different line, one that led into the stands. The girl in front of me looked back and sneered in disgust. She looked like she was born into a wealthy family. I was the opposite of that, and I hadn't had the luxury of a bath for days. The other girl in line and one of the boys both looked like middle class. The last boy, who stood in the front, appeared to be as poor as I was. When I peered closer, he looked kind of familiar. Then, I knew. He was one of the boys from the orphanage. I had seen him playing outside my window one day. That was as close as Madame Grant allowed us to be with each other, and even that was stretching the rules. I kept glancing behind me to see if anyone else was coming, but apparently, I was the last one. It wasn't unusual to have 5 participants. One week, there weren't any participants. The most that was ever documented in Forlander was 12, but only because it's the only arena on the island. After a little while, it was my turn to sign the form. I grabbed the feather with my right hand, dipped it into the inkwell, and signed my name. It was the color of blood. The woman who sat there, bundled up in a dull woolen sweater and scarf, explained to me where to go and what to do. She didn't even look at me as she spoke. She was too busy writing down something on a piece of parchment. Your cell is number 14. It's on the right. When it's your turn, 2 guards will escort you to the center of the arena. Then, you may attempt your trial. I winced when she said attempt, but took a deep breath and continued to go where she had told me. The rooms were walled with stone, but the doors were made out of iron bars. A man stood outside of door number 14, and opened it when he saw me. The keys clanked against the metal. I shivered. It felt like I was being put in jail. I stepped in reluctantly, and waited. I couldn't hear anything that was happening in the arena. There was only the heavy breathing of the guard. At about noontime, my stomach growled. I looked out at the guard who hadn't even glanced at me for the duration of my stay. Do we get meals here? I questioned hopefully. No, he said, and continued being silent. I sighed heavily, and rested my head back against the cold stone wall. An hour after that, they came for me. Ivy Oliver? One of the guards, a woman, asked. The man finally turned around and reached for the keys at his belt. They rattled against the metal again as the lock was disabled with a barely distinguishable click. I stepped out into the hallway and we advanced. We weaved through dozens of rooms just like my own, further and further into the monstrous building. I looked over at the female guard. Her eyes were fierce and her jaw was set. She noticed me watching her, and she frowned further. She was only a little older than me. The trial was probably fresh in her memory. The older guard, a man, just looked bored. I focused once again on the path ahead of me when we turned a corner and a blinding light shone at the end of the hallway. My eyes adjusted to it slowly. A metal gate clattered as it opened upward, and the sound of my boots went from the click-clack of tile to the silence of perfectly trimmed, arena grass. Chapter 2. Just like the woman had said, I was led to a circle of sand that marked the center of the arena. My heart beat rapidly as the guards left me there and the people continued to watch me. I searched the stands for Ione and Elna, but I didn't see either of them. I glanced back at the entrance just as the guards disappeared. Did everyone's heart beat this dangerously fast when they were abandoned in the middle of the arena? What did I have to prepare myself for? Was a roaring monster going to come out of nowhere? Then, as if trading places, a man came back out of where the guards had gone. He was tall and dark-skinned, dressed in black robes hemmed with gold stitches. He was obviously not from here. The man met me in the center, and asked unemotionally, "What is your name, Dot?" I looked down at my hands, barely able to talk through my nervousness, and answered in a whisper, "Ivy Oliver." "Have a seat, Ivy." I looked behind me and knitted my eyebrows, confused. There wasn't a seat. But my confusion was cut off when a chair suddenly appeared. A sorcerer. I sat down uneasily. He rested his hand against the top of my head, and I felt my mind shift uncomfortably, as if he were sorting through my thoughts. I wanted to pull away, but I was frozen as if something held me there. Finally, with a painful jolt, he pulled his hand away, and my thoughts calmed. "I now know your worst fear," he said, a bead of sweat appearing on his forehead. "That is what your trial will be against. It will only disappear if you transform or defeat it. I'll see you when you finish. Perhaps." With that, he turned, leaving me sitting there as he made his way to safety. I stood up just as the chair behind me vanished. My face felt hot, and my heart felt like it was about to burst out of my chest. I tried to think back in my mind what I was mostly afraid of. Spiders? I tried to walk after the wizard, but I couldn't leave the circle of sand until he disappeared and the double doors were closed. I glanced around the arena. Nothing was happening. I had the feeling that if I stayed in my circle, it would stay like that forever. But I didn't want to be here forever, with the eyes of the crowd constantly on me. I took a step outside the protective border. There was still nothing. Did that mean that I was afraid of nothing? I already knew the answer to that. I was afraid of many things. I looked behind me. Only the crowd. Then I heard a collective gasp. I turned my head back around quickly, startled by a veiled figure directly in front of me. Its entire cloak was covered in frost, and its face was nothing but a dark abyss with iridescent black eyes. Its very being radiated darkness and cold. Its high-pitched scream pierced the air as it started toward me slowly. Chills racked my body. I looked down to see that frost had traveled along the ground from the body of the creature to mine. I swallowed hard and backed away slowly, tripping over my feet slightly. It followed at the same pace. The only thing my mind could think to do was to run. I turned on my heel and made a break for it. The first thing I ran to was the doors, but knowing that they wouldn't open for me, I kept on past them, not wanting to give the creature the chance to get closer. After a while, I had the feeling that the creature was only playing games with me, because however fast I went, it seemed to go slightly faster. It was like I was living in a nightmare. The crowd was hushed with the suspense, or maybe it was drowned out by the beating of my heart. Every beat could be my last. My pace began to slow as my energy levels decreased, but I knew that I couldn't stop. No matter what, I had to keep going, or it would get close enough to freeze the blood in my veins. At that point, I tripped. I laid on the ground, certain of my inevitable death, my face bleeding and sore where it had raked against the dirt. I looked up at the darkness, and was suddenly aware of how close it was. It reached out to me, and I was too cold and scared to move. Its eyes glassed over with ice as it outstretched shadowy tendrils to touch my face. My muscles refused to move. I was powerless. I could do nothing but stare into the darkness underneath the black hood. If it had a mouth, I'd bet it was smiling. I forced my eyes shut, and immediately felt the warmth inside me. I focused on that because it felt like the only thing that would help. I concentrated on it until the darkness touched my cheek. I cried out at the icy burning. Frost was traveling quickly over my face, raveling through my hair, and crawling down my neck. I knew that my life was about to end. And that's when what everyone had been waiting for happened. I transformed. A bright light blinded even myself and my skin bubbled and shifted. It didn't exactly feel bad, but it wasn't very comfortable either. The light faded, allowing the scourge to come back into view. It crumpled into a small, defeated heap before disintegrating completely. With the threat gone, I took the time to take in my surroundings. The ground looked closer, but only by a little bit. When I looked down at my new form, what I saw wasn't what I'd expected. I had red, orange, and yellow feathers. I lifted my arm, but then, it wasn't an arm. It was a wing. And my feet had turned into blackbird talons. I heard gasps, then whispering, and then confused murmuring, all more distinctly than I could have before. The wizard's voice sounded slightly in awe as he announced, "Ivy Oliver's second form is a phoenix." A phoenix? I had never heard of a phoenix. The same voice whispered inside my head, "To change back into your first form, you must focus on the cold." So I did. I focused on the cold of the day, and it seeped through my bones until I turned back. I shivered. My feathers had been transformed into a toga-like dress that was a dark, crimson color and black sandals that wove around my calves. I had never seen anything like it, but as awareness started to return to my mind, I realized that my coat had disappeared when I transformed. I rubbed my arms. My only coat was gone, and I had no money to buy another one. And yet, things could be so much worse. As the doors that led into the mazes opened back up, I wondered what occupation a phoenix was given. The ground had been pretty far away for a bird, and my talons looked as sharp as fishhooks. I would probably be categorized in the fierce bird factor. I would have to ask the wizard to be certain. The same two guards came back into the arena, but now they seemed to handle me more carefully. As they led me away, the crowd began to disperse. That's when I finally saw Ione and Elna. They had been seated next to one another in the third row and now, they just stared at me in shock. I reached my hand up in a wave. Elna waved back, but Ione only continued to stare. The guards took me to an extravagant room completely different from the rest of the arena. The wizard sat in an intricately carved wooden chair with leather padding. Now that I saw him again, I took him in more carefully. He looked only to be about 30 or so. Everything about him was dark except his eyes. They were a lighter green. They reminded me of moss. Even so, he was not handsome. His face was too long and thin for that. Ivy, he said as if we'd known each other for years. It made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. He was probably trying to get something from me. Please sit. I sat down. I have some news for you. You are a very wanted person right now. Very wanted. He paused to add emphasis. In fact, it is very fortunate that you fell into my hands, because I am the one who needs your help more than anyone else. He steepled his fingers together. I knew it. He had wanted something from me. I will do nothing more than the occupation that I'm given, I said stiffly. Well, this ties into it, the wizard said. In a few minutes or less, another wizard with a higher rank than mine will come crashing through that door to take you to some kind of school. They will teach you how to kill, and more specifically, how to kill a certain thing. I just need you to know this: you can still complete your destiny without killing. All you need to learn how to do is persuade. He was interrupted by a deafening bang right behind me. As he had predicted, the door had come crashing down and a man was standing on top of it, his sharp eyes taking in the scene. He looked only a few years older than me. His hair was light blonde, combed back perfectly, and his eyes were an icy blue. That came sooner than I expected, the wizard muttered under his breath. The other man shot him a deadly gaze. Rowan, he growled. You knew that she was supposed to come with me. Oh, come on, Nico. We were just having a little chat. She won't even remember me after a week of training, said Rowan, studying his fingernails. He glanced up at the other man. I was getting confused. What am I training for? I interrupted. Nico glanced at me. Come. I'll talk to you on the way. He clamped his hand down on my arm and dragged me forward. I felt an instinctive dislike for Nico, and felt guilty for leaving Rowan behind even though I didn't like him much either. I looked back at the other wizard before leaving the room. His mouth was formed into a firm line and his eyes held an intense hatred. We got out of the room, and I was once again weaving through the halls. Nico kept up a fast pace, still dragging me behind him. Are you going to tell me what my occupation is? I asked, trying to jerk out of his vice-like grip. Nico's hold tightened before he answered, as a phoenix, your occupation has yet to be categorized. It's been a long time since anyone with your second form has shown up. 200 years, I think, he paused. Obviously, we've never had one like you at the Crescent Isle Conservatory. What training does this conservatory have to offer? Depends on what your second form is. Your training will probably be tougher than most, Nico answered gruffly, an eerie smile pulling at his lips. What kind of training will I have to go through? I was beginning to lose the feeling in my hand. I have ideas, he replied. I stopped talking, not only because I could tell that I wasn't going to get any more information, but also because I heard the chatter of voices up ahead. We were getting close to the entrance, and this was about the time when all the friends and family and entertainment seekers usually gather at the front to discuss certain trials and to see the survivors before they go wherever they are told to go. We exited the arena, and entered the throng of people. Nico finally let go of my arm, and I tried to rub the feeling back into it. I was never told the outcome of the other trials, but by the look on the other contestants' faces, I could kind of tell. The girl that had sneered at me was crying her eyes out. She probably turned into a rodent, I thought with malice. The poor boy was reserved, but I could tell he liked what he got. He might have been placed one step above where he was originally. The other boy had a bland look on his face. He was probably stuck in the same class. As I studied these three, I noticed that there was one missing. The middle-class girl. She must not have made it. I was kind of sad for her, although I had never met her before in my life. She didn't seem like a bad person. I walked silently through the crowd, trailing behind Nico. He glanced behind him every now and then to make sure that I was still following. The people parted from me as if I would bite them if they got anywhere near me. I narrowed my eyes and kept my head down. My heart jumped when I heard Ion's voice yell for me. I searched through the crowd until I spotted him and Elna. Everything seemed so different from my regular life that I'd almost forgotten about them. I started toward them, but before I could take my third step, Nico saw what I was doing and grabbed hold of my arm once again. Oh, no you don't. We don't have that sort of time. You can visit your friends after your training is over. I frowned at him. But that's not the regulations, I protested. He pulled me away. "It is, for people like you," he growled. I hated that he was stronger than me. I wanted to push him away and go to my friends. I was surprised when he dropped my arm, but then I understood when my feet continued to follow him involuntarily. I tried my hardest to break out of the pattern, but I only succeeded in stumbling. The power that was holding me was too strong. Nico blared back at me, a warning to keep from struggling. I turned my head to look at them one last time. Ione stood in the middle of the crowd, watching as I left them behind. Elna was trying to fight through the crowd to get to me, but the people acted as a solid barrier between us. I had a feeling that Nico had something to do with that. My feet stepped up into the awaiting carriage, and the door slammed in my face. I could only watch as the arena and my past faded out of sight. Chapter 3. The carriage went on for what seemed like hours. I refused to look at or talk to Nico for the entire ride. Eventually, I fell asleep only to be jarred awake a little while later. I looked out the window in a hurry. We were on a giant, snowy terrain, except we were surrounded by tents and buildings. The horses' hooves clicked against a cobblestone path. The snow on the ground was hard-packed, as if hundreds of feet had trampled it, but there was no one here. Nico's voice made my head swing toward him, breaking my efforts to keep from acknowledging his presence. "I was afraid that I would have to wake you up myself." I didn't answer, but looked back out at the terrain. The light was dimming fast, and it wouldn't take long for our surroundings to become shadows. I knew that this had to be the school that Nico was talking about. I jumped when the carriage door opened. The man holding the door had several missing teeth and bloodshot eyes. Nico stepped past me and exited the carriage. I followed hesitantly. The driver stood by as we got out, but I wished he would go farther away. He smelled like alcohol and vomit. Nico handed him a few coins before continuing on. The driver counted the money and opened his mouth to say something, showing his horrible teeth. "You owe me 2 more coppers, sir," he said. "I owe you nothing," Nico said, keeping the same pace and not bothering to turn around. The driver stared at Nico, but when Nico still didn't turn, the man narrowed his eyes and got back up on the carriage. He slapped the reins against the horses' rumps, and they jolted forward immediately, clattering out of our sight as it descended down a path. I heard a slam to our right, which made me jump for the second time. I looked at where the sound had come from. A girl had just come out of one of the bigger buildings and was headed toward a smaller one. She had black hair and a pale, downcast face. A ragged cloak was wrapped around her shoulders. "Natalia!" Nico yelled. She looked back at us, her face void of expression. "Take Ivy on a tour. She'll be in your dorm," he said to her briskly before walking off. The girl didn't respond, and waited for me to walk up to her. She looked me up and down and sighed heavily. "Let's start with the most important places," she grumbled as she turned away. She went to the right, where the biggest of all the buildings loomed. I hurried to keep in step with her. She didn't talk to me until we were almost there. "This is the training arena." It looked similar to the trial arena, except this one was a little smaller and made with a darker color of stone. 2 gargoyles guarded the entrance, their faces warped and eroding. I couldn't help shivering as we passed them. Natalia continued on, "It's where we spend 9 hours of every day. Each morning, we wake up at 6, eat breakfast, train for 5 hours, break for a small snack at 12, and then train for 4 more hours before 2 hours of free time with dinner at 7. Then, we have another hour of free time, and 1 more to get ready for bed so that we're asleep before 10. I could barely keep up with her as she rattled off our schedule. "Sounds busy," I said unenthusiastically. "You get used to it," she said as we walked through the archway into the arena. Unlike the other one, this one had no mazes built into it. There was just a wall to surround the area and a tunnel leading into it. The whole arena was mapped out like the marketplace, where people set up stands to sell what they make, except these stands are set up with weapons. The ground was packed with snow, but the path that we were on was so well traveled that it had turned into mud. In the middle of the arena, a black cast iron fence stood out against the snow, towering almost as high as the arena walls. "So how hard is the training?" I asked Natalia as I walked past her, taking in everything. "Depends on your trainer," she answered before starting out of the arena. "For some of us, it's the most difficult time of our lives. For others, it's a breeze." The tone of her voice hinted that she leaned more toward her first suggestion. "Wait," I said after her. "Aren't you going to show me what we do at the stands?" She didn't look back. "No. That's your trainer's job." I ran to catch up. Again, she didn't say anything until we got to a big tent. Inside I heard groans and crying. Alarmed, I asked, "What is this?" Natalia opened the tent flap as she said, "This is the healing tent." I cringed and looked away. There were so many people in there that the 20 or so beds were already taken, and many students were forced to sit on the floor. How did all of this happen? I asked, glancing inside the tent before looking away again. She shrugged. It's just the end of another day, although today, there is more than usual. That's usually the case on Mondays. Why is that? Because Mondays have the most challenges, she answered, not offering any more explanation. She closed the flap and began to walk toward two buildings that appeared to be replicas of the orphanage, but with less damage. These are the dorms, aren't they? I asked. She nodded as we entered the one on the left. I was pleasantly surprised when the inside was much nicer than the orphanage. The orphanage had a drab interior of stained red and green walls, with floors covered in rotting wood. The conservatory dorms had floors of marble, and the walls were tan with pure white trim. It was beautiful. I didn't know that we would be living in a palace. I whispered in awe. Natalia laughed harshly. This is no palace, she said. This is a prison. I swallowed tightly. She led me down the hall and around a corner. As we climbed a set of stairs, a thought struck me. If I had known nothing about my second form before I came here, was everyone else's second form just as rare? Is your second form special, too? I asked Natalia, barely thinking before I said it. I tensed, afraid that she would be angry at me for asking. I'm a mermaid, she answered coldly. I had heard of mermaids, but I'd thought that they were a myth. They are said to be good in some stories, but in others they are said to be evil and deceptive. And what is yours? She asked me. I hesitated, but didn't see why I shouldn't tell her. I'm a phoenix. She stopped dead in her tracks and flipped around. A phoenix? I knitted my eyebrows. Yes? She took me in a little more carefully. Then I have some advice for you. Don't tell anyone else what you are. She looked around to make sure that no one was around to listen. Not many people know of the phoenix, but my mother was fond of history. A phoenix is very rare, and certain people will use you because of it. How do you know? I asked. I've seen it happen with other powerful students. Many times. She paused and tilted her head. I think this tour is over with. She started back down the stairs. Hey! Wait! You're not going to show me which dorm is ours? I said. I'll show you later, she answered. After dinner. She hurried out of my sight. I tried to follow her, but when I turned the corner, I didn't see her anymore. I sighed. Natalia had not shown me where we were supposed to eat, but I guessed that it was the building that she had been heading to earlier. I was right. When I walked in, however, I was clueless. I wasn't sure what I should do. Everyone was sitting down at wooden tables while servants served them drinks. I looked for an empty seat, and finally spotted one next to a few girls. Is this seat taken? Two of the girls looked up at me with big eyes, but the girl next to me shook her head as she popped a slice of apple in her mouth. As I sat down, I noticed that everyone in the room was staring at me. The entire hall had gone eerily silent. Why are they staring? I whispered to the girl on my right, the one that seemed the bravest out of the three. She glanced around with a heavy sigh and said, "They can tell that you're new." Is that not normal? I asked. We get a new student about once every 2 weeks, except this time it's been almost 3 weeks. New students are just about the only thing that seem moderately interesting here. Like an escape into the real world. The dining room erupted into noise again, and I started to feel a little better, until a shadow fell over the table. A boy that was the size of a giant towered over us. Can I help you? I asked, a little perturbed. Not really, he answered gruffly, his eyes narrowed under thick blonde eyebrows. His thin mouth was set in a malicious smile. I just thought I'd welcome you to the conservatory. And let you know that I'll be looking for you in the arena tomorrow morning. Looking for me? Why? I asked. You'll see, he answered. Then, without another word, he turned and walked to a nearby table, sitting down with some other boys that resembled his size and appearance. They keep themselves in half form, muttered the girl next to me. To appear intimidating. Roselle. Don't talk like that. They might hear you, said the girl in front of me. The other girl wouldn't even look up. Roselle rolled her eyes. While the other girl seemed cowardly, she was brave. She had light brown hair and eyes the same color. Her nose was straight and small, and her lips were thin, without much color to them. Overall, she looked plain. I liked her. In front of us was a plate of fruit. Apples, grapes, pears, and my favorite, oranges. It had been years since I'd had an orange. They only grew in the lower lands, and our island was as far north as anyone could get. I popped it into my mouth, and was greeted by a burst of flavor that made my mouth pucker up. Before I could grab another piece, however, the plate was swept away. My disappointment was short-lived, however, because a covered dish was set in its place. I wondered what could be under it, and my stomach growled in anticipation. Then, a white-gloved hand lifted the lid off. On it was a blank piece of paper. I looked at Roselle, my eyebrows raised in question. She motioned back to the piece of paper with her head. Words swirled onto the parchment in a black smoke. It said, Tent 114, and then disappeared. What does that mean? I whispered to Roselle. In each tent is a magically enhanced world where you have to find your food. It teaches you survival skills. You cannot only survive on the few snacks that they provide for us. Not with the amount of physical exertion that we go through, anyway. They don't even serve anything at breakfast except water. Some students have gotten so weak in the past that the nurse had to take them in and help them recover. I could barely hear her because the chatter in the room had gotten so unbearably deafening. I supposed they were all talking about which tent they were going to. Then, a loud roar pierced the air. I looked to where the roar had come from, and saw a creature that was half lion and half woman. Mrs. Scarles, the activities director. She's a sphinx, whispered Roselle. You'd do well to steer clear of her if you can. She was interrupted by Mrs. Scarles's gruff voice. Ivy Oliver, come to the front. Roselle grimaced. Well, after this, I guess. I stood up, a little shaky from what might come next, and made my way over to her. Her eyes were yellow, with flecks of green and brown in them, and the pupils were black slits. It was very odd to see the eyes and body of a cat in the face of a human. I blinked several times just to make sure that what I was seeing was real. When I reached her, she transformed back into a human. Her lion skin shifted, and she gradually began to get taller and skinnier, her lean muscles changing into smaller, less defined ones. Nothing about her face changed except for her eyes. The pupils became normal instead of their once cat-like appearance. I tried to keep my face free of surprise. It wasn't often that I saw anyone change so openly. Quietly, and completely unlike her lion voice, she said, because this is your first day, you will participate alone. The number that you have just seen is no longer yours. She motioned for a server to come closer. He balanced the tray on one hand, and lifted the lid. The words that swirled onto the paper said, Tent 1. Mrs. Scarl seemed surprised at the number, but she didn't show it for long. Well, there you have it. Then her eyes flicked back to the rest of the students as she yelled, to your tents. Everyone stood and filed in toward the doors. I followed them, hoping that they would lead me where I needed to go. Outside, it had gotten colder. The night was so dark that I could barely see anything, and I accidentally ran into the person in front of me. Watch it, they growled. Sorry, I mumbled. Finally, I saw light ahead. In fact, there was a steady stream of lights. As we got closer, I realized that those lights were numbers, wavering at the entrance of every tent. And mine was the first. I had no idea what to expect, but I knew that I would have to walk through the number to get inside. I stepped up to the number, and reached my hand out to touch it. It felt like nothing was there. What are you doing? Asked someone behind me. I looked back, startled, catching sight of a tall, dark figure. I'm just seeing if I can feel it. I said. You can't, what's your number? I looked back at the one. This is it. He laughed. That's not possible. This is only your first day here. Well, it's the number that showed up on the piece of paper, I said defensively. He was quiet for a moment. Then I'm your trainer. He stepped closer to the light, and when I saw him, I was speechless. 3 long scars were carved down the side of his face, starting from the forehead, and running across his eye, down his cheek, and under his chin. I swallowed hard, wondering what had happened to him. I looked away quickly, afraid that me staring at his face would make him angry. I struggled to come up with something to say. How does that mean you're my trainer? He sighed. Well, whatever number you get first is the trainer that you get for the rest of your stay, but... I paused, thinking, and then asked, have you ever had an apprentice before? Yes. Once. But she died. I stopped breathing. He didn't let me think about it too long. Now, if you want to eat, you'd better get going. You have less than an hour before your survival session ends. He handed me a necklace with a black gem hanging on it. As long as you have this on, I can contact you. If you take it off, your session ends, and you get nothing to eat until tomorrow. I took the necklace and hung it around my neck, glancing at him one more time. He nodded in affirmation. I stepped into the tent, still unsure of myself, and gasped as my surroundings changed. Chapter 4. It was still night outside, but the moon was brighter. I was up to my waist in snow, making my lower body completely numb with cold. As I peered around, a drift of icy snow pelted my face. "First of all, tell me what your second form is," said a voice in my head. "A phoenix," I said aloud. My trainer was silent for a moment. Then, he chuckled. "If that's the case, then you'd better change as quickly as possible." I shuffled through the snow for a little before I realized that he was right. I needed to get in the air if I wanted to eat today. I tried to concentrate on the warmth, but I didn't feel it. "Why can't I call it up?" I asked. "Concentrate on the exact opposite of your fear," he replied. I thought about it. I had concentrated on warmth, but I was also afraid of darkness. I would have to concentrate on warmth and light. I closed my eyes and pictured the dawn of a new day when the sun first starts to melt the snow and warm your cheeks in the freezing cold. How it brings hope for a new beginning and how it blinds your vision with its brightness. Then the strange sensation of shifting took over my body. The light flashed again, and after it had gone, I had to wait a while before I could see. "Good," said my trainer, "now get into the air." "I don't know how," I thought to him. "Follow your instincts. Just don't go too high if you're unsure of yourself." I unfurled my wings, stretching them out as far as they could go, and then I launched myself into the air by thrusting them downward. I pushed down again and again until I was high enough to see the mountain from afar. I thought that it might be scary to be up so high, but I found out that it was actually liberating. I angled my wings downward and plunged toward the ground, thrusting them out again when I felt like I was getting too close to the snow-covered mountain. "I see you've got the hang of it already," said the trainer. "Now you're on your own. I can't help you find a meal. That's the rules." "Wait. I only see snow and rock. How could there possibly be anything to eat?" I said frantically. There was no reply. I made an audible cry of anger that came out as a shriek. It scared me, but then I remembered. I was a bird. One that's been jostled around a little too much. The only thing I could think to do was travel to the base of the mountain, where perhaps, because it was of a lower altitude, it would be warmer and have more of a chance of life. I swooped downward through the fog that obscured my vision. There were only jagged rocks, pointed upward in such a way that if I had gone too low, I would have been impaled. Still hoping, I searched for something, anything that would sustain me. Then, I saw it. There was a white speck circling in the air. I could tell that it was looking for something to eat, too. I pushed my wings down to get higher. It might give me a better vantage point. I didn't think it had seen me yet. It was looking down, and I was above it. The bird was big, but scrawny. Its white plumage disguised the fact that it was starving. I dove for it, reaching out my talons for capture. It threw me off when they closed around nothing. The bird had heard me after all, and he twisted out of my reach. I searched for him now, but he was already several yards ahead of me, and getting farther still. I chased him for a long time, but I could never actually catch him. All of a sudden, my vision went blurry, and it felt like I was plummeting downward. I crashed down into a chair. I was no longer a phoenix and my surroundings had changed back to normal. I was back in the tent. In front of me sat a plate, completely empty. My stomach growled. My trainer sat in front of me, his plate full of food. I stared at him, disbelieving. Isn't being a trainer all about teaching someone how to do something? You left me out there to starve. He gave me a collected look. It is not my fault that you couldn't catch the bird. You're not used to flying yet. Then teach me how to fly better. I exclaimed. He stared me down. Do not yell at me. I was silent. I still scowled at him. Hunger is the best teacher, he recited, as if he had heard it many times before. Hunger also weakens, I retorted. Then you'd better learn quickly. We sat in silence as we studied the plate of food. Just looking at it made my mouth water. It was hard to look away, but I had to. I was very tempted to snatch the piece of bread that was set closest to me, but I wasn't in the mood for punishment. After a while, I noticed that the trainer hadn't bothered to consume anything either. Why aren't you eating? I asked. He looked back up. I made up a rule for us because I thought it might motivate you a little more. If you don't eat, I don't eat. Now, I won't be taking the survival tests with you all the time, but the headmaster keeps a record of the students' progress in his office. I'll be watching yours there. I ducked my head and stared at my feet. I wouldn't admit it verbally, but I felt the extra burden on my shoulders. I would rather him eat in front of me. Being at this school was torture already, and I hadn't even gone through a day of training yet. A bell rang in the distance, reminding me of my old home. It was obviously signaling the end of dinner. I stood up and stretched. Maybe in the morning I'd have better luck. I found that I couldn't wait to get to bed. Morning meant the possibility of food, and sleeping made morning come faster. Outside, voices were shouting and I heard many shuffling footsteps. I walked to the tent entrance, stopping only when I thought of something mildly important. I turned back to the trainer. "I never got your name," I prompted. He stood and dumped the plate of food in a trash bin that had been put in the corner. While his back was turned, he answered, "Kurt." He kept his eyes on the plate as he placed it back on the table. The light from a lantern lit up the side of his face where the scars were. I hoped that those scars hadn't been from training. If that happened to him, what would happen to me? To ward off the thoughts, I finally went out to join the others. I suddenly remembered that I had no idea where my dorm room was. Natalia had neglected to show me. I followed the current as I pondered over what I should do. Luckily, I didn't have to think for long. "Ivy!" Someone shouted. I turned to see Roselle racing toward me. "I saw you come out of tent number 1, she said breathlessly. "I almost can't believe it." She took me in more carefully. "What is your second form anyway?" she asked, curious. I stopped short. Natalia had told me not to tell anyone, and I wanted Roselle to be my friend without knowing who I truly was, since so many people were seemed shocked when I told them. "I'm not supposed to tell anyone yet." Roselle smiled. "I suppose that's a good idea. I wish people had given me that advice when I first came here. It would have helped things a lot, put me at an advantage over the others." We were quiet as we walked behind the other students. Maybe she would know where my dorm room was. "Do you know where Natalia's dorm is?" I asked. She grinned. "Is that because you are in her dorm?" "Yes," I replied. "That means that you're in my dorm, too. You can just follow me." It made me feel better to know that I would have a friend in my dorm. Perhaps too if Natalia turned out to be a good person. The way she left me after I told her who I was made me feel unsure. We followed some other girls into the building and up the stairs. Some of them stopped at other doors and went in while others kept on going after Roselle, and I stopped at one that had the letter L on it. "This is us," said Roselle. She opened the door, and I was met by the sight of a small room, just big enough to hold 3 bunk beds. They all had the same bedding with trunks at the end. "Which one is mine?" I asked. She pointed to the one closest to us. "That one, I'm afraid. No one likes to sleep closest to the door, so it goes to you because you're new, but..." "What's wrong with sleeping closest to the door?" I asked. "You get the full blast in the morning when they come to wake us up with the trumpets, and if there is someone in one of the other dorms who wants to hurt you, it's the easiest bunk for them to get to." "Don't the doors have locks?" I asked. "Yes, but locks don't really work against those with magic abilities." I smiled weakly. "Great." She gave me a half smile. "We've all had it at some point. The good thing is that if you think you can win, you can challenge one of the people in our dorm to a duel in order to get their bunk. Rules say that you can challenge someone for anything that belongs to them. That's how I got my bunk," she said as she climbed the ladder on the bunk next to mine. "It declares me the 3rd best warrior in this room." "Who is the first?" I questioned. "January. She's a witch." I laughed at her joke, but Roselle's face was serious. "No, really," she said. "She's a witch. Her second form is a pixie, but her father was a wizard and trained her in the art. That's the only reason why she's first." "Is she mean?" I asked, although by Roselle's tone of voice, I already knew the answer. "Exceedingly. It keeps us all on our toes, that's for sure. If we do one thing she doesn't like, we won't appreciate the outcome." "Have you ever gotten on her bad side?" I asked. She smiled. "Unfortunately, yes. Many times. I'm afraid I'm not very smart for doing it either, because I'm not a level 9, like her." "Level 9? I wondered aloud. There are levels given to us in the time that we spend here. I've only been given a level 5 so far. We stay here until we reach a level 10 or for 3 years if we never do. Those who graduate the soonest get sent to do the harder tasks for the kingdom, so I don't want to get too high anyway, but..." At that point, the door opened again and Natalia walked in with another girl who had dark brown hair and eyes almost as black as the creature I'd faced in the trial arena. "January. Roselle said, resting her chin in her hand as she sat cross-legged on her bunk. We were just talking about you. I really wished she hadn't said that. I tried not to look intimidated. January looked at me as if I were bait, and then back up at Roselle. Were you? She asked, pasting a fake smile on her face. All good things, I hope? The threat was not overlooked by anyone in the room. Of course, said Roselle. Everything about you is good, at least in your eyes. So I can't go wrong. January's eyes flashed. Don't overstep your boundaries, she warned. Her narrowed eyes turned to me. And you make sure that you don't either. With that, she walked past us to her bunk, which was on the top in the farthest corner. Natalia had already gone into a room that ours was connected to. Roselle rolled her eyes and turned over in her bed. I stood and opened the trunk at the end of my bed. It was separated into two parts. On the left, the number 5 was scratched into the metal, and on the right, there was a number 6. Figuring that I was number 6, I took out all my items and studied them. Our uniform was very plain. The shirt was brown and baggy, like a potato sack. The pants were a faded black. Instead of the thick coat that would be needed in the freezing temperatures, we were only given a ragged black cloak. Mine was much like Natalia's, except it looked a little worse off. Although the gaps had been sewn up, there were several places where a blade had penetrated the fabric. The boots were brown, made of leather, but I had a feeling that they wouldn't be as comfortable as my old ones. The traction needed for the ice had been completely worn off with use. I sighed and set all the items back in the trunk, except for the nightgown. I unfolded it and froze. Right up where the heart would be, there was a tear. And a red stain that looked fresh. I reached up to touch it, and my fingers came away wet with blood. I screamed and threw the nightgown across the room, trying to wipe the blood off of my fingers and onto my pants. Roselle and Natalia were silent, but January erupted with laughter. Then, the realization hit me, and I glared at her. This was her doing. Natalia looked at January, and seemed to bare her teeth at the witch. January picked the nightgown up off the ground, revealing that there was no hole. No blood. Some warrior you'll turn out to be, she sneered. She threw my nightgown at my feet and climbed into her bunk. Seething, I stooped to pick it up. I tossed it in the trunk, deciding that I would sleep in my dress. I didn't want to admit it, but the stunt that January had pulled had gotten to me. I climbed into my bed, bringing the covers up to my chin. With a sigh, I closed my eyes and kept them that way even when I heard the other girls come in. Finally, when the only thing I could hear were snores, I fell asleep. Chapter 5. I woke up to sudden light and the blaring of a trumpet, just as Roselle had described. All the candles and lanterns in the room had been lit up, probably by magic. What an awful way to wake up. I gritted my teeth as they pounded our door so hard that I was afraid it would be smashed in. The girl next to me, one of the girls that hadn't come back in until late last night, sat up and rubbed her eyes, yawning as if she hadn't just been rudely awoken. I watched as she smiled and got out of bed, reaching into her trunk for her clothes. Roselle had sat up also, but she looked a lot crankier. I don't think I'll ever get used to that, she whined. Natalia wordlessly got out of bed and got her clothes just like the first girl, except a lot less smiley. I decided that I should do the same, no matter how much I would have loved to stay in bed. I was used to waking up before everyone else at the orphanage. There, everyone was only required to wake up at 8 o'clock. I usually woke at 7. When I got to the other room, Natalia was standing outside of the changing screen, waiting for the first girl to come out. I sighed and looked back into the other room, noticing for the first time that January's bed was made and she wasn't anywhere to be seen. Where is January? I asked Natalia. She's probably getting in some extra practice, she said. Some people like the training after they've done it for a while. How long has she been here? At that point, the other girl came out from behind the screen. Before Natalia went behind it, she answered, about 2 years and a quarter. Roselle had told me that people only stayed in training for 3 years at most. January wouldn't be here for much longer. As I waited for Natalia to finish, I pondered over what the training would be like. I hoped that I would be able to manage it. Roselle and the other girl that I hadn't seen came in and waited behind me. I took one look at the girl, who undoubtedly slept on the bunk above mine, and swallowed hard. She had a black eye and her nose looked as if it had been broken a couple of times. She was very thin. Other than that, there was nothing extraordinary about her appearance. She and Roselle looked almost as if they could be sisters. Like Roselle, this girl had brown hair and brown eyes, although slightly darker. So you're the new girl, she said unenthusiastically. Yes, I replied. I have some advice for you, she said. It seemed as if everyone had advice for me. Do whatever it takes to do what they want you to. If you don't, you'll regret it. Natalia came out from behind the screen. No. I don't agree, she said. Do whatever you are capable of. Don't push yourself too hard, or you'll just get hurt. The girl glared at her. I watched them both warily before going to change. I trusted Natalia more than the other girl, but I wasn't excited about finding out what they meant. I changed clothes fast, and when I was done, I came back out from behind the screen and into the sleeping room. The girl who had been smiling was already gone, and Natalia was heading out the door already. I lagged behind to wait on Roselle even though I was eager to go down to breakfast for our survival tests. My stomach was complaining audibly. Once Roselle came out fully clothed, we headed down together. Why did that one girl have a black eye? I asked. Oh, Angelica? She always has some sort of injury. I think her reflexes must be too slow. I stayed deep in thought until we were almost to the dining hall. Right before we got there, Nico came out the door and walked straight toward us, breaking me out of my reverie. He looked angry and I fought not to cower or run for cover. You, he shouted before we reached him, making my heart leap. Roselle, is it? Yes, sir? She said, her voice coming out as a squeak. I told your trainer that I'll be training you today, he said. To see if the level you were given was accurate. She flicked her eyes to me, and then back. Yes, sir, she answered, her nervousness prominent in her voice. Nico cast me a glance before moving on toward a different building. Roselle stood there for a little while, silent. Other students milled around us blearily. I tried to change the subject. Why do we even have a dining hall when we don't really eat there? I wondered aloud. My attempt at conversation snapped Roselle out of her stupor. Well, we have to have some place to gather, and we do eat snacks at lunchtime and dinner, she reminded me. And to tell you the truth, I don't think they used to have survival tests. I wish they still didn't, I muttered under my breath. Roselle laughed, but I could tell it was half-hearted. Tell me about it, but then again, it will come in handy when they send us on quests. What kind of quests do they send us on? This and that. I've never really been on a quest. You have to be here for a full year before they send you on one. Often, students who go on quests don't ever come back. They're either imprisoned or killed. I looked at her in surprise. Why are they allowed to go on quests that they can't finish? She shook her head sadly. It's going to be their lifelong job. If they aren't able to complete one now, what are they going to do the rest of their life? I shuddered. I wasn't ready to go on any kind of quest, big or small. We started walking again, although the troubled look had returned to Roselle's face. When we got into the dining hall, I caught sight of Natalia sitting with the other girl in our dorm. I led the way to sit with them. This would be the first time that I was in a group during the survival test, and I wanted to be among friends. Like I had heard the day before, there was no fruit on the table this morning. Servants went around serving water, but that was it. Nothing with true nutrition. My stomach hurt from hunger, and yet, I hadn't gone without food as long as some of these people have. I drank down a couple gulps thirstily, hoping that it would hold off my hunger. Thankfully, it did help a little. When everyone had come in and was settled, the trays were set in front of us again. The lid was lifted off, and everyone at my table groaned simultaneously. The number that had shimmered onto the paper was 16. Which one is that? I asked, worried. Roselle glanced at me. The volcano. Actually, there are many in a volcanic location, but this one is the worst. It sprays the most ash and spurts the most lava, said the nice girl. I've gotten pieces of my tail singed off at that place. Your tail? I asked. Liana is a centaur, Natalia answered for her. Ah, I said. Then after a moment of thinking, what's that? Liana smiled. There's at least 3 other students like me. I have the body of a horse, but still the torso and up of a human, and I'm the only female at the school, she added with a proud glint in her eye. To your tents! Yelled Mrs. Scarles, breaking into everyone's conversations. We stood up together and followed the other students out of the building. This time there was no otherworldly glowing number in front of the tents. Just a simple black number at the top. The morning sun bounced off of the white and shone in my eyes. Our group stopped at number 16 where a trainer awaited our arrival. She took us in one by one unenthusiastically before handing us each a necklace, each with a black gem in the center. I'll instruct you if you need it. In you go. Natalia boldly went first, and then Roselle, Liana, and I followed. We were greeted by the smell of burning flesh. I recoiled at the stench, and studied my companions to make sure that it wasn't one of them. Luckily, they were all safe, for now. We stood in the middle of a scorched wasteland surrounded by ashy wooden stumps, the only remnants of the trees that once stood in their place. The ash was still breathing smoke into the air, meaning that the volcano had been active recently. "All right, let's split up," said Natalia. "Split up?" I asked incredulously. "All the food is obviously in the forest. This survival landscape was created with the purpose to trick its students. We never know where the food is, and if we spread out, we'll be more likely to find it. If one person is able to find something, we all get a small portion equal to the amount of food they found," she explained, pushing her black hair up out of her eyes. "And what happens if the volcano kills you?" I questioned. "You don't eat," Roselle answered from behind me. "That, and you get to feel the pain of whatever kills you," Liana added. "They made it like that so it would be more like real life." "I've always wanted to feel the pain of dying," I muttered sarcastically. "All right, let's get going," Natalia said, taking charge once again. "Liana, you head to the forest. Roselle, you go to the left. I'll go to the right, and Ivy, you'll head for the volcano." I wanted to protest, but Natalia's eyes flashed in a challenge. I suddenly felt the need to show her that I was brave and that I was capable of doing dangerous things. I nodded sharply and turned to walk toward the volcano. It was a monster of a mountain, looming silently in the smoky air, just waiting for the chance to release its wrath once again. Its land mounted into a sharp incline, and at the top, the smoke was so heavy that it took on the appearance of storm clouds. I swallowed, trying not to let fear consume my thoughts. I looked back once to see that Natalia, Liana, and Roselle had already started on their separate paths just as I had. I was on my own now. I walked forward for a little while until I noticed that the smell of burning flesh was getting more and more rancid. Only a few feet in front of me lay a dead deer. There was no doubt that it had been dead for days by the smell of it. It was probably caught in the eruption. I knew that it was far too gone to be food, so I edged my way past it, trying not to look at its singed body or unseeing eyes. I didn't know what happened if I got unsuitable food, but I certainly didn't want to find out. I picked up my pace and kept walking until I came across the first stream of lava. It oozed slowly downhill, almost ready to crawl to a stop and form new rock. Seeing it made me want to turn around and head back to the safety of the forest, but I kept going. The others knew more about the survival test than I did, and they hadn't turned back. Then, farther up the mountain, I saw a goat, its shaggy white fur tangled and singed at the ends. It was moving, wandering around the streams of melted rock. I tried to stay quiet as I followed it. It nimbly avoided every obstacle in its path, whereas I had a much harder time climbing the mountain without getting burned. I didn't want to kill it, but hunger propelled me forward. I wished I had a bow and arrow so that I could end it quickly. Almost immediately a bow appeared in my hands and a quiver of arrows materialized on my back, startling me. The sudden movement caught the mountain goat's attention, and it looked back at me, frozen in fear. That was my chance. I'd never shot a bow and arrow before, but in Forlander, we would sometimes get to watch archery contests. I was fascinated with the weapon, and had studied the way that the contestants stood and the position of their hands. It climbed higher on the hill before turning to look at me again, outlined against the sun. I pulled an arrow out of the quiver and knocked it on the bow, pulling the string back as far as I could and aiming for the goat's heart. I let it loose. The arrow sailed true, and in an instant, the goat completely disappeared, its cry still echoing through the air. I hurried to where it was, but there was no sign of it anywhere. Then, my vision clouded and the test was over. Natalia, Roselle, Liana, the trainer, and I were all sitting inside the tent at a table. On each of our plates, except the trainer's of course, there was some salted beef, some fruit, some bread, and some cheese, all in a tiny portion. "So who got the food?" asked Roselle glumly. "The only one who succeeded today," the trainer said around a huge bite of a buttered roll. "Was Ivy." She swallowed once, but continued chewing. "Strange how she's the only one to get something when this is only her second time. She didn't even change into her second form," she said in a much clearer voice, although still muffled. All the girls turned to look at me. "What did you get?" Natalia asked. "I didn't even know that I shot it," I answered. "But I'd aimed at a mountain goat before it disappeared." She seemed impressed. "Well, good work," she said with a nod. The meal ended too quickly, but the hunger pangs were gone at least. The ending bell rang and we went out of the tent. "Now what are we going to do?" I asked, having an idea of what it was, but not completely sure. Liana answered first. "Time to train," she said cheerfully. I couldn't believe that she was excited about it. "How long have you been here, Liana?" I asked. "About a year and a half." But every day I'm getting better. This time, instead of the line of students heading to the left, they headed to the right, toward the slightly intimidating arena. I noticed that some students were lagging behind, dreading the moment they stepped foot in the expansive training ground. Although I wanted to join them, I kept up with Roselle and Liana. A few people got between us, making me feel a little anxious. Natalia had already disappeared somewhere ahead. As soon as I stepped foot in the arena, I was snatched out of the stream of people and thrown to the ground. Chapter 6. The wind had been knocked out of me, but I fought to get back on my feet, staring my challenger in the face with malice as I tried to catch my breath. It was the same boy, the one with the thick blonde eyebrows, the one who said that he would be looking for me in the arena. I hadn't known that he'd meant it that way, otherwise I would have been more watchful. "I challenge you," he said, a vicious smile spread over his face. "Why?" I asked angrily. "I don't have anything you'd want." He laughed. "I want victory over you. That's all I have to want." He pushed me back with his hands, causing me to bump right into somebody. "What do you think you're doing, Grix?" growled a voice behind me. I turned my head to look at the voice, and was relieved to see Kurt. Grix's face paled. I'm challenging her, sir." "To win what?" he asked, his scars pulled taut from the tension in his face. "Just to win, I guess." "Sir," he answered, shuffling his feet nervously. Kurt looked at me, and then back at the boy. "She accepts." My eyes widened. "What?" I demanded. Kurt ignored me. "You fight after break," he said, his tight expression changing into an easy smile. He hit Grix on the back twice before leading me away. Some of the students were already training, while others were still coming in behind me. I looked back at Grix, who was staring at us like a lost puppy. If only he would look like that in the challenge. How am I going to beat anyone? I don't even know what a challenge is, I said as I followed him through the tents. We stopped at one of them where practice swords were laid out on a table. Kurt grabbed two and threw one to me. I caught the handle. "Nice reflexes," he said. "And the answer to your previous question, you don't have to." "What?" I asked, stunned. "What do you mean I don't have to?" "I'll get pulverized." He shrugged. "All you have to get from a challenge is a lesson. You'll recover if you get hurt." He paused to look back at me. "Pain is a great teacher as well." I sighed. "Yes, just like hunger." We came out of the tents into a fenced-in area where some of the other students were practicing with swords. I saw January among them. Her sword was long and sharp, much unlike my wooden one. Her trainer struggled to keep up with her flashing blade. I swallowed hard as she cut her trainer's arm, causing the sleeve to rip. Crimson soaked the fabric. The trainer called off the practice, and they went off the field, January with a triumphant glint in her eye. She caught sight of me and smirked, taking in my wooden sword. Before I knew what was happening, something hard had hit me in back of my knee, and I crumpled to the ground, staring up dazedly at Kurt. I formed my gaze into a scowl as I hurried to get back on my feet. "Why did you do that?" I asked, embarrassed. "I wasn't ready." "Ah," said Kurt with a smile, "but you must always be ready." He swung the sword again, so fast that I could barely see it. I tried to block it with my own, but it didn't work. My sword was flung to the side and Kurt's was held to my throat in an instant. "If I were an enemy, you'd be dead. Even with this wooden sword." He lowered his weapon and rested the tip on the ground, gesturing for me to pick mine up. I eyed him warily, making sure he wouldn't trick me as I bent over. "Now let's try again, but this time, we'll do it in slow motion, so that I can teach you how to block properly." He swung his sword while telling me how to position mine. "If you strike it like this," he said, "you can disarm your opponent. If they aren't strong enough, that is." We went on like that for what seemed like hours, until Kurt finally decided that he was getting nowhere and we moved on to a different weapon. We tried the bow and arrow, the knife, and even the staff, but I didn't have much luck with any of them. Although I had had luck in the survival test with the bow, only 2 arrows out of 10 hit the target. With the knife, the key was to be fast, but I was far from that so far. The staff was so large and clumsy that I hit myself in the head with it several times. Finally, the bell rang, signaling that it was time to eat. It reminded me that I had a fight against Grix afterward, and although I had been hungry previously, I now only felt sick. All the students stopped their activities and started to migrate toward the dining hall. I was one of the first among them because the field we were practicing in was close to the exit. I sat at an empty table in the dining hall where there was already bread and cheese set out. It wasn't much, but it was food. I took a piece of bread and nibbled on it even though I felt sick. Liana was the first to come and sit with me. She took in the look on my face with a concerned expression. "What's wrong?" she inquired quietly. "Your face is pale." I shook my head. "It's just that, I have to fight in a challenge after this." Liana was taken aback. "But this is only your first day. Does your trainer know about this?" "He's the one that said yes," I answered, exasperated. She looked like an owl, her eyes were so wide. "Who is your trainer?" "Kurt," I said, wondering why that mattered. She nodded. "That explains things." Roselle came out of nowhere to perch on the edge of her seat. "I heard that you are going to fight in a challenge today," she whispered. "Yes," I said. "We were just talking about it." "Did you know that her trainer is Kurt?" asked Liana suddenly. Roselle nodded. "I saw her come out of the first tent yesterday." She stared at me for a minute. "I really wish I could figure out your second form." I was on the brink of telling them, but then January came and sat down in the extra chair. "Yes," she said. "I agree with Roselle. We would all love to know." Roselle and even Liana glared at her. "Well, that's too bad," I said. "Because I'd rather keep it to myself." January smiled, but she managed to make it seem menacing. "What a pity. I'm very disappointed." I gritted my teeth. "Yes, I bet you are," I muttered. "I would sit with you, but I wouldn't want to keep you from preparing for your challenge. I hope it goes better for you than it did for the girl last week that lost her thumb." With that, she walked off to a different table with a few other hostile-looking faces. "I wish she'd go ahead and graduate," Roselle grumbled. "I want to be rid of her already." "Is there any way that could happen?" I asked. Roselle shook her head. "We have no choice but to wait it out unless they move her up to a level 10. I'm surprised she hasn't been given a quest yet." We were quiet as we ate the rest of the food on the table. I never saw Natalia enter the room. When our tray had been empty for some time, the bell rang again, and we were on our feet, headed back to the arena. I was a little out of it, and it seemed like a flash before I was standing in front Kurt beside a fenced-in area. "Try to postpone changing for as long as you can," he drilled. "You'll want him to think that you're weak, and perhaps can't remember how to change. Try to remember what I told you with the weapons, but overall, moving is essential. Stay out of reach. And most importantly, stay away from the fence, at all costs." I nodded, trying to memorize everything he'd said. "I'll try," I answered. His face darkened. "No. You will." I will, then," I answered awkwardly. He led me around to the tall gate that matched the height of the towering fence. Grix was already standing there, his former look of shame replaced with a look of pride. He seemed as if he'd been working out all morning because his muscles bulged beneath the thin white shirt that he wore. He looked taller and bulkier, obviously in half form. I took off my coat, shivering with the sudden chill that leached away the warmth from my limbs. I probably looked pathetic. A skinny girl, only 5 feet 3 inches, standing up against a tall, broad-shouldered boy. I was going to be crushed. We were led into the arena by Mrs. Scarles. She took us to the center where, like the trial arena, a circle was formed. Grix took his stance at one side and Mrs. Scarles pointed to where I was supposed to stand. To my right, and Grix's left, there was a table set up with all sorts of weapons. "You are to wait until my command before you start. To first 3 wounds or until your opponent goes unconscious. Under no circumstances should either of you die, or there will be severe consequences for the killer, accident or no," she said. She left us standing there, Grix glaring at me, and me watching her like a frightened mouse as she got farther and farther away. The gate creaked and then slammed shut. My heart echoed the slamming over and over in my ringing ears as I struggled to breathe. In my panic, I remembered Ione and Elna and my old life. What I would do to go back. Thinking about them helped me inhale and exhale. There was silence, and then suddenly the shouted command, "Go." Grix lunged toward me, blocking me from the table. I scrambled back just before he would have plowed me into the ground. Shouts and jeers sounded from the sidelines, but I ignored them. My only thought right now was to steer clear of Grix. He grabbed his spear, and came toward me again. I dodged around him every time he sprang forward, and started to feel a little better about my chance of not dying. However, it was only a matter of time before he began to change. He grew before my eyes until he stood with his shoulders 5 feet wide, and his height twice as tall. There was a ripping sound as his shirt split down the middle and fell to the ground. To everyone's relief, especially my own, his pants stayed on, as they were made of a stretchy material. The spear now seemed more like a mere twig in his beefy hand. I swallowed hard and dashed away. He could step on me, and I would die like an unfortunate ant trying to scurry out from underneath the shadow of a boot. He raced after me, the ground shaking as he gained on me, and while he was getting closer, I noticed a little too late, so was the fence. Without meaning to, I got trapped against it, and I was suddenly staring up in horror right into Grix's eyes. He smiled a grotesque smile, and lunged toward me one final time. For a moment, the hourglass of life seemed to have pity on me, and everything slowed. I imagined what I always did when I wanted to change. The sun beating down on my grateful face, the glimmer of the morning frost and the melting snow. The sensation of changing was welcome now, and the bright light shone, something I noticed didn't happen when other people changed. Grix stumbled back, momentarily stunned, blinking rapidly and trying to regain his vision. It was all the time I needed. I lifted my wings and launched myself into the air. I sailed down at Grix, catching the side of his face with my talons. He reached up, feeling the cut as if in disbelief. I circled around his head, hitting the back of it as hard as I could. My talons drew blood once again. He stumbled forward. Only one more scratch, and I would win. This seemed to help him out of his stupor. He twisted around, glaring at me, and I knew I would have to be more careful. I dove down once more when I thought his back was turned, and screeched as a strong hand clamped down on my wing. Grix threw me to the ground and pinned me under his foot. "It ends now," he growled. He lifted his spear. In a moment of panic, I went with the bird's instincts. Flames churned in my stomach, and a burst of fire blasted out of my beak, scorching both the spear and Grix. He cried out and dropped the spear, clutching his charred hand. The throng of people went silent. In fact, now that the fight was over, I noticed that they had been for some time. Nico was standing in the front, just short of the fence, wearing a disturbing smile on his face. I tried to ignore him. After a moment, some voices started to mutter amongst themselves, and then whole crowd erupted into chatter. "The fight is finished," shouted Mrs. Scarles finally. "The victor is Ivy Oliver, 3 strikes to 0. Grix shrunk until he was back to his normal size. His hand was still injured despite his changing. I changed back also, annoyed by the inconvenient red dress that dragged in the mud. I glanced back over at Grix, taken aback by a look of respect in his eyes. He went over and stuck out his left hand for me to shake, seeing as I had burnt his right one. "Good fight," he said. "It seems as if you caught me off guard." I didn't say anything back, but I did shake his hand. I remembered that Natalia had said not to trust anyone. That they would all try to get on my good side. Grix might be one of those people now that he saw what I was. I made my way toward the gate as quickly as I could before anyone else got the idea to challenge me. Kurt was at my side as soon as the gate was unlatched and pushed open. He smiled at me. "I didn't expect you to win, you were fighting against a level 7 after all, but it seems that you went above and beyond any of our expectations. Had I known you could produce fire, I would have bet on you. Did I do the right thing when I changed?" I asked him, ignoring everything else that he had said. His forehead wrinkled. "Well, you would have lost if you didn't, but I know what you mean. Now, everyone knows your second form and its abilities, making it harder to blend in." I looked around at all the students, including Roselle and Liana. Even they stayed at a distance for now. Everyone here has a special second form. Why should mine be that important? I asked. Because yours is rarer. Most of these people have a second form that is the same as one of their classmates, but in the history of the kingdoms there has only been one other phoenix. And how come you know about it, whereas I'm still left in the dark? I inquired, getting frustrated. The headmaster thought that because I am your trainer, I should know a few things about your second form, Kurt answered. I watched as Mrs. Scarles started another match, this time with 2 boys, both seemingly strong and fit. I turned away as she left them in the circle, not wanting to see someone get hurt. Kurt followed me. "You know, technically," he said, "I'm the one who's supposed to be leading you around." "I know," I answered, still continuing forward. He quickened his pace so that it matched mine. "Watching the fight might help you learn some things," he advised. "I don't feel up to it," I countered. He stepped in front of me, causing me to run into him. "There are going to be a lot of things you don't feel up to. That doesn't mean that you can avoid them." I huffed in annoyance. He studied my irritated look. "But today will be the only exception," he said as he led the way to the arena entrance. "Because I need to teach you a lesson." I didn't pay attention to the threat in his words, but I should have. He stopped me just before we exited the training grounds and pointed to the wall. "For the rest of the day, we're going to run laps around the arena." I balked in disbelief. "Run for 4 hours? Not really." It's only 3.5 because you were in the challenge for 30 minutes. Plus, we need to work on your endurance, he said. I narrowed my eyes, perhaps a little too cocky from my recent victory. No, I said, surprising myself. That's crazy. I can't do that. Kurt grabbed something from his back pocket. A whip. I stared at it, and then back at him. You wouldn't, I stated, although a little perturbed. Oh, I would, he said, a smile still spread across his face. Now go. I knew he was telling the truth. Half-heartedly, I started to jog along the wall. Faster, Kurt said, the whip licking at my heels. My heart jumped, and I sprinted, trying to get away from him. Even so, no matter how quickly I ran, Kurt was always behind me, pushing me to go faster. Pushing me beyond what I thought I could do. By the end of the day, I'd ran 10 laps around the entire arena and thrown up twice, after which, Kurt allowed me to take a short break. I spent the first 10 minutes of my free time trying to catch my breath and massaging my aching legs. Then, Roselle came into the dorm. I stared at her. I could tell that much had happened since we were last in the dining hall. Her eye was swollen and starting to bruise, her lip was busted, and her hands were cracked at the knuckles. Roselle! I exclaimed. What happened? She shook her head. I trained with Nico. Now it made sense. That was why she had felt so nervous and seemingly frightened when he confronted her this morning. Does he train with everybody? I asked in horror. She nodded. Just about. This is my second time, though, so I knew what to expect. My stomach churned. Training with Nico seemed like it would be torture. I already despised him for many reasons. So that means that I'll have to train with him at some point, I said. Roselle nodded. I sighed, going back to massaging my calves. I suppose I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. You'll have no choice, she replied. Chapter 7. Our next survival test was in tent number 43. Liana, Natalia, Roselle, and I all shuffled with the crowd of people until our number glowed in front of us. A man gave each of us one of the black necklaces, and one by one, we all passed through the tent entrance. I went inside last, and was blinded when I reached the other side. Wherever we were, the sun was very bright. I shielded my eyes and tried to take in our surroundings. We were on top of a rocky mountain. Although the sun was bright, cool air brushed my cheeks, bringing with it the scent of honeysuckle. Wherever we were, it was spring, meaning that this might be an easy test. Natalia acted as the leader, as always. We need to get further down the mountain. There's likely to be more food down there. Should we split up again, like last time? I asked. She nodded. I think it would be best. Knowing we had a time limit, we all went in separate directions. Liana shifted into her centaur form. Her body resembled that of a paint horse, and her shirt had changed into leather armor. A beautifully carved bow was stung across her back. Seeing her in her second form helped me know what I had to do. I went closer to the edge of the mountain and peered over the cliff. The height made my head feel dizzy, and I swallowed hard. Perhaps when I was better trained, I'd be able to dive off the mountain with ease, but right now, the thought made me feel sick. I backed away from the edge, and shifted form. I stretched my wings out and took off, getting used to flight before I dove down toward a meadow. It took barely any time for me to reach the ground. I landed softly and folded my wings in, changing back into the form I was used to. The meadow was beautiful. The flowers were almost as numerous as the grass, the wind swaying their colorful heads to and fro. In the distance, the forest stretched along the edge of the field. For some reason, it was easy for me to picture a cabin there, where the trees met the grassland. Then, it all came back to me. I fell to my knees as a forgotten memory took over my thoughts. I was in a meadow. A beautiful meadow, where the flowers were almost as numerous as the grass. A beautiful woman with curling dark hair and crinkling green eyes smiled down at me as we wandered through the flowers, holding hands. Suddenly, she stopped, picking a pretty yellow and orange blossom to put in my red hair. "There's my little fireflower," she said with a smile. I grinned and hugged her neck. I was suddenly pulled away from her and hefted into someone's arms. "Papa!" I giggled. The red-haired, brown-eyed man chuckled and threw me up on his shoulders. In front of us, a little boy with brown curls like his mother ran through the flowers. The woman chased after him, laughing. Then, there was nothing. I muffled a gasp as I came back to the present. "Ivy? Are you okay?" asked Roselle. Her voice made me jump. How had she gotten there so fast? I looked back up at the faraway mountain. I wiped away the tears that had somehow surfaced, and nodded. I took a deep shuddering breath. Ivy, she said, her brow wrinkled with concern. What's wrong? After a few more breaths, I gave her a wobbly smile. I just had a memory. That's all. A memory of my family. Roselle looked surprised. Were you an orphan? She asked. I looked up at the bright, cloudless sky. Yes. I was. She sat down in the grass and patted the ground next to her. Would you like to tell me about your memory? For some reason, I did want to tell her, but not here. Not with the trainer overhearing, and the survival test ticking away. I shook my head. Not right now, I whispered quietly. She shrugged and stood up. That's fine. Just tell me if I can help at all. I nodded. She gave me a half smile before moving ahead, toward the forest. We'd better get hunting, she said. I followed her toward the forest. I decided to stay with Roselle the entire time, watching what she did as she took down 2 squirrels and gathered edible roots. I helped her gather until the test was over. Everyone seemed to be successful, and we had a nice, big meal. When the bell sounded to announce the end of the meal, Roselle pulled me away from the group of students, and behind the tent that we had just come out of. Now that we're not in our survival test, would you like to tell me what you remembered? She asked. I peered around the tent at the other students. Finally, I nodded. I was in a meadow with my mother, my father, and my brother. We lived right on the edge of a meadow similar to the one in the survival test. I paused, and bit my cheek to keep my tears at bay. Do you think that they could still be alive? She looked down at her feet. I don't know. How did they die? She inquired, glancing back up. I was told that there was a fire, I answered. She shrugged. I guess it could be possible. You might have an older brother somewhere. Wouldn't you be together, though, if your brother had lived? I sighed. The orphanage separated boys and girls. That doesn't seem right, at least not for brothers and sisters, she said. I know. I saw them forced into parting ways many times during my stay there. Madame Grant had only let brothers and sisters meet and talk to each other once a week. I would have remembered my brother if that were the case. I would have known him until I was 11 at least, if my age estimate was correct. Well, all we can do is hope, Roselle said. Yes, I agreed. Hope. The next few days passed by in a daze. Kurt tried to teach me the javelin and the slingshot, as well as a few other weapons, and we ran several times around the arena every day. Survival tests were still varying in levels of difficulty, but my second form was getting less hard to control. The only ones that I'd failed were the ocean and the caves, but I still got something to eat because of the others in my group. Before I knew it, Sunday was here. The mood in our dorm was high-spirited. Why does everyone seem so happy? I asked Roselle after we had gotten into the dining hall. Because unlike any of the other days, we don't have the second half of training, she explained. Instead, we have free time, which we can use to visit a friend or just lay around. I like to visit my dad on Sundays, though, because that's the only time I get to see him nowadays. I'm one of the lucky ones. Bessenine is pretty close. I frowned. My hometown is farther away than yours, but I might be able to go there if I were in second form. Roselle heaved a sigh and shook her head. Unfortunately, that's not possible. It's a rule here that students aren't allowed to transform unless they're in the training arena, in the survival tests, or on a quest. I glowered, thinking. Well, they pulled me away from my friends before I even got a chance to say goodbye, so I'm going to go see them today. Roselle lifted her eyebrows and laughed. You've got a rebellious side to you, don't you? She paused and looked around to make sure no one was listening. To tell you the truth, I usually change form, too, when I'm going to see my father. I only get 2 hours with him otherwise. I knitted my eyebrows. You know, now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever seen your second form, I said. I'm afraid you'll never see it, she said, laughing to herself as if it were a joke. What? I asked. Fine, I'll tell you. I'm surprised that it took you this long to ask. I'm a wisp. What is that? I asked. I didn't know what it was either until it was explained to me. It's a wind spirit, invisible and invincible, except against magic, of course. I learned that I can travel pretty fast in my second form. Why don't we just run away from this place, then? I hate having my every move watched, I said, aggravated. Her mouth formed a grim line. A few people have tried that actually, she said. Including the girl that had your bunk previously. They found her and gave her a trial in court. Now she's locked up for possibly the rest of her life. I shivered. Still, it's hard to think. 3 more years. No, not 3 years. At least not for you. Your second form is way too powerful for that. Why do you think so? I asked. Because you can spout fire, of course, she said. And you're a fast learner. You got food on only your second survival test. Not even January did that. I smiled at her. I don't know which one's better. Training or questing? Well, I'd rather be questing. At least then you have some freedom. I nodded. Our conversation was interrupted by Liana and a girl who I later found out was named Abby. Exciting day, isn't it? Said Liana as she sat down. Yep, I answered with a half smile. Or at least it will be. Chapter 8. After the survival test and sword training with Kurt, the students were given the rest of the day off. Many people just went in their dorms for some extra sleep, but others walked along the path to the lower towns, Roselle among them. I took my place beside her. Your chance to transform will come when we get to the forest, she whispered. If you get high enough, nobody will be able to tell the difference between you and a hawk. She glanced up at the sky. Especially since it's cloudy. What about you? Are you just going to walk the whole way? No. I suppose I'll change when you do, she answered. We came across a small town before the forest came into view. Some of the students stopped there to visit, but most kept onto the path. We lagged behind all the other students to make sure no one would notice when we disappeared into the pines. I kept looking back to make sure nobody was following us, wincing at every twig that snapped under my foot. Okay, this should be far enough in, said Roselle after a couple of minutes. I looked around us before nodding. She changed first. I watched as she faded from my sight. I squinted my eyes, trying to see her outline, but it was no use. It seemed as if there was nothing there. Roselle? I asked. No answer. I waited for a minute longer, and nearly jumped out of my skin when I heard the whispered word, boo, right in my ear. Roselle, that's not funny, I whispered back fiercely. Yes, it is, she laughed as she reappeared. I trick all my opponents like that when they challenge me. Not many people do anymore. And you're only a level 5? I asked. Yes. Upgrades only come on Mondays and mostly only if the person has had a challenge that week, which means that you're probably going to be upgraded tomorrow. That's good, I said. The sooner I get away, the better. And speaking of that, our time is running out. We need to get going if we want to get back in time. I nodded. You're right. She smiled as she disappeared again. I transformed after her, and shot upward after a heavy push downward with my wings. I got as high as I could, as quick as I could to lessen the chance of someone seeing. The effort made me breathless. I soared so high that I could barely see the pathway. Once I had regained my strength and energy, I drove myself forward with rapid strokes, impatient to get to my old, familiar home and friends. I flew over mountain peaks and valleys, and before long, my wings were sore with fatigue. I berated my slowness as the sun gradually started to get lower and lower, and was relieved when I finally saw the big clock tower after passing over a mountain. I dove downward toward the stables, where I was sure Ione had to be. My whole body was trembling from exhaustion as I transformed back to my old self, panting for air. I entered the stables to see Ione sitting at an old, rickety table, eating a small meal. He looked up in surprise. Ivy? He asked. I smiled. Of course it's me. I said between breaths. Who else would it be? He stood and shrugged, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Could be Mr. Caper, coming in early for his evening ride. I collapsed in the chair that I usually sat in. The one I had sat in almost every day before my life was pitched into confusion. How late is it? I asked. 3-ish, he said. I hadn't had the time to eat lunch, so I settled for an early supper, but it had taken me 3 hours to get here? I only have a few minutes to talk, and that's only if I hurry back, I told him. I rushed to say the next thing I had been waiting to mention. But first, I want to tell you that I was forced not to say goodbye. The man I was with was a wizard, and he controlled my actions. I so desperately wanted to say goodbye. I held my breath even though I really needed it at that moment. Ione frowned, and I worried what he was going to say next. I know it wasn't you, he said, allowing me to heave a sigh of relief. But I despise the fact that you weren't allowed to talk to us, even for just a second. I didn't reply, thinking back to that day that felt like months ago, but happened to be a little less than a week ago. I never got to give you your birthday present, said Ione, filling the silence. Oh? I said, grinning at him. Do you have it with you? He lifted a finger and walked into the horse stall that he'd turned into his bedroom. He came back holding a velvet cloth, something we never saw at the orphanage for its expense. Velvet? I exclaimed. Where did you get that? I had to save up for it, that's all, he said. But there's more. He folded back part of the fabric, exposing a simple, but beautiful ring. I stepped closer to study it. There was a small, red gem, twinkling in the streams of light that shone through the cracks in the walls. Ione, you don't mean it, I said, disbelieving. That's too much. He shook his head. No, it's not. I wish I had something better, something worthy of you. My smile began to fade as I realized what was happening. He barreled on before his nerves betrayed him. I want you to have it because I love you. He took 2 long strides forward and grabbed my hand. Will you accept my gift? Will you marry me? I looked down at my feet and slipped my hand out of his. I had known Ione for a long time. We used to meet in the yard every day to play with each other. To me, Ione is like a brother. A friend. He's someone that I've never thought of romantically. Plus, after everything that's happened, there was no way that I could think about something like that. Ione, I started. His eyes darkened. I don't know how to say this, but things have happened since I left. Things are not the same, and because my life has gone a new direction, I'm afraid that I can't. I can't marry you. I felt my face turn bright red at the prospect. He turned away. I'm sorry, I whispered. It's fine, he said, perhaps a little too aggressively. My heart sank as I realized that things would never be the same. I would always feel awkward around him now. I took a step back, my eyes watering. My best friend, now just an awkward acquaintance. He glanced at me just before I turned to go. You can't feel anything at all? I could love you and make sure you're safe. Always. I shook my head. I just don't feel that way, I said. He looked away again. I sighed heavily. I'm afraid I don't have time to go see Elna. Please tell her that I said hello and that I miss her. After a while of silence, I said, and I'll miss you too, Ione. When he didn't reply, I turned and hurried out of the stable. Out of all the things to expect out of today, this was not one of them. I got back into the air as quickly as I could, and circled my old home, memorizing the way it looked before I had to leave. Down below, I saw Ione watching me. I was almost angry at him for ruining our perfect friendship, but it turned to sadness as quickly as it had come. I sang a somber farewell, and then started toward the conservatory. My mind was somewhere else as I made my way back. When I was only halfway there, I was starting to feel faint from overexercise. I needed a rest, and fast, before I fell to the ground. I soared low, searching the rough terrain for a good landing spot. Up on a hill, there was a lone tree surrounded with the wiry yellow grass of winter. I landed clumsily and stumbled. The insensitive weeds snagged my feathers. I sunk down into them, uncaring, and tried to steady my breathing. Before long, the weeds seemed much more comfortable and warm compared to flying. I told myself to get up, but my body argued stubbornly with my brain. I was soon asleep. I woke up to the sound of sniffing. The sound of an animal. I was instantly awake, and before I did anything else, I changed back into first form. I, like everyone else in my kingdom and the surrounding kingdoms, had heard many tales about the unfortunate people who had been killed in their second form. That's why people who turn into smaller or hunted animals rarely transform for fear that they'll die. The animal was a wolf, its coat a dusky gray, its yellow eyes staring at me hauntingly. I was surprised that it hadn't already taken a chomp. The wolf jumped back and tilted his head, confused by the sudden transformation and bright light. I watched him, trying to pinpoint whether or not he was tame. A wag of his tail put my mind at ease. I ignored him then, looking around. If he was out here, there was bound to be some sort of homestead out here also. Wild wolves were much skinnier than he was. Sure enough, I caught sight of a small cabin, painted white, farther down the hill. It was far enough away that I was sure no one would see me. Go on. I shouted. Get. He just tilted his head the other way and sniffed the air. I didn't have time for this. I knew I needed to get back. I stopped my thoughts. People knew I was missing already. They would be searching for me, and I might even be put into prison like the girl that had had my bunk previously. Why did it matter how fast I got back anymore? I turned the other way, toward potential freedom. Which way should I go? Left or right? Captivity or freedom? I was tempted to run away, but my reasoning put an end to the idea. They would search for me until they found me. I would always be running away. I would always have to keep hidden, and that wasn't a life I wanted for myself. I started to walk toward the school, hoping that the dog would stay near his home, so that I could transform safely. I was startled when a voice spoke up, stopping me dead in my tracks. I was wondering which way you would go, it said. I spun around. The wolf was gone, replaced by a middle-aged man. His face was pinched, his hair blonde, and his eyes a fading blue. He looked familiar. Who are you? I asked. And why do you care? He gave me a sly smile and started to walk past me, motioning for me to follow. I believe you've met my son, Nico, he said. I frowned. So that's why he looked so familiar. Yes, I have. I'm the headmaster. I nearly tripped over my feet. I turned and stared at him for a second before asking, what will happen to me? Will I be put in a prison? He gave the notion some thought. No. You are much too important to us for that. But you will be punished. My heart thumped in my chest. What kind of punishment? Was it the kind that left scars like the ones on the side of Kurt's face? We came upon a road with two horses tied up to a tree branch. One was as white as snow, standing tall and proud, whereas the other was a dingy brown and smaller, its ribs showing faintly beneath its coat. The headmaster climbed up onto his steed, gesturing for me to get up on the lesser one. Luckily, I already knew how to ride a horse. After Ione had become a stable hand, he taught me how to ride in his free time. It was one of the things we looked forward to on the weekends. However, one thing I did not know how to do was ride side saddle. I was always in trousers whenever we practiced. I straddled the horse, blushing furiously when my dress came all the way up to my knees. After rearranging it, I got it to stay down at my ankles. Once I was situated, the headmaster started off at a brisk pace. It took some persuading, but I finally got my reluctant mount to follow behind. It seemed as if they had picked the worst horse to serve me for the journey. The headmaster didn't seem to notice that I was shivering. My dress's sleeves only came to the elbow, and my arms were turning red with the cold. My nose, ears, and cheeks were freezing. The only warmth I got came from the horse, who finally proved useful for something. When we got to the school, things seemed irregular. A few people wearing leather padding were walking alongside the buildings, keeping an eye on things. I didn't remember it being like that before. The headmaster seemed to notice what I was observing. I put them on duty when we heard that you were missing. We wanted to make sure that no one else got out, but even after they were put into place, someone did get out. A girl named Roselle. My son told me he'd seen you both together. It felt like a hand grabbed my throat, choking my breath to a stop. Yes, I do believe we've talked a few times, I said haltingly. The headmaster raised his eyebrows. By what my son said, I think you were thick as thieves. I shrugged and looked away, my gaze involuntarily flicking to someone moving closer to us. It was Nico. The headmaster slowed his horse, motioning for me to continue toward the stable. I did as he wanted, but before I was out of hearing range, I heard. There has been some news. What is it? The girl is back. And we've no proof that she left in the first place. Then make some. After that last sentence, the words were too quiet for me to hear. I reached the stable and dismounted, trying hard to keep my dress down. I tried not to react to the news. I couldn't yet, otherwise Nico and his father might know that I had heard. I had to warn Roselle before she was convicted for doing something that she might not have done, or if she did, it was for my sake. I placed the reins in the stable girl's hands, and hurried to get to the arena, where everyone would probably be at this time. Everything seemed normal. Students were working with their trainers and a challenge was going on inside of the fence. There was nothing different in here, but when I tried to find Roselle, there was no sight of her. I finally found Liana training with a staff. I was surprised at how good she was. Her trainer was big and burly, whereas Liana was tall, at least, taller than me, but skinny. In the end, her trainer had his staff pressed against her throat, but he was out of breath and had almost lost the fight. They ended the session and went to return the weapons. I fell in step beside Liana, hoping that her trainer wouldn't care. Have you seen Roselle? I asked. Her eyes betrayed her worry. She looked at her trainer once, who was watching us out of the corner of his eye without saying anything. Yes, actually, she whispered. She was taken by Nico into his father's office, which is just past the foyer in the boys' dorms. I bit my lip. Liana's voice cracked as she asked, is she in trouble? She might be, I said. I looked at her trainer and then back at her. Quietly, I said, I've gotta go. If she is in trouble, I intend to help her. Liana nodded. She smiled at her trainer. Shall we practice with the bow? She asked. She was a master at pretending that nothing was wrong. I could look at her and think that the world was a perfect place. But things were far from perfect, and I needed to try and fix them. I headed straight for the boys' dormitory and slipped inside, hoping that the guards stationed around the campus wouldn't think anything of it. The boys' dorms looked grubbier and more beat up than the girls'. The foyer was dimly lit by lanterns, one of which hung crookedly on a wall. A flight of stairs was directly in front of me, the marble chipped and in need of washing. I went up the stairs, seeing a desk that was placed at the end of a wide corridor. An old man that sat behind it was writing something, and he looked up as I walked in. He had stringy white hair and a mousy appearance. I don't believe you should be in here, girl, he said, looking back at the door he was in front of. You should go back to training before the headmaster knows that you came. I narrowed my eyes. Actually, I'd really like to get in that room, I said. No. I forbid it. There is already someone waiting who has business in there. I pursed my lips. I was desperate to get into the room to tell Roselle what I had heard. It might help her get out of trouble if she knew. I pushed past him and opened the door. The person that sat in the chair had bruises lining the side of their face. Their sleeve was ripped, suggesting that there was a struggle. Their hair was caked with blood. That person, however, was not Roselle. It was Kurt. Chapter 9. I gasped in surprise and horror. Kurt? What happened to you? He turned his head stiffly to look at me. Ivy? You shouldn't be here. Go run laps around the arena, he said, grimacing in pain. I held my hand over my mouth in disbelief. No. No, I can't. Not until I found out why this happened to you. He raised his eyebrows. Isn't it obvious? I let you get away. I let you slip out of my grasp. He cut off his words to reposition himself in his chair. I wondered if he did it on purpose. If he was going to say something he'd regret or if he already had. I jumped around when I heard someone clearing their throat. The headmaster stood there, a look of derision cast over his features. I wondered where you had gone off to. Perhaps I should have put a guard in charge of you. I glared at him. Why has Kurt been treated like this? He smiled coldly, a look his son had also perfected. He let you get away. He was supposed to keep a close watch on you. It wasn't his fault that I left. I protested. The headmaster studied me with a smirk on his face. Oh, we know. The girl was already turned in. We've taken care of her already. Roselle? I asked, my confidence dripping away. Yes. What did you do to her? I growled, even though I felt like crying. What could I do? Especially to the headmaster. Oh, no worries. She'll be happy with her new life. She's successfully reached a level 10. We've stationed her far away. Quite far. I dug my nails into my hands, trying not to show emotion. My eyes welled up anyway. Then, am I never to see her again? I asked. The headmaster walked around to his desk and Saturday. I don't think so. And what a shame it was to see her go, seeing as she and her father were so close. He seemed to remember that Kurt was in the room. And your training will no longer be with Kurt, he gestured to my wounded trainer. You will be training with Nico instead. I suppose that'll be punishment enough. He looked behind me and motioned for someone to come in. Nico came around the corner and stood behind his father's chair. A spark of triumph was unmistakable in his eyes. Thank you, father, Nico said, keeping a serious look on his face. I will make sure that she gets trained properly. I glanced down at Kurt, who I once thought big and powerful. He was defeated now, and so was I. Take her to the arena, Nico. And Kurt, I'm suspending your trainer's status. You'll spend the next year as a guard. Nico pushed me out the door. Before it closed, I heard Kurt's voice answer, yes, father. My mind was racing as we walked into the training arena. Kurt was the headmaster's son? Nico's brother? I found it hard to believe. He was so different from them, failing to resemble them in any way. Nico led me to an obstacle course instead of a weapon station like I was used to. He had a whip out, but I knew that his whip would be harder and harsher than Kurt's. I jumped over hurdles, balanced on beams, and swung from bar to bar with Nico's commanding bark and merciless whip at my back. My muscles trembled with exhaustion, and red welts were raised on my back and on the backs of my arms and legs. I fought not to crash to the ground. He hadn't even let me stop for food at break time. My stomach rolled with hunger and my throat felt like a parched desert. Go to bed early, Nico said as he walked away from me when the day was done. We have a full day tomorrow. I went into the dining hall right when the weekly announcements started. I sat down with Liana, Abby, and Natalia, who had finally chosen to sit with them that time. Mrs. Scarl stated each victor from the challenges this week, including my name, and then said, Headmaster Drake will now give the upgrades. She stepped off the platform and let the headmaster take her place. He paced the stage as he read off a list of names in his hands and what their level was. Gregory Nifton, level 6. Fiona Lee Lum, level 7. Abby Vaughn, level 4. He continued on for a few more minutes before my name came up. Ivy Oliver, level 4. Several gasps sounded throughout the room, including Liana's. She looked at me. You skipped 3 levels, she whispered in awe. That's never happened before. Headmaster Drake didn't even pause before reading the next name. I received several glares from other tables, and even Abby seemed cold, her usually bright gaze dull and sulking, her mouth turned down into a frown. I wasn't sure whether I should be angry or pleased. It meant that I was closer to getting out of the school, but it also meant that I might have the hardest of tasks to complete. The announcements ended, and platters of fruit and glasses of water were set on each table. I was ravenous, but I didn't want to be unfair to the others at the table. I took only my portion, which was gone in a second. Liana gave me a sympathetic look, and scraped some of hers closer to me with a fork. You can have my share. I had a huge breakfast. I thanked her, and ate her portion, but slower this time. Abby was completely turned away from the entire time. We had never talked, but we had been friendly acquaintances, and it made me sad that she was responding this way. The platter of food was whisked away from us, some of it still uneaten, although I knew that Liana's and my portion were gone. The covered, silver platter was set in front of us. The lid was lifted and the number 81 wavered into place. Silence was met at the table. I'd had this number already last week, and had failed to get anything. The caves were merciless to hunger. When we all materialized into the different world, it was impossible to see anything. I flinched when something scaly touched my arm. Sorry, said Natalia's voice. What is that? I asked. She hesitated before answering, I'm in my half form. It's a little-known fact that mermaids can see in the dark. They have to in order to hunt in the deep parts of the ocean. Oh, I said. After a pause, I wasn't sure if she was there or not. Natalia? I asked. No answer. Liana? Yes? I'm still here. How do I change into half form? I questioned. When you're not finished transforming into first or second form, you cut off the thoughts of whatever it is that you think about. All right. I'm gonna try it, I said. I recollected the warmth of the sun. I felt my skin starting to change, and the bright light was coming into view. Immediately, I thought of Natalia instead. What must she look like in half form? My changing felt different this time, my skin shifting in ways it hadn't before, a burning feeling coiling around my entire body. Ivy, Liana whispered. Look at your arms. I looked down. I noticed straight away that my vision was better. I could see the shapes of the caves, and I heard sounds echoing throughout. Bats rustling, water dripping, rocks clattering. But I wasn't ready for what Liana had seen. Swirls of light veined my skin, glowing in the darkness. It's on your face, too, she whispered in awe. I touched my cheek. My clothes had changed also. When I changed back from full second form, I had on an inconvenient dress. But now that I was in half form, the dress had been made for battle. It was shorter in the front with a long train of feathers, the same colors of the phoenixes, in the back. Tall boots stretched up to mid-thigh, but oddly, it wasn't uncomfortable. They fit me perfectly. A sword was strapped to my waist, and leather gauntlets warmed my fingers. I drew the sword. It rang as it cut through the air. I took off one of the gloves and fingered the edge, testing its sharpness, and I felt it pierce through my skin. It was truly a dangerous weapon. I could see Liana now, almost perfectly. She stepped up to me and touched my hair, holding part of it so I could see. Feathers were entwined with my normal red curls. I smiled. I guess we'd better start looking for food, I said. She nodded wordlessly. I drew my sword. It rang as it cut through the air. I fingered the edge, testing its sharpness, and I felt it pierce through my skin. It was truly a dangerous weapon. I found a couple of cave lizards, and with my new form's quick reflexes, I killed them on sight. Several times, I came across the sight of guano, cockroaches crawling in and out of the giant pile that had been building up for years and years. The sight made me shudder, and Liana and I stayed far away from it. Finally, our exploit ended, and we all were back in our normal forms. Abby was sulking. "What's wrong?" Liana asked her. "I died," she said, her eyebrows pinched into a skull. "Death by cockroaches." Liana and I looked at each other and grimaced. That sounded like a horrible way to die. I wondered if it was actually possible in the real world. Our meal was of moderate size. We had potatoes and chicken and green beans. I felt sorry for Abby, who had to watch us eat while she got nothing. I headed for the dorms, satisfied. I was grateful to Liana for giving up her fruit, and for being a wonderful friend in general. I entered the dorm room, where Angelica, Natalia, and January were already waiting. Roselle's bed was stripped of its blankets, and I had no doubt that her side of the trunk was empty as well. I didn't want to think about her absence, but the silence of the dorm rang with it. I knew that I couldn't move from my bunk, at least not for a long time. I didn't want to fill in Roselle's place. Suddenly, a pair of feet stepped in front of me. I looked up and met Angelica's glare. She crossed her arms as if she was annoyed. "I don't understand why you're so sad," she said. "You just got elevated to a level 4. I narrowed my eyes. "What do you care?" "I'm just disgusted. You have the most productive trainers, both the headmaster's sons. Nico has the record for the earliest graduate, and Kurt would have if his hadn't died on him. How long did it take for them to graduate?" I asked. "A year." I sighed as I stood and grabbed my sleeping clothes out of the trunk, hoping she got the hint that I was through with the conversation. I heard her footsteps retreating behind my back rather loudly. I ignored the annoyance that clawed at my nerves, and slipped behind the changing screen. When I was dressed in my nightgown, I crawled into bed and closed my eyes, pretending to sleep. Except, I wasn't sleeping. Instead, I was thinking about what I could do to make sure that I would beat that record. I didn't think I could stand being here for a year. I awoke several hours later to the sound of January climbing down from her bunk. I sensed that it wasn't even close to our wake-up time by the snores of the other girls and the silence outside. She rummaged through her trunk and went into the other room. I noticed a faint blue light coming from inside. Then it disappeared and she emerged, walking around the bunks to the door. She paused with her hand just short of the doorknob. I was worried that she'd noticed I was awake, but she opened the door and left quietly. That was my cue to do the same. I delved in my trunk for my clothes, hoping that I didn't forget any of them. I learned when I went back to change that it was harder than it would seem to dress in the dark. I accidentally put my pants on backward the first time. I put on my shirt, shoes, and coat in a hurry, trying to make up for the time that I'd lost. I peered quietly around the corner, barely able to see the sleeping forms of the others. I crept around them and opened the door, shutting it as quietly as I could. After that, I was less careful. I hurried down the stairs and out of the dorms, into the crisp night air. Everything was silent except for the clanging of weapons and a few shouts coming from the training arena, which had a glowing aura, probably lit by magic. I hurried to get there, and I stopped in the doorway. There were only 3 people in the nearest clearing. January and a tall young man with dark hair were in the middle of a fight, and Grix was watching from the sidelines. He noticed that I was watching and smiled at me, beckoning me to come closer. I veered around the fight, and stood next to him stiffly. He acted nice enough, considering he had been trying to kill me only a few days before. Jan has been trying to beat Roland for months. This is the only time that she's ever come close, he muttered to me. I watched the fight. She was matching every strike of his sword. Roland was slowly picking up the speed, and soon, January was struggling to keep up. Her gaze flicked to me in a second, flashing with surprise. Before she knew it, Roland had his blade at her throat. They stood there, panting, until January angrily clanked his sword away with her own and stomped toward me. "What are you doing here? As if you had a chance to compete against any of us." She spat, her sword pointed at my throat. I fought not to reel back from the blade. "I'm not here to beat any of you," I retorted. "I just want to learn." Grix laughed and January snorted, but Roland seemed interested. "And why would you want to learn?" he asked. "So I can leave as quickly as possible," I stated clearly. January sniffed. "I've been trying that for years. It doesn't work unless they wanted to. And if they didn't, why would they promote me to a level 4 after my first week?" January was silent. "Good point," grunted Grix. Roland laughed. "This is the little first year that beat you in a challenge?" Grix glared at him. "Yes. I didn't expect her to change into a fire-breathing pterodactyl, he said defensively. Roland chuckled. You should have paid more attention to who her trainer was. That always tells whether or not she'll be talented. He paused to look at me. Well, maybe I can teach you a few things. Who knows? Perhaps you can break my record. My eyes widened. You're the one who graduated after only a year? I asked. He nodded. Technically it was only 11 months, but I guess a year is easier to say. January, give her the sword, he instructed. She glared at me as she handed it over. It was heavier than I thought, and the tip sunk into the ground. Come on. You aren't even able to raise your sword? Roland taunted, walking out further into the field. I hefted it up, my arms trembling. Hang on a second, he said. He fell back with me and took the sword out of my hands, rolling his eyes. He tossed it in the air. January, release your spell. He yelled back to her. She glared at us. No, she said. Roland's almost turned on her, but he stopped to think. Fine, he muttered eventually, handing me the ridiculously heavy sword. He began to walk off again, and I followed him uncertainly. What she doesn't know is that this can be used to our advantage, he whispered to me once we were out of earshot. How? I asked. We can train you with this sword so that when you practice with a normal one, it'll be easy. It made sense, but I didn't exactly appreciate it right then. He swung his sword at me, and I struggled to block it like Kurt had taught me. I only barely deflected it, and then Roland moved in with another swing before I could even raise my sword again, placing the cold metal on my neck. He lowered it. Again, he said, and he started to slash at me once more. I only blocked once, and I did that for several tries before I finally got 2 blocks in. Grix in January practiced nearby, and I could see her smirking at me almost every time I failed. Finally, when my arms were aching and the sun had started to come up, we heard the trumpets wailing from inside the dorms, making a bizarre-sounding melody ring off the walls of the arena. I let the sword drop to the ground, and Grix and January stopped practicing. I noticed that Grix had a few cuts on his body, but I felt better when I saw that January had her share of injuries, too. There was only a small cut on my neck, where Roland had pressed his blade a little too hard. That had been after I'd gotten 3 blocks, the best I'd done all day. I heaved my sword over to the table where it belonged before I followed Grix, January, and Roland out of the arena. None of the students had come out yet, so I knew we would be the first ones in the dining hall. Roland sat at a trainer's table, while the other 2 sat at a student's table together. I found one a little farther away and sat there to wait for my friends. One by one, the dining hall was getting more full. Abby came in, and I thought that she would sit with me, but she ignored me and sat somewhere else. The first one to sit with me was, surprisingly, Natalia. I noticed that you went out early to train, she said. You'll have to work on your stealth skills. I smiled at her. Is that something that you could help me with? She shrugged. I could, but I'm not sure that I want to. My smile faltered. Why not? I don't want to interfere with Nico's training. Only a fool would do that. Or someone who is more talented than Nico, but. Then why not use your talent to teach me your talent? I asked. Her mouth twitched as she hid a smile. Good point, but I still don't think I can. Nico is a wizard. It wouldn't matter if I was stealthier than him. I nodded. I understand. Another girl joined us, and then Liana finally came into the room. She sat next to me and asked, "Why were you not in bed this morning?" I woke up early to train, I said. Really eager to get out, huh? She replied with a frown. I didn't answer. The number platters came in. We got tent number 7, an easy one, Liana had said, and it was. She galloped along with her bow and arrow, and Natalia dove into the deep river as a mermaid, her scales a shimmering, iridescent black. The other girl disappeared into the forest, and I didn't see her again until the end. I flew in the air, letting my wings bathe in the sunlight. I came across a meadow and saw a small deer grazing. I dove down quickly and the poor thing didn't have time to react before I'd killed it. It made me feel better to know that it wasn't real. That deer didn't even exist, at least I didn't think so. Anyway, we settled down for a huge breakfast of sausage, eggs, biscuits, gravy, cheese, bacon, fruit, and hot chocolate. I ate until I was completely stuffed, something I regretted when I was training with Nico, because I had to stop to throw up everything that I'd eaten. He looked on with disgust before making me get back on the ground for some push-ups. The day ended with a medium-sized meal from a desert oasis that I could barely contribute to. On my way back to the dorm, it felt as if I were slogging through waist-deep mud. I didn't even bother to change clothes before crumpling into my bed and slipping into slumber. Chapter 10. An icy draft pulled me out of my slumber the next morning. I noticed movement to my right and looked over to see January disappearing into the other room, glaring at me when she realized that I was awake. As much as I wanted to pull the covers over myself and slip back into sweet darkness, I forced my mind to wake, shifting my feet to the floor and making myself stand. We made a routine out of it, January and I, waking up at the same time, her leaving as soon as she was dressed, and me catching up afterward. We did this until all the days strung together, forming a whole 2 months since I'd left the orphanage. With each day, I sensed her resentment for me grow. Gradually, the days got warmer, turning the ice and snow into slush, which melted into the ground, and caused the river down the pathway to turn brown and overflow. It was a relief to watch the river turn crystal clear again, and hearing it burbling along the bank reminded me my home in Forlander, where the river flowed through the middle of the town. Today was the summer solstice, one of the most popular holidays on the Northern Islands. Unlike every Sunday at the conservatory, the solstice was a true holiday, one where we wouldn't have to do anything for the entire day, except for the survival tests, of course. Even those weren't mandatory. Liana had been talking about a festival in Winter's Peak, the little town down the mountain, for the past few weeks. In fact, the subject seemed to be on everyone's mind lately. It was a celebration of the beautiful weather, but also a solemn reminder of how little time we have left to bask in the sun before the winter breathes over the land once again. I hadn't been allowed to go to Winter's Peak since I had tried to make it all the way to Forlander and back, but the headmaster said that I would be allowed to go on the solstice. Liana and I had planned to go after the morning survival tests even though the festival didn't start until dinner time, but our plans were ruined when she woke up sick. It was the kind where she had to have a bucket at her bedside at all times. When I had completed my survival test, I abandoned the crowd of students headed to Winter's Peak and hurried to my dorm room to check on my friend. I shut the door and sat on my bed, which was still next to hers. Liana was pale. A cold cloth had been placed on her forehead. I could tell that she truly felt horrible because her usual cheerful face was screwed into an expression of misery. She cracked open her eyes to look at me, squinting as if the light hurt them. "Ivy, you should go with the other students. I know that it's one of the only chances you'll have to enjoy the festival." I shook my head. "I don't have anyone to go with. I'd rather not go at all if I can't go with you." She gave me a small smile. "Maybe it's time that you make some other friends." We heard the door open, and both looked toward it. Natalia came in with a small glass of water in one hand and a thermometer in the other. "Ivy, you should go down to the village with the others," she said. I wondered if she had been listening to our conversation. "I prefer to stay with Liana," I said. Natalia walked over and sat next to me. "I'm taking care of her. Plus, I told Roland that you would go with him." "Roland? Why would you tell him that?" I asked. "Because I know that you've been training with him in the mornings, and figured that he was one of your only other friends, besides Liana and me." I was surprised and honored when she said that. She had just called herself my friend. I thought Natalia was incapable of having friends. "You should go," Liana pitched in again. "I don't want to spoil your day. Mine's already spoiled enough." I smiled and stood up. "All right, I'll go. But don't expect me to enjoy it without my friends." "Wait," said Natalia. She went to her trunk and rifled through it, pulling out a beautiful green dress. "You should wear this," she said. "It was my sister's, but it doesn't fit me, and I doubt it even fits her anymore." I took the dress and held it out. It looked about my size. "Thank you so much," I said, smiling at her. She shrugged her shoulders. "No problem. Oh, and wear these as well." She took out a pair of nice dress shoes and handed them to me. They were a little worn, but I was glad to have them. I hurried and changed before making my way out of the room. Because the shoes were a little too big, it made my descent down the stairs a little awkward, so much so that I nearly bumped into Roland at the bottom. "There you are," he said. I was beginning to think that I'd have to go to the village by myself. "You could have gone with January or Grix," I said, walking past him. He shook his head. They left before the survival tests. Being born in a family with money has its perks. They probably ate breakfast at the Sticky Wicket. I smiled. The Sticky Wicket? The students love to go there for their cinnamon rolls. They have the best. "Well, I can't go," I said. "I don't have any money." He pulled out a small jingling bag. "That's okay. I have plenty." "Were you born into money, too?" I asked. He chuckled. "No. Far from it. I just receive a small salary as a trainer." Because he was barely 3 years older than me, I kept on thinking of him as a fellow student. We followed the pathway that the other people had trampled down. The road had been washed away with all the water and mud. It would need to be repaved. Roland and I walked silently. I looked up at the sky to watch as a few birds flew by, singing songs of cheerfulness. The sound made my heart lift. Birdsong was always part of the summer solstice. In my hometown, the villagers would often join in with songs of their own. Once winter's peak came into view, Roland started to lead the way. We walked by cottages and various storefronts until we reached a sign that read the Sticky Wicket. Wagon wheels made up most of the sign. They were painted green and red, but the paint was old and most of it was peeled off. Vines grew along the stone walls, and 2 window boxes overflowed with morning glories under the large, grid-like windows. The bell above the door jingled merrily as a group of students came out, laughing and talking. Roland opened the door for me, and let me go in first. The place was slightly crowded, although that was expected from how popular Roland had said it was. It seemed a lot bigger on the inside than what it showed from the outside. Booths were placed along the stone walls and the sun shone through the windows, making the space feel bright and cheerful. Roland and I found an empty booth to slide in. The backs of the booths rose above our heads, creating a sense of privacy. I could already see why this place was so popular. A frazzled-looking woman walked up and took our orders: 2 cinnamon rolls, a black coffee and an apple cider. After she sidled away, Roland looked out the window for a few minutes. He seemed kind of distant, unlike his usually cheerful disposition. "Is something wrong?" I asked. He looked at me, as if surprised that I had asked the question. "Not entirely," he said after a while. "I recently received news that my sister had her baby. I was just wishing that I could visit them. It's my mother and father's first grandchild." I smiled. Being an orphan with no other family, I imagined that it would be a very joyous occasion. I found myself wishing that I could have had a grandmother and a grandfather. Other kids in Forlander got to visit theirs, but I, as always, was alone. Perhaps Elna could be a grandmotherly figure, but I found her a little too spunky for that title. She was more like an aunt. "That's great news," I said. "I'm sure you'll get a chance to visit them." He raised his eyebrows. "Will I?" he asked. "The schedules are so tight here that I don't know if I'll have the time." "Well, would she be able to visit here?" I questioned. He shook his head. "I wouldn't wish a 7-day journey on any woman with a newborn baby, but especially not my sister." "Oh," I said, feeling stupid. I guess I didn't think that idea through. "You weren't to know how far away they lived," he said graciously. The woman arrived with our steaming mugs and cinnamon rolls. The smell of them made my mouth water. Roland completely ignored the fork that they'd brought and dove into his cinnamon roll with his fingers, so I copied what he did. We both ended up a sticky mess, but it was worth it. The cinnamon rolls were some of the best things that I'd ever put in my mouth. The apple cider and sweet cinnamon combination tasted delicious. Once we were done, Roland paid the tab, and we went outside to wash the stickiness off our hands, taking turns pumping the water for each other. "What next?" Roland asked me after we started away from the building. "I don't know," I answered. "Liana mentioned that she usually helped set up the festival." He nodded. "Sounds like a plan. They should be starting the preparations right about now." He led the way, further into the town. At the end of the long line of buildings, a large clearing with lush dark green grass stretched out in front of us. Several lampposts surrounded the area, and stands were already being set up by some of the villagers. At the end of the clearing, there was a covered wooden platform made out of birch. Roland pointed to it. "That's where the musicians play," he said. "I think that they're gypsies, but they play such good music that the headmaster won't turn them in." "Why would he turn them in?" I asked. He gave me a funny look. "Don't you know that gypsies are outlaws? For hundreds of years, the law has been to turn them in when you see them." "Oh?" I looked back to the platform. "Why is that?" He shrugged. "I really couldn't tell you. It might be because they have a reputation for being thieves." I glanced around. "So what should we help with?" I asked. "Last year I helped hang the lanterns," he said. "Maybe we could do the same thing this year." He led me across the clearing, and behind the platform, where a group of people had already gathered. They stood by while a middle-aged man turned a key in the lock of a short door that must have led into a storage area. As soon as the door was open, he began to take out many dusty lanterns one by one. A pile of rags was laid nearby, so like the others, Roland and I grabbed one and started to wipe off the dust and cobwebs, making the lanterns look good as new. How often are these lanterns used? I asked, studying the filthy cloth. By the looks of it, I guess only on the summer solstice, he answered. I thought that we were done after the first few we did, but the middle-aged man kept going back in for more lanterns until their number was at least 100. What are we going to do with them all? I suppose you'll find out when it's time, Roland replied. Finally, when all the rags were black with grime and the last lantern was polished, the man led us into the forest, where the green canopy above blotted out the sun, and the leafless ground was covered in blankets of moss. I watched as he hung the lantern on a low-hanging branch, and another on a higher branch of a different tree before going back the way we'd come to retrieve 2 more. If you're wondering why we're putting them in the forest, you'll find out tonight, Roland whispered. I was glad he'd spared me from asking yet another question. Being so clueless about everything was making me feel like a child. Once all the lanterns were hung, it was about midday. We still had hours to kill before the festival began. Roland and I walked out from behind the platform, and I was surprised by how much had been done since we had first started on the lanterns. The few stands that we'd seen around the clearing had doubled in number, and many tents had been set up. In the center of the clearing, an awning was being stretched between 4 poles, casting a long rectangular shadow across most of the shorn grass. What's the awning for? I wondered aloud. Roland kept watching the men that were stringing it up. Dancing. They put it there, so that the stands don't take more than their fair share of room. Are there really going to be that many? I asked. The number was surprising already for this small town. He looked over and smiled. Of course. Many people traveled to get here today. As we walked, an old woman called out to us. You too. Do you have some extra time on your hands? Sure, Roland said as he walked up to her. Do you need our help with something? I approached behind him. The woman had a table full of different kinds of flowers, filling the air with a wonderful fragrance. I'm sorry to bother you, but our time is running short, and we still need to make enough wreaths for all the women and girls. She said all this as she weaved the stems of a few flowers together. I watched her for a moment longer to see how she was doing it, and then I tried to copy her. Surprisingly, I got the hang of it, although it took me a lot longer to finish. Roland had a harder time with it, probably because his hands were a lot bigger. It was an hour or 2 before the last flower was woven into the last wreath. The woman thanked us for our help, and gave me a wreath to put on my head. I took it, but seeing as there was no other woman with a wreath on her head, I decided to just hold it. Roland and I wandered through the town until I saw Natalia walking around with Liana, who looked as healthy and cheerful as she usually did. I left Roland's side and walked up to them, surprised to see Liana looking so well after her condition this morning. Liana smiled. Hello. I was hoping I would be able to find you here. I returned the smile and said, You look like you feel a lot better. Has the sickness already passed? She nodded. Although I'm not sure how, I'm very glad it did. I was so disappointed that I was going to have to miss the festivities. Well, I'm glad you don't have to anymore, I said. Liana looked behind me, at Roland. Have you two had a good time? She asked. Roland looked at me with a smile. Couldn't have been better. Natalia raised her eyebrows. So what did you do, Updot? This time, I answered. Mostly, we've been helping set up things for the festival, but we also went to the Sticky Wicket for their cinnamon rolls. You're lucky, Liana said. When we got there, they were all out. Then, she took a hold of my elbow and began to guide me away from Roland. Let's do something fun, shall we? She asked. I looked back at Roland, who had shifted his attention away from me, and was now conversing with Natalia. An uncomfortable emotion stabbed at my heart, one that I'd never felt before. I pushed it away from my consciousness, and looked back at Liana. Sure, I answered. Chapter 11. Liana and I spent the rest of the day helping with various tasks and watching the traveling wagons roll in. The people inside looked different from anyone I'd ever seen. Their clothes were patchy, sewn up with many colorful fabrics. Heavy jewelry adorned each of them, beaded necklaces and bracelets, multiple earrings, and rings with large gemstones. Even the men had on jewelry, although it was more masculine than what the women wore. Most of them had dark hair and dark skin, but there were a few mixed in that had blonde or brown or red hair. One that stood out to me was a woman that must have been in her mid-30s. Her hair was a different color red than mine. While mine was a darker color, hers was almost as orange as a carrot. It was braided messily down her back, as if the hair was so silken that it didn't want to stay in place. Even from where I was standing, I could still see the pronounced freckles on her face and arms. When she saw me looking at her, she smiled at me. I smiled back before looking away. Are these the gypsies? I asked Liana quietly. She nodded. Yes. Roland told me that they were supposed to be arrested on sight. Why are they allowed to be free now? Their music is better than anyone else's, she answered. And they know how to have fun. They aren't a threat? I asked. She shook her head. They seem pretty harmless, but keep your change purse hidden. I watched as many of them jumped up onto the stage with their instruments, the red-haired woman among them. Liana looked up at the darkening sky. It's probably about 6 o'clock, she said. The festival should start soon. As if on cue, the gypsies on the stage started tuning their instruments, creating an otherworldly sound to ring through the clearing, silencing everyone's voice. It continued for a few moments before they all stopped simultaneously. The crowd gathered in around them, and Liana and I were pushed forward with them. Then, they started playing. First it was just the red-haired woman. She played a slow, haunting melody on her violin, her face somber. The song started at a low pitch, but gradually got higher as it went on. It sounded so mournfully beautiful that I wished I knew what it was about. Then, all of a sudden, she stopped, and her face widened into a grin before all the instruments joined in together for a fast-paced, jovial tune. The crowd cheered. I was surprised when someone turned me around, a wide smile spread across their face. I recognized the person as one of the gypsy men. He slipped the wreath out of my hands and placed it on my head before dragging me off under the awning for a dance. I really don't know how I started. Don't worry, he said with a smile. I'll lead you. My heart pounded inside my chest as we began to dance. At first, I was self-conscious of how I looked, but as I glanced around, I saw that some of the other girls had been stolen off by gypsy men, too. Even the old woman who had made our wreaths found herself dancing with a handsome young man. I knew I just needed to loosen up and have fun. A small smile began to spread across my face, and soon, the other dancers were just a blur as the gypsy man and I spun around in circles. I was surprised when the song ended, and I was quickly switched to another gypsy as the next song began, this tune with even more energy than the last. I danced for 3 more songs before I needed a rest. Another man tried to take my hand, but I had to smile politely and decline. I spotted Liana among the crowd of people, and hurried over to her before someone else tried to dance with me. She smiled when I appeared next to her. I didn't know you were such a good dancer, she shouted over the noise. I didn't either, I said with a breathless laugh. We had a festival in my hometown every year, but there wasn't very much dancing, and the gypsies were never there. The orphan girls were only permitted to go for 1 hour, usually before the dancing even started. A man came up and took Liana by the hand, dragging her into a dance. She smiled back at me and waved before joining the other twirling couples. I enjoyed being able to watch the dancers. I found Natalia among them, her usually serious expression non-existent as she was spun around. I nearly laughed out loud when I spotted January getting pulled away from the crowd for a dance. She stumbled a little, but then, most likely with magic, her movements became graceful. She noticed me watching her, and smirked. I averted my eyes, the smile retreating from my features. May I have the next dance? Said someone behind me. I glanced behind me to see Nico. I narrowed my eyes at him before focusing back on the dancers again. I'm not much of a dancer, I said. Nonsense, he cooed in my ear. I watched you dancing with the travelers. I blushed and distanced myself from him. Well, I'm afraid that I'm worn out from earlier. You'll have to find someone else to dance with. The song ended abruptly and another one began. Nico jerked me into a dance, and to my dismay, it was a slower one. I glared up at him, but all he did was watch me with his cold blue eyes as he led me through the steps. Every part of me that touched him felt colder somehow. You've been exceeding the others in your obstacle training, he said as he twirled me around. Perhaps, but that's only because we never do anything else. With past students, I've found that obstacle training enhances their reflexes. You are probably no different from them. I didn't reply. Nico kept watching me, making me feel uncomfortable. I tried not to look at him, and prayed that the song would end. Unfortunately, it seemed to last forever. When the musicians finally drew out the last note, Nico dropped my hands and left me in the center of the dancers. I walked the other direction, glad to be rid of him. I was surprised when Kurt appeared in front of me. I hadn't seen him since the incident with Roselle. He took advantage of the next song, and led me smoothly into a dance. This one was a little more fast-paced, but still slower than the first songs. What was that about? He inquired, his gaze following Nico. I have no idea, I answered truthfully. It would be best if you stayed away from him, he said, looking back at me. Why do you say that? I asked. Do you not trust your own brother? He narrowed his eyes at me. Who told you about that? He asked, his voice harsh. You did. I overheard you in the headmaster's office. His face became shadowy, and he gave a sharp nod. I would appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone else. I nodded and thought back in my memory, trying to think if I already had. Kurt led me in one last spin before ending our dance in the middle of the song, and disappearing into the crowd. I tried following him, but I lost him in the endless throng. Instead, I was in the middle of a crowd of people that I didn't know. I began to feel claustrophobic, and I kept pushing through them, trying to get to the end. Finally, after walking past many stands, I escaped the mob and reached the dark woods. A few couples were taking advantage of the cleared space, and were dancing together, even though the music was quieter here. I didn't want to disturb them, so I kept walking. What are you doing all the way out here, Ivy? I flipped around to see Roland. Oh, I was just needing some quiet, I said. Oh, he answered. Should I leave you, then? I shrugged. You don't have to. He smiled. Can I show you something? He asked. I tilted my head. What is it? He took a hold of my hand and pulled me toward the crowd again. I braced myself to go through them, but instead, Roland led me around the multitude of people and behind the stage, where we'd hung the lanterns. A few others had the same idea that we did, and were walking in front of us. The glow of the lanterns cast a warm glow through the woods, and the gypsy songs echoed through the trees. My shoes were beginning to pinch my feet, so I slipped them off, letting my bare feet walk on the soft, mossy ground. Smells of food wafted from the stands. Roland and I found a fallen log that hadn't already been taken, and sat down. I sighed with relief. I hadn't noticed how much my legs were hurting. Is this better? He asked. I nodded gratefully. A lot better. I studied our surroundings. So why exactly did we hang all these lanterns up? I asked. There are usually people who want to get away from the ruckus of the festival for a few minutes. Many couples propose here, as well, he said nonchalantly. I could imagine this being an ideal place for a proposal. Unexpectedly, I felt a drop on my forehead. I looked up as a few more drops began to sprinkle around us. I hadn't noticed earlier, but the smell of rain mingled with all the other smells of the festival. Oh, Roland said. Then, the rain started to pour, and the echoing music stopped. Shouts were heard from the direction of the town. Roland stood, and pulled me up with him. We'd better get inside somewhere, he yelled over the sound of pouring rain. We hurried out of the forest, and were met with the sight of chaos. From our hill, we could see that everyone was pushing to either get under the awning of the dance floor, to get in one of the tents, or to get in one of the buildings beyond the clearing. What should we do? I asked. By the time we get to one of the buildings, it will be full of people. I say we make our way back to the school, he said. I nodded. Then let's hurry. We avoided the crowd and ran around the entire town until we found the road that led to the conservatory. The mud on the road was thick, so Roland and I tried to stay on the grass that bordered the side. When we were almost there, my foot slid out from under me, and I fell in the mud. Over the rain, I heard Roland laughing, which made me blush with anger. I dug my fingers in the mud, and threw the handful at him. It splattered across his face and trailed down his white shirt. It was worth it to hear his laughter come to a halt. In the moonlight, I could barely see his stunned expression. Just seeing it made me laugh, and then we were both laughing. I stood up, and slogged through the mud, a wide grin spread across my face. He caught up to me and took my hand. I was so surprised by the action that I didn't notice until a little while later that it was thick with mud. I jerked my hand out of his grasp with a squeal, wiping the dirt on my already soiled dress. He laughed. Finally, we reached the closest building, the stables, and dragged ourselves inside. The sound of the rain quieted when we shut the door, and then, all we could hear was our heavy breathing and the nickering of horses. It was pitch black. Along with the sound of the rain, we had also shut out the moonlight. That was fun, Roland's voice said nearby. Yeah, I agreed. After a pause, I asked, do you think everyone is okay at the festival? I think so, he said. This happened the first time I went to a festival, and nothing bad happened, well, except that everyone was soggy and muddy afterward. I sighed. I knew that I had gotten Natalia's dress dirty. I could only hope that I would be able to get the mud out, or if I couldn't, that she would understand it was an accident. A draft of cool air blew through the stable, causing me to shiver. The rain had caused the temperatures to sink down significantly. We should both go change into some dry clothes, Roland said. Yes, I suppose we should, I answered. I had had such a wonderful time that I didn't want to end the evening. I'll see you for training tomorrow? he asked. I gave a half smile as I opened the stable door again. Of course, I replied. I left him and walked back into the rain, toward the wavering lights of the girls' dorm. Thinking over the memories of tonight, I smiled widely, but just as quickly as it had come, it was gone, replaced with the memory of who I was. My life was not meant to be fun. I had important tasks ahead of me. I'm an orphan. I'm a phoenix. And I'm still a student at the Crescent Owl Conservatory. Chapter 12. That night, I soaked Natalia's dress in soapy water to get the mud out. Before anyone else got back to the dorm, I scrubbed it several times with a washboard before wringing it out and hanging it up on the changing screen to dry. The dress appeared to be cleaner, and I could only hope that no one would be able to tell that I had fallen in the mud. As usual, I woke up early the next morning to train with Roland. There was no mention of the night before, for which I was very grateful. When I thought back on how I had acted, it made me blush. We did the same thing we usually did, sparring together with my weighted sword. I was getting much better, and could almost keep up with him, at least for a few minutes. Little did I know that today was the day that Roland's training would prove itself. Nico, who always settled for obstacle training and endurance, finally stopped at the sword station during the second half of training. He held one out for me, and I wrapped my hand around the familiar grip. It felt incredibly light compared to what I had been using in practice. While Nico led the way, I swung the sword around. It was so light. Let's see how well you do in a fight with your current talent, he said with a predatory smile. He swung at me, and I blocked it. He proceeded with 2 more strikes, but I met them easily. His grin vanished once he figured out that I wasn't completely ignorant in the art of swordplay, and his eyes grew hard. I glared right back. I moved into offense only seconds after the fight started. I slashed and I struck as hard as I could, angry at him for all the grief he'd caused on the days when I couldn't even sleep on my back for all the pain. It was his turn to suffer. With one final blow, his sword was flung out of his hands, landing 5 feet away. I pressed the cool metal against his neck with pleasure, panting with a triumphant smile on my face. Oddly enough, he didn't seem angry. Someone's obviously been teaching you, he said. Yes, I replied haughtily. They have. I felt the sword pulling away from Nico's neck, but Nico wasn't even touching it. In an instant, my sword was wrenched out of my hands and held at my own neck. Good, he said. It was his turn to smile. Again. That's something I can check off my list. I was nearly shaking with anger. Right, he said, rubbing his neck where I had not so accidentally cut him. For today, training is over. This is a reward for finally accomplishing something. I wasn't very grateful. It was only 30 minutes until everyone else finished. He lowered the sword from my neck and threw it on the ground at my feet before walking away. Before I could react, he turned back to me. Oh, one more thing, he said with a cold smile. I enjoyed our dance last night. I ground my teeth together with a furious blush as I returned the 2 swords to their stand. Since I wanted to take my mind off things and I still had adrenaline from beating Nico in the fight, I decided to continue training. I made my way to the archery stand, something I had only tried with Kurt once. I hadn't hit a single target that day, but today, I was brimming with confidence. I slid on an arm guard and selected a bow from the table and a quiver full of arrows. The first arrow I shot missed, but I paid no attention to that. I shot again and again, even though my arms and shoulders were starting to feel sore. The 7th arrow hit just outside the bullseye. My heart swelled with pride. I used up all my free time to do this, and by the time the 2 hours were up, I had my arrow sticking into the inner rings almost every time. I felt pretty positive that supper would be good, too. I hadn't missed a meal in at least a week. I went into the dining hall, and only then did I remember that it was Monday. The announcements were being made. The victors were listed, and then Headmaster Drake pulled out his piece of paper like usual. He listed off a few names, but I barely paid attention. I was too busy thinking about what Roland would say when I told him that I'd beaten Nico in sword practice. Then, my name was called out. Ivy Oliver, level 8. A smile that I had had on my face earlier got washed away. Again, everyone was looking at me, their eyes accusing me of doing something wrong. Liana only smiled, and I saw Grix and Roland smiling at different corners of the room. The headmaster had ended with my name before folding up his note and sitting in his seat. Then, the fruit platters were set down. We got number 31, the dessert, and I went to bed hungry for the first time in a long time. I didn't care. I couldn't eat anything anyway. A level 8. Only 2 more levels stood between me and freedom. I barely slept and was up before January when it was time to practice with Roland the next morning. I changed quickly and was out the door by the time she was standing groggily at the end of her bed. It turned out that I had beaten Grix and Roland there, too. I waited patiently for them, perched silently on a balance beam. Finally, Grix and Roland showed up together with January trailing behind. Ivy! Grix shouted as he made his way across the training field. What did you do to get a level 8? That's exactly what I wanted to tell you, I yelled in reply. I climbed off the beam and waited for them to come closer. I beat Nico in sword practice yesterday, I said with a smile as soon as he and Roland were close enough to hear. Roland clapped me on the back. I told you it would work, didn't I? What would work? January questioned suspiciously. Your weighted sword. We figured that practicing with it would make handling a regular sword easier, answered Roland. Her eyes narrowed. Glad I could help, she said in a dangerously quiet voice. Then she walked off to get a sword of her own. We should start practicing with something else, Roland said, breaking my attention away from January. The idea surprised me. We should? Why? You can't complete every mission with a sword, he said. There are many other tools you'd need. Knives and arrows and staffs and poisons. Hammers and slingshots. Not to mention the double sword. Double sword? I asked. That's where you fight with 2 swords instead of 1. But that's not what I suggest for our next lesson. You need to know how to wield a smaller weapon. Something you can use when you're sneaking. You don't want to lug a sword around on quests that require stealth. Then how about the knife? I offered. He nodded. Exactly what I was thinking. Knife fighting was much trickier than I thought it would be. You had to be fast and agile so that you could dodge and lunge without getting stabbed. Roland had us start with the wooden training knives, and by the time the trumpet sounded, I had bruises everywhere. So far, the knife wasn't my strong suit. Everything seemed to be back to normal. Regular survival tests, and Nico resorting to obstacles again. The only thing different was that I was starting to like training, just like Roselle said some people did. I crammed it into every free hour I had, only stopping to sleep. Pretty soon I could hit the bullseye almost every time. I perfected knife fighting, the smooth rhythm of the double sword, and aiming with the slingshot. Staff fighting was a little harder for me to grasp, but I got the basics. 2 more months passed in a flash, and snow was bound to start falling soon. Unfortunately, no matter how many weapons I learned how to use, Nico only ever put me through the obstacles. It was bothering me quite a bit. I didn't see how I was going to graduate when he only focused me on one thing. It was like he refused to see my other abilities. Roland was catching on, too. Why hasn't Nico advanced you to a level 9 yet? He asked one day when we were almost done training. Compared to the others, you're skilled enough to graduate, but only because of me. I shrugged. Maybe he knows how much I hate it here, I said glumly. I looked over at January and Grix. They were far enough away that they wouldn't hear our conversation. Or maybe he's waiting for something. You might have forgotten, but I had Nico as my trainer as well, Roland said. And what did you do to end it? What was your grand finale? I inquired. A challenge, he said. I challenged him. I stared at him, surprised. How did you beat him? I asked. He's a wizard. I am too, he said. Not very trained, I admit, but I know how to defend myself. I'm not. I don't see how that could work for me. It's simple really, Roland said. Magic hates peace, because magic is created by the father of mayhem. Just imagine the most peaceful place in your mind, and Nico's magic is useless against you. A peaceful place? I asked. He nodded. Mine is the treehouse that I used to hide in when my father would get mad at me. I would stay up there for hours before coming back down. I knew what my place was. The clock tower in the orphanage. That's where I sought out stillness. So let me try out a simple trick on you, and see if it works, Roland continued. If it doesn't, you're doing it right. If it does, the opposite. I imagined my clock tower. The dusty gears, the cold, gray light, the silence. Then, all of a sudden, I was blown off my feet. I yelped and flailed my arms before I landed on my back, stunned. Roland was doubled over, laughing. I heard January scoffing from behind me. It's not funny. I yelled angrily as I got up and brushed my pants off. He straightened and tried to paste on a serious face. Of course not. And, you didn't do it right. But I imagined a peaceful place. I shouted, angry. No. You have to imagine the most peaceful place that you know, he said. Let's try again. I glowered. Wait until I say I'm ready, I said. I closed my eyes and searched my mind for the most peaceful thing I knew. Then, up came the thought of my mother, putting the flower in my hair with her kind smile. Hey, it worked! Roland said, bringing me out of my memory. I told you to wait, I said with a frown. I was surprised, however, that was my peaceful memory. It was so funny the first time, I wanted to do it again, Roland countered with a shrug. Should we practice a few more times until I've got the hang of it? He raised his eyebrows. After you've done it once, you've done it 1,000 times. All you have to do is think about it. Do you have to practice thinking? No, I said with a shrug. Then you're ready to go up against him. Plus, you've got more skills than I did when I graduated. Unless he's gotten a lot better, he doesn't stand a chance. I nodded nervously. When should I offer up the challenge? He smiled. The sooner, the better. I'd say this morning is a good time. Before you even start to train. The trumpet sounded, as if on cue. Then perhaps I'll be your equal in a week. He chuckled and shook his head. Not possible. It took me a while to get this position. You'll have to go on many quests before you get where I am. I sucked in a breath and blew it out slowly. I wish I had a simpler life, I mused, staring off into the distance. Don't we all? Roland replied. We exited the arena after Grix in January. Breakfast was easy, but I made sure not to eat too much. I didn't want to throw up in the challenge cage. It would give Nico enough time to eat me alive. As soon as I walked into the arena, he fell into step beside me. I looked over at him, and then forward again, pretending to study the students that had already begun training. I challenge you, I said, my voice bold. He snorted. Been talking to Roland lately? That won't work twice. My bravery withered into chaff. What could I do now? My mouth spoke up before I could think any further. I meant, I challenge you and your brother. Together, at the same time. I winced. What was I thinking? He's not my brother, Nico growled. I stayed quiet. He scrutinized me. Fine. I take you up on your offer. We'll fight after break time. Until then, I'll let you prepare yourself. He walked away, no doubt to find Kurt. My heart flopped wildly inside my chest. I needed to find Roland. I searched almost the entire arena before I found him. He was training Natalia. I'd had no idea that he was her trainer. I waited at the side of the training area. When Roland saw me, he ended the fight by knocking Natalia's staff out of her hands. He gestured for her to run a lap around the arena, and Natalia gave me a calculating look before sprinting off. How did he take it? Asked Roland. He didn't, I replied. Roland seemed taken aback. And what did you do? He's not with you right now, so I'm guessing you said something to change his mind. I bit my lip. I said that I would fight him and Kurt at the same time. Roland's eyes widened. Do you know what you've gotten yourself into? He asked. Not really, I said with a sigh. Kurt has never lost a match. Never. The headmaster knew that he was special when he picked him up off the streets. The headmaster started training him immediately. He placed him in the school after his trial. I think the headmaster knew that his own son would never measure up. Nico is only a snake. My throat went dry. And what is Kurt's second form? I asked, something I probably should have considered before I'd made the offer to Nico. A griffin. Half lion, half eagle. Imagine 600 pounds dropping on you from above. I shuddered. What should I do? Is Kurt a wizard also? No, Roland replied. You got lucky there. I know how to block out one wizard, but two could probably overtake you. Do you know what Kurt's strength is? I asked. Besides his second form? I think he's just a well-rounded guy, but I heard that he was really good at the slingshot even when he first started. I would have to go with my gut. And if I lost, I guess I'd be staying a few extra months in captivity. Snow started to fall. I looked up in surprise. The first snowfall. I wasn't expecting it today. The sky had been clear this morning, but now when I looked up, there was a light dusting of clouds. On the horizon, thicker clouds announced harsher weather on the way. I glanced over as Natalia came running up, breathing hard. Okay, what's next? She asked Roland. I took that as a signal to leave. I muttered a goodbye and walked away from them. I had no idea where I was going until I was there. I grabbed a few knives from the knife station and turned them over in my hand. I walked 30 paces away from a target and aimed. The first one missed the bullseye slightly, but the second one hit, and so did the third. I practiced a few more times, and then moved on to the next stand, which was the spear. I worked my way down the stands of weapons until break time. I couldn't eat anything, so I just sat at the table, trying to bridle in my nerves. They were bucking around in my stomach like a wild horse. Liana sat with me, but didn't say anything until the end. "Do you have another challenger?" she asked me. I glanced at her. "Actually, I challenged them," I replied, grimacing. "Who is it?" she pushed. "Nico and Kurt," I answered. Her jaw went slack, making her mouth hang open. "I don't understand," she said. "You don't really mean that you," she trailed off. "Yes, I do," I said. "But why?" she started. I cut her off. "Because I've wanted to get out of here ever since I came." "I know that," she said. She looked down at her hands, and then back at me. "The best of luck to you, I suppose. I don't know how you'll accomplish this, but I'm rooting for you anyway." "Thanks," I said, although I knew that luck had nothing to do with beating them. It would require skill. Break time ended, and everyone else seemed to be wandering, milling about with no purpose. I remembered when I was like that, but today, I was far from it. I had to be if I wanted to win. I strolled into the arena, straight toward the tall fence where Nico and Kurt were bound to show up at any moment. Kurt showed up first. "I don't know what you're thinking, Ivy," Kurt said. "Together, we can easily beat you." "I just want to try," I replied. "I'll do anything to get out." He lifted his eyebrows. "I don't think your eagerness is going to turn out well for you. Don't lose your head." I wasn't wanting to listen to him now that I'd already made the challenge. I turned away slightly. Nico showed up a minute later. He had put on the leather padding that the guards stationed around the campus wore. He took in my choice of attire, which was just the usual. "Not one for protecting yourself, are you?" he asked. I shrugged. I didn't know it was allowed. He smiled crookedly. "It is. It's just that not many people have access to it." I looked back at Kurt. He was a guard himself, and yet he hadn't bothered to wear padding. Mrs. Scarles came forward, her sharp eyes taking us in. "You three are going to come after this first challenge," she said with her commanding voice. "I'll call you up when it's time." I consented like Kurt and Nico, although I dreaded the prospect of waiting longer. It just set my teeth further on edge. The fight was between two boys that I didn't know. One was tall and one was broad. The first one to get cut was the broad one. He took it well, I think, barely even acknowledging that it was there. Then, he took a chunk out of the tall one with his knife. I winced as he then punched the guy in the nose and pushed him to the ground, pressing the knife into the guy's forehead until it drew blood. Mrs. Scarles called the fight to an end. The tall boy was as stunned as the crowd. The wound that had been inflicted upon him first was gushing blood. It made my stomach hurt to see it, and I worried about what injuries I would be given. "Is it possible that I'd die today?" The two boys stepped out of the cage, and I noticed that the tall boy was stumbling to the infirmary, as if his consciousness was fading already. Mrs. Scarles called us then, and I shuddered. Nico smiled smugly at my nervous twitching. We walked to the center circle. Mrs. Scarles placed me so that my back was to the weapon table. I think she did it on purpose because she felt certain that I wouldn't win anyway. It put me at an obvious advantage. The first thing I wanted to grab was double swords. 2 people, 2 swords to defeat them with. It might even things out a little. I knew it was important to keep the memory of my parents in my head for the entire time. I didn't want Nico to mess with my mind. I was already picturing her green eyes, and her curling dark hair, her kind smile. My father with his red hair and brown eyes, and my brother, who had dark hair. I was caught off guard by not remembering what color my brother's eyes were. "Go!" Mrs. Scarles yelled. I snapped out of my thoughts. Nico and Kurt were fast, sprinting forward to collect their weapons. I turned and sprinted to the table, grabbing the swords and retreating to the side. Kurt chose a staff and Nico picked up 2 knives. I was struggling to keep thinking of my family and not my fighting. My senses were stronger in half form. I had learned that in the caves. It would mean focusing my mind on yet another thing, but it would be essential for concentrating on 2 things at once for the entire challenge. I changed, causing a few gasps to sound around the arena, but then, something horrible happened. In the short amount of time that my mind was focused on something else, Nico had frozen me in place. He lunged forward and sliced my arm open with his knife, causing blood to sizzle out of my wound, glowing at first, but then seeping into the normal, deep red color. I couldn't move. I struggled to think about my family now that I was hurt, and Nico moved in for another cut. I was utterly surprised when Kurt smacked Nico to the ground with his staff. I got a hold of my memory in the distraction, and was able to move around once again. Kurt jumped back. They eyed each other. I noticed that Nico had a wound where Kurt had stricken him, and watched as Kurt inflicted another wound by deflecting Nico's knife and smacking his other hand away. The splinters at the end of the staff must have penetrated his skin, because my half-form eyes focused on blood. One more hit and Nico would be done for. I used that to my advantage. I crept behind him, the double swords gripped tightly in my hands. Just as I was about to reach them, the ground in front of me seemed to swallow my foot with its mud. I struggled to wrench my foot out of the mire, but it held tight as my opportunity to wound Nico evaporated. It was magic, but I knew it couldn't have been Nico. His back was still turned to me as he got farther away with each strike. I looked at the sidelines to see January smiling. Mrs. Scarles followed my gaze. She snapped something at the guards, and January was hauled away. I was finally able to get my foot out of the mud pit she had created, but unfortunately, the distraction had given Nico enough time to turn his attention to me once again. All three of us eyed each other warily. I hated January right then. Nico could have been out of the picture right now. He was the first to attack again, but the attack wasn't for me. Sheer dark hatred gleamed in Nico's eyes as he threw one of his knives, aimed at Kurt's chest. Kurt dodged, but the knife still nicked his arm. I took that time to finally do away with Nico. I slammed my sword into his other knife, disarming him before he could throw the other knife at Kurt. With my other sword, I grazed the back of Nico's knee, where the armor failed to protect him. He gasped in surprise, and fell to the ground. Pause. Mrs. Scarles called from the sidelines. Kurt and I stayed put as she came in and shepherded a seething and limping Nico out of the fenced area. His eyes spoke murder. It was down to Kurt and me. I knew he had been on my side when Nico was still present, but I also knew that he wouldn't just allow me to win either. He would want me to earn it. Go! Yelled Mrs. Scarles. Kurt held his staff horizontally in his hands before coming at me. I dodged just before he struck me, and countered the attack, whittling away a sliver of the wood in the process. Quick as lightning, he delivered a series of blows, each one pushing me further and further back. I remembered what he had said about not getting cornered against the fence. It was exactly what he was trying to do to me, and the way he was fighting didn't give me much choice. Even when I was in half form, Kurt was a tough opponent. Not seeing any way around it, I retreated and began to change fully. Before I lost my human arms and legs, I climbed partway up the fence and launched myself in the air, catching myself on a cushion of wind with my wings. Kurt shook his head and chuckled to himself, throwing the staff to the side. Then, he began to shift form. His feet and hands shaped into lion claws. His nose and mouth formed into a hooked beak. Lean muscles lined his golden lion body, and large, powerful wings outstretched to take flight. Wings that were 3 times my wingspan. One downward push and he was at my height. I twisted away before he had the chance to slash me with his claws. He was big and fast, but I was faster. I dove in and tore his shoulder with my talons before shooting into the sky. I thought I had gotten away, but Kurt acted quickly. He reached out and batted at my wing, snagging it. My vision became blurry as he threw me to the ground. I tried to regain my flight, but his force was so strong that I landed heavily on the ground in a heap. It felt like my wing snapped. I cried out in pain. I was useless like this, I knew it, so I changed back into half form. I clutched my hurt arm and dove for the nearest discarded sword. Kurt landed in front of me, folding his wings tight against his back. His green slitted eyes looked cat-like, but somehow still noble. I watched them as he changed back into first form, and suddenly I was reminded of my mother. The grim expression on my face turned into one of bewilderment when I remembered all the information I had gathered about Kurt. Kurt had been an orphan, picked up off the streets by the headmaster when he was 9. His hair was dark brown, like my mother, and like my brother in my memory. Kurt, the name sounded bitter on my tongue. Corey's. I focused on him. His face was screwed into a scowl. Don't say that name, he said. You're Curry's. I whispered. He clenched his jaw, his eyes blinking wildly. Before I knew it, he had me on the ground with a shallow scratch dug into my arm, made by his fingernail. I had lost. I had lost because my brother had beaten me. He had cost me my freedom. Chapter 13. I glared at him as I got to my feet, making sure not to help myself up with my hurt arm. Kurt Curries was already walking away toward the gate, his mood dark. Confusion and anger welled up in my heart. How could he do something like that? He was my brother. I fumed silently. As soon as I was out the gate, Mrs. Scarles was there, and so was Liana. Go to the hospital tent, Mrs. Scarles instructed. Your arm is probably broken. Liana put her arm around my shoulders, knowing that I was struggling with my emotions. She guided me to the right tent and led me to a cot. It really would have been something if you had been able to beat them both, she said, giving me a comforting smile. I say that because you have, after all, only been here for a little more than 4 months. It is amazing that you did what you did. You took down Nico and had 2 strikes on Kurt. I shook my head. I only got them both once, each. I could have done so much better if I hadn't been distracted, but you did what you could, and it was astounding. You have earned my respect as a fellow student and a friend. I smiled at her grimly. Yes, but you don't know the worst of what happened in the fight. She wrinkled her forehead. And what is that? I wondered if I should tell her, but I had already said too much to go back now, and someone might as well know. I had a sudden memory of my childhood. I grew up an orphan, but this was before that. And somehow, I figured out that Kurt is actually my brother. I stumbled on the sentence, and used to the way the words felt in my mouth. Liana was silent for a few moments. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? She asked, peeking down at me. Considering the fact that he used it as a distraction to beat me, a bad thing. She frowned deeply. You know, I've never thought that Kurt fit in with the headmaster's family. I mean, I knew he was adopted, but usually when someone joins a family, they have at least a few similarities, but... She was interrupted by the nurse. Ivy Oliver, the nurse said with a smile. I've heard a lot about you, you know? And especially about the events of today. What a brave thing to do. I forced a smile. I try. She looked down at the arm that I was holding and said, I'm going to examine your arm to see if it's broken. You might feel a little pain. The nurse sat me down on a cot, and put her ice-cold fingers on my arm, feeling around my elbow where it hurt. I jerked it back and gasped through clenched teeth. She gave me a pitying look. I'm afraid that it is, in fact, broken. The only thing I can do for you is set it and put it in a splint. Set it? I asked. Yes, she answered. Your bones were snapped out of place, so to grow back together correctly, I'll have to force them into the right position. The very thought of it made my stomach churn. The nurse fumbled around in a nearby drawer before coming up with something that looked like a stick. She held it up to my mouth. Open, she ordered. My eyes widened in fear. Right now? I asked. The sooner, the better, she answered. I did as she said, and bit down on the stick. Liana held my other hand. I shut my eyes tightly as the nurse took a hold of my arm. For a moment, everything was still. Then, she jerked my arm just below the elbow. Unbearable pain shot up my arm and my vision was clouded with black dots. The entire tent went silent when I bit down on the wood and screamed. The pain began to ebb, but I still felt nausea boil up in my stomach. Everything around me felt like a trance, fading in and out of sight. The nurse laid me down on the cot and set a cool cloth on my forehead. There, she said. The hard part is over. She took the stick from my mouth and tossed it to the ground. Liana tugged her hand out of my grip. I realized in my confusion that I must have squeezed her hand too tightly. Gradually, the nausea faded away, and my head stopped swimming. The nurse measured my arm, and then went off to get the materials for my splint. I focused my attention back on Liana. Shouldn't you be training right now? I asked wearily. She shrugged, and took my hand once again. I don't know. My trainer hasn't come to collect me yet. I glowered. I don't know why you're here. You could be off doing something more enjoyable than this. I know, she replied. But you were there for me when I was sick, or at least you would have been if Natalia hadn't pushed you away. This is just what friends do for each other. I managed to smile at her, although it was quickly replaced by a frown when I saw the nurse again. Liana stayed with me until her trainer showed up, angry because he hadn't been able to find her. She apologized for having to leave as he dragged her out. The nurse wrapped a bandage around the splint in a thick layer, and then let me go when I was able to stand without feeling woozy. I made my way to my dorm with a stiff and hurting arm, and a headache from the worries of the day. I jerked awake. I hadn't been aware that I was sleeping. My mind had to make an effort to remember where I was and what was happening. Only then did I realize that someone was banging on the door, like people do when it's morning. Strange how there were no trumpets or blinding lights. I looked around the room, but it was empty except for me. I swung my feet over the edge of the bed, grateful that I'd kept the same bunk even after Roselle had left. I tried to stand up, but I nearly collapsed. I caught myself with my good arm and stumbled for the door, cracking it open to see the old clerk that managed Headmaster Drake's affairs. "Took you long enough," he grumbled. "The headmaster would like to see you." "What for?" I asked. "I don't know, and it doesn't matter." "What does matter is that he's waiting in his office for you, and he's not very good at being patient." I scowled, but followed him. Only when we departed from the dorm did I worry about my appearance. My clothes were wrinkled and my hair was probably a mess. I made an effort to straighten everything, although I don't know why. Who was I trying to impress? I didn't really care what the headmaster thought. We entered the boys' dorm, which was directly in front of the girls'. We climbed up the crumbling marble steps and went through the corridor and into the office. "That'll be all, Gibble. You can leave now." The old man nodded several times as he backed out of the room, muttering unintelligibly. I watched him leave before turning to the headmaster. "So what do you want?" I asked. "Oh, no, my dear. This is not about what I want. This is mainly about what you want." I narrowed my eyes. That wasn't what it sounded like. He continued. "For instance, you want to graduate as soon as possible. And I can help you accomplish that, after your arm heals, of course." "How?" I interrupted. He held up a hand. "Let me finish. I have never done this before, but because you show promise, I'm thinking about sending you on a quest." "A quest? A quest for what?" "There is a plant, rumored to exist on the Isle of Jinsey. Its leaves are bright green, its flowers small and golden. But the elixir is said to come from the stem, which is dark purple. It is said to heal any wound, and perhaps even grant eternal life." "Jinsey? Isn't that all the way across?" "Yes, it's about 1,000 miles away. But with your flight, I think that you could get there in a matter of weeks, perhaps. Once you have fully recovered. If I went on this quest for you, would I be able to graduate as soon as I got back?" Headmaster Drake waved his hand before answering, "Sure, as long as you are successful." "Then, I'll go," I said. It wasn't freedom that he was granting me, but it was very close. I wasn't about to turn it down. He smiled. "Good. When it is time for you to leave, I'll give you more information on its whereabouts." I nodded and stood up to leave. "And also, I want to congratulate you on your performance in the challenge. You did quite well considering the skill level of your two opponents. I decided that because of your accomplishments and good behavior, and the fact that Kurt beat Nico in front of the crowds, I'm going to appoint Kurt as your trainer once again." I clenched my teeth. After what happened in the challenge cage, I wasn't sure who was worse. "What?" "I thought you'd be happy," the headmaster said, seeing my obvious discomfort. I forced a smile. "Oh, of course I am. Just surprised is all." He didn't look convinced, but he said, "Good. You may leave now." As soon as my back was turned, the smile disappeared from my face. I would have to deal with my brother every day now. I wondered if he had already known that I was his sister when he threw me to the ground and broke my arm. I went off to my dorm, ready to lie down for another nap, but was intercepted by Corey's. "Figures. Hey, where do you think you're going?" he said, heading straight toward me. "To my dorm," I said. "No, you're not. You're going to follow me." "I'd rather not," I said, not slowing my pace. He grabbed my good arm and dragged me in a different direction. I stumbled over my feet. "Hey! Let me go!" He didn't reply but brought me to a tent that sat among a series of tents behind the boys' dorms. These were for the male trainers, just like the ones behind our dorm were for the female trainers. Inside, it was plain. Just a bed, a desk, a dresser, and a wood stove that had a pipe going out of the roof. Scattered on the desk were a few papers, although I didn't know what paperwork he needed to be dealing with. He offered me the chair at the desk, and I took it unenthusiastically. He sat down on the bed across from me. "I want you to understand something," Curry said. "I know you think I'm your brother. Aren't you?" I asked. "Here, I'm not," he answered. "You can't tell anyone. We need to make sure that the headmaster never finds out about this, because he'll only use it to his advantage." "I don't understand." "There are a lot of things you don't understand. Just remember not to give the headmaster too much information about yourself. He will definitely use it against you." "I already know that." I exclaimed, exasperated. Do you? Because you have expressed fully your want to leave the school, and he's already given you a quest to accomplish. I told you once that my student died, and do you want to know how? How? I answered hesitantly. The headmaster sent her on a quest. The same one that he's sending you on. She never came back. Anyway, there are tales of natives that live on the island who guard the plant. It will be very hard for you to find it, and dangerous, too. What should I do? I asked. He said that he would graduate me if I went. He had also said that this was the first time he had ever done something like this, which according to Kurt, was a lie. You have to refuse him. When he brings you back to talk to him, which he will, you need to tell him that you won't go. I didn't say anything for a while. Finally, I answered, I will do as you say, but only if he'll agree to graduate me a different way. Curries put his head in his hands and rubbed his eyes wearily. Fine. Do whatever you want. With that, he stood, flipped open the tent flap, and angrily walked out. I followed. Did I say something wrong? I asked. It's your choice whether to go or stay. I don't know why I got involved, he replied. He quickened his pace to signal that he was finished talking with me. I stopped walking toward him and scowled before turning around and resuming my former trek to my room. If what he said was true, the quest would be harder than what the headmaster said. But it was still far superior to staying here at the school. To me, it was better to go, even if there was some unknown dangers that have been known to make people disappear. Chapter 14. A month and a half passed by too slowly. My training was proving to be more difficult than ever. I couldn't do anything with my useless left arm. Instead, my right arm was getting immensely stronger than the other, making me feel unbalanced. I was also forbidden to change forms, as that would make my splint disappear. I wouldn't be able to fly anyway, which made survival tests much harder. Curries got mad every time I called him Curries, so I went back to calling him Kurt. We trained every day like normal, and I learned how to do many things with only one arm. The only things that I found impossible were the bow and arrow and the double sword. You truly needed two strong, healthy arms for those weapons. About once a week, the headmaster took me into his office to explain some things about my upcoming journey, but not once did I tell him that I wouldn't go, like Kurt had told me to say. I wanted to go. He told me that the island was much like tent number 44, and although I had yet to get that number, he described it as a very humid place with lots of fog. When the time came to remove my splint, I was overjoyed. I hurried to the infirmary, but had to wait almost 30 minutes until the nurse could see me. Once it was off, she washed my arm with soap and a sponge. The sight made me laugh, not only out of relief, but also because my left arm was so pale it was almost blue and comically skinnier than the other. The nurse said that the bone had healed up nicely, but that I might still want to take it easy for a while. I nodded, but I wasn't really listening. As soon as I was done in her tent, I went off to find Roland. He was training with Natalia, and when I walked up, we talked together for a while. I wasn't sure, but it seemed like Natalia was grateful for the break. I rolled the sleeve away from my arm to show them, and they both laughed at its pitiful state. It looks like they replaced your left arm with my grandmother Gertrude's, Roland said. You'll have to build it up before you go on your quest. I had told him about my future endeavor, as well as Liana, Natalia, and Grix. It was surprising how well Grix and I got on, considering how we started. I went searching for him then, to show him my healed arm. I found him, but what I saw shocked me. Somehow he had evaded his trainer and was hounding on a new student. I narrowed my eyes and walked toward them disbelievingly. The new girl looked at me, her eyes as big as saucers. I pushed Grix aside. He stumbled backward, taken by surprise. Grix, what do you think you're doing? I asked in a low and threatening voice. He narrowed his eyes. What I do to every new student. I'm welcoming them in. By bullying them? I hissed. He was silent. The girl hurried toward the training arena. I pursed my lips. Before I walked away, I said, just to let you know, I have no respect for bullies. He looked at his feet as I left. I wouldn't be talking to him for a while, but I had hoped that I had had some sort of impact on him. I don't know what compelled him to victimize people, but it had just caused us to become enemies again. Kurt found me near the bow and arrow tent, where I had gone to release the anger that Grix had caused. It proved not to be very successful. I was wondering where you had gone off to, he said. I didn't reply, but instead concentrated on my target and let loose the arrow. It fell just short of the mark, like all the others I'd shot before it. You're going to have to build up your other arm before you try that, he said. I sighed. I know. That's what Roland said. An annoyed expression showed on his face. Are you still training with him? Kurt interrogated. No. I talk to him sometimes, though. I'm allowed to have friends, right? I asked. He raised an eyebrow. As long as they're the right kind. I stopped fiddling with my bow and arrow. You don't seriously think that I... Perhaps not you, he interrupted. But Roland might. I shook my head. That's ridiculous, I muttered. Kurt shrugged. Well, anyway, now's not the time in your life to be thinking about things like that. I'm not. I said in fake repulsion. I truly didn't know how I felt about it. He smiled, knowing that he was making me squirm. Good. Let's hope it stays that way. I turned away and carried the bow and quiver back to the table. How do you suggest I build up my left arm? I asked Kurt, knowing that he was following me. I have a few exercises in mind, he answered. Like what? I pressed. You'll see. I rolled my eyes. It turned out that I would be lifting a 5-pound sack of flour above my head, lowering it to the ground, and then picking it back up. My arm was aching and sore, especially where I had broken it. I hoped that I wasn't pushing myself too hard. At break time, I found myself looking over at Roland, worrying over what Kurt had said. He looked at me once and smiled. I smiled back and looked away, hoping that he couldn't read my mind. We trained for 4 more hours, but this time Kurt replaced the other sack of flour with one twice its size. By the time training was over, the muscles in my arm were burning. When I walked out of the arena, the first thing that I saw was Headmaster Drake looking for someone. I knew he had to be looking for me, so I tried to hide in the crowd. It didn't work. He saw me. Ivy! Come over here! He shouted across the sea of students. I exhaled deeply, but went over to him. I've been told that your arm is better. I would like to talk to you in my office. He pulled me away from the students, past a few boys headed toward the dorms, exhausted from their day. We went past Gibble, who was poring over paperwork. He barely acknowledged us as we passed. I sat in the same seat I always did, and the headmaster sat in front of me. I'm going away for a few weeks because of some business that I have to attend to. I thought it would be a good time for you to start your quest. When are you leaving? I asked. Tomorrow, he answered. Before anyone is up. Fear struck my heart for the first time. I was reminded about what Kurt said. His first apprentice had died on this quest. I won't go, I said suddenly. What? The headmaster said, surprised. I said, I won't go, I repeated. Headmaster Drake narrowed his eyes. Yes, you will. If you don't, I'll make sure you don't graduate for another 2 years. I swallowed hard. 2 years was a long time. I had only been here for 5 months and a half, and it already seemed longer than that. I was quiet. And if you don't go, I'll be your trainer for the remainder of your stay. So I don't recommend getting cold feet. I thought about it for a few minutes. Fine, I said. But I'll only go if someone else goes with me. He raised an eyebrow. Such as? I thought about it for a while. Who was someone that I knew wouldn't slow me down, but instead, spur me on? There was Kurt, but I knew that I wouldn't get along with him. I could probably trust him, but just the thought of having him with me rather than someone else made me feel unsettled. Liana was another option, but she was my best friend here. I wasn't sure I wanted to put her in danger. Natalia seemed a much better choice. She was talented and brave, and I believed she wouldn't slow me down a bit, despite the fact that she couldn't fly. She could swim, and we were about to cover a lot of ocean. I opened my mouth with the intention to say her name, but instead, I blurted out, Roland. I surprised myself. He must have been lurking in my subconscious. Roland? The headmaster asked, clearly taken aback. He hadn't expected it either. I won't go unless he comes with me, I confirmed, not wanting to lose the argument. The headmaster tapped his fingers on his desk as he thought. His face was screwed into a sour expression. Finally, he sighed and sat back in his chair. I don't normally have people go on quests together, but if it's the only way you'll go, then fine. I'll tell Roland to be ready in the morning. I'd won. I held back a victorious smile, and nodded sharply. You may go now, he said. I stood up and left, closing the door a little too hard on my way out. Gibble winced and frowned in my direction, the ink splotching onto his paper as he looked up. I went past him and continued down the steps, wrapped deep in my thoughts. I was so absorbed that I ran right into Roland before I was even out of the building. Roland! I hadn't even asked him whether or not he wanted to go. I looked up at him, stunned for a moment. "What are you doing in here?" I asked. Roland didn't have a boy apprentice and he didn't live in these dorms. He lived in the tents like Kurt did. The only reason he could have is a meeting with the headmaster, but he had been headed out of the building. Roland glanced around the foyer. "I'm just looking at my old dorm. Haven't been in here for a while." His excuse sounded a little off. "You don't sound very sure about that," I said. He looked away. I furrowed my eyebrows. "What are you really doing in here?" He sighed and pulled me out the door. I followed, but at a distance. We went to the side of the building, where people rarely went. "I'm going to tell the truth, but you can't be mad at me," Roland said. I waited for him to begin. "I was spying on your conversation through a vent in the wall. Gibble allows people to do this if we pay him good money." I was speechless for a few seconds. "Why would you do that, Dot?" "Well, it's a good thing I did. If I hadn't made you say my name." "Wait," I said, holding my hand up. "You made me say your name? Why?" He sighed deeply. "Because I knew that I could help you. I've gone on plenty of quests before, and I can be more of an asset than any of your other friends could. They haven't been on any quests, but I have." "And what if I was going to say that I wanted Kurt to come with me?" I asked. "The headmaster wouldn't have let him. He values Kurt more than Nico." I nodded. "I guess. To tell you the truth, I'm not completely angry. It makes sense for you to come with me, but there is one thing that we haven't considered. What is your second form?" He smiled, relieved. "You don't have to worry about that," he replied. "I'm one of the fastest creatures out there." I raised an eyebrow. "I'm a sea serpent. And although we may have to take an indirect route, it'll only slow us down by about 2 days." "Let's hope it's only 2 days," I said. I started to back away. "I guess I'll see you early in the morning." He shook his head. "I think it is unwise of the headmaster to send you out so soon after having your cast taken off. To tell the truth, I'm not very thrilled about it either." "We'll have to be careful for the first few days," he said. "I know." I glanced around, but it seemed that Roland and I were still undiscovered. "I'd better go," I said. He nodded. "Me too." I gave him a half-smile before we parted ways, me going to the front of the building, and Roland headed around the back. I looked around the side of the building first to make sure that no one was watching, and then continued to the training arena, feeling the need to train some more before leaving in the morning. The new girl that I had seen Grix picking on earlier was still being made to train even though it was free time. I felt sorry for her, remembering how hard it had been for me on my first day. I wandered through the stands aimlessly, deep in thought, when I spotted Liana. It looked as if she was searching for someone. When she caught sight of me, she hurried over. "I saw the headmaster pull you away. Is something going on?" she asked. I smiled at her. "You know he's been doing that about every week, right?" She nodded. "I know, but now that you have your cast off, it's making me a little more worried." My smile faded. I realized that I would miss her. "I leave early tomorrow morning." Her face crumpled. "He didn't even give you enough time for your arm to recover," she objected. "I know. It's very sudden, but I'm not going alone." "Oh?" she asked. "Roland is going to be coming with me." She raised her eyebrows. "How did you ever manage that?" "I told the headmaster that I wouldn't go unless someone went with me," I answered. "And you didn't want me to come along with you?" she said, disappointed. "I didn't want you to be in danger." She shrugged. "I don't care about danger. But I understand your choice. Roland is talented at many things. He could keep you safe better than I could. You are also very talented. But he's been on many quests and has a lot of experience. I found it odd that I hadn't even chosen Roland on the quest, and yet I was backing him up. It made me think back on what Kurt said about our friendship." She studied me, her mouth pressed into a worried line. "Well, it's almost time for dinner, so let's go ahead and make our way there." We found a table together. I didn't think that I had ever been on a survival test without Liana, except for the first time, of course. She always sat next to me, no matter what. I found it comforting that I had found a good friend. A couple of them, actually, more than I ever had at the orphanage. Roland and Natalia were also good friends, and even though Natalia mostly kept to herself, I found myself trusting her. I thought that Grix was a good friend, but after the bullying that I saw today, I wasn't so sure. Roselle, of course, was always a good friend, right from the start. I missed her. A girl and a boy that I didn't recognize joined us at our table, and then the numbers were brought in. When we got to our tent, number 26, it felt so good to finally change and get to stretch out my wings, although if I strained them too hard, it would start to hurt. I felt like the tent system was being quite ironic today because it set our scene in the middle of the ocean. I would be traveling over the ocean a lot in the days to come. I caught a few fish that were jumping out of the sea, and a seagull, although I've heard that those can be quite chewy. They were still a source of food, and in real life, I would have to eat it, but right now, the food that I caught turned into normal food that the cook produced in the kitchen. I had learned during my stay here the kitchen was under the dining hall. Nobody dared to go there because if someone were caught sneaking anywhere near it, they would be punished. I went to bed as soon as possible because I knew I would be getting up earlier than I was used to. It would be about the same time that I used to get up when I went to train with Roland. Oddly, I wasn't able to sleep until everyone else was in their beds and snoring. My mind was racing, anticipating the freedom of tomorrow. Part 2. The Quest. Chapter 15. Strangely enough, when I got up the next morning, I felt like I had been sleeping for days. I was energized and ready to go, jumping out of bed and jerking on my clothes. I was ready in less than 5 minutes after my eyes had opened. My mind was racing, but I stopped for a moment to look back at my friends, Natalia and Liana. I hoped that I would see them again. They were sleeping peacefully in their bunks, so I didn't want to wake them to say goodbye. After that brief pause, I rushed to the headmaster's office. I noticed for the first time since I'd been here that Gibble's desk was empty. I knocked on the door, but there was no answer. When I tried to open it, it was locked. I sighed and sat down in Gibble's chair to wait for everyone to catch up with me. It must have been 10 minutes before Gibble came up the stairs, rifling through a few papers in his hands. He looked up at me, and was so startled that he dropped his papers. What are you doing at my desk?" he sputtered. He lurched forward, stepping right over the mess he made. "No one sits at my desk except for me. And no one." I stood up quickly and backed away from the cluttered mess he called a desk. "I'm sorry. I didn't know." "Didn't know what?" "That a crazy man would come in and yell at me for sitting in his seat?" More steps echoed through the hall, and we both looked over to see the headmaster. "Really, Gibble, get a hold of yourself. She sat at your desk for a few minutes." But," he protested. The headmaster cut him off with a sharp look. Gibble's shoulders slumped. "Yes, sir," he said grudgingly. Headmaster Drake waved his hand over the lock and the door opened. At about that time, I heard more footsteps approaching from behind, and turned to see Roland's grinning face. The smile was wiped from his face when the headmaster ordered in a harsh tone, "Both of you, inside." I had no choice but to comply. He went around his desk, and took a book from his bookshelf. "Sit," he commanded. "We Saturday." He began rifling through the pages of the book, his brow creased in deep concentration. "Ah," he finally said. He slapped the book down on the desk and pointed at a picture. Both Roland and I craned our necks to see it. The plant of eternal life. It was beautiful, but simple. "This is the plant. Memorize its appearance." As we looked at it for a little longer, he continued with his lecture. "There are natives that guard it, but against you two, I'd hardly call them a threat. It should be easy for you to get to the plant. I believe it to be in the center of the island, up the mountain, although I don't know its exact whereabouts." He turned to the next page and pointed to a map of the kingdoms. He traced his finger along our route, sweeping it around the coast of Jinsey. "It shouldn't take you more than a few weeks to get back here with the plant." "What happens if we can't find this plant?" Roland asked, leaning back in his chair. Headmaster Drake didn't even look up from the book. "There will be severe consequences." I swallowed my nerves. The headmaster finally looked up and clapped the book shut with one hand. He reached into his pocket and brought out a small bag, tinkling with coins. He tossed it our way, and Roland caught it. "In that bag are 15 gold coins for both of you to share during the journey, but keep your load light or your pace will slow," he said. As he walked around the desk, Roland and I stood. He led the way out of his office and down to the doors of the boys' dormitory. Just before he opened the doors, he stopped and turned to face us. "One more thing," he said, looking straight at me. "During the quest, you should keep your second form hidden. If anyone finds out that you are the Phoenix, bad things could happen." I raised my eyebrows. "Why is that?" He twisted his mouth up into a smile. "I might tell you when you graduate." He then turned to the door again and opened it for us. On our own from this point on, Roland led me past the girls' dorms, past the arena, and past the survival tents until we were walking on the bare, snowy terrain. Our footprints blemished the clear face of the snow. Roland looked at me guiltily. It's slow now, but once we hit ocean, we'll be a lot faster. I shrugged. I didn't care. I was happy that the school was behind us. I don't mind so much, I said. Even if the entire journey went at this pace, I wouldn't mind. He smiled at me. Oh, you would after a while. We humans have a habit of being discontent. Even freedom, after a while, can get tiring. I guess I should enjoy it while it lasts, I replied. He was silent as he looked ahead. We walked on the flat ground for perhaps an hour, and then the land started to slope downward. It got steeper and steeper. We could smell salt and fish in the air. We're getting closer to the ocean, Roland said. Then, all of a sudden my foot slipped out from underneath me. Roland tried to catch me, but he reacted too slowly. I plowed down the slope, my heart thumping violently, and then, all of a sudden, I was falling. The smell of the sea was stronger than ever. I looked down. Below me, white waves crashed against the russet rocks. I didn't know if I could make it, but I changed into my second form as quickly as I could. In a panic, I flung my wings out to catch myself. Icy spray splashed at my talons and feathers, sending chills up my spine. I had caught myself just in time. I gained altitude, and looked back in search of Roland. I had expected him to be watching from the top of the cliff, but he wasn't. Dread filled me as I watched him plummeting toward the sea. I hurriedly circled back, but there was no way I could catch him in time. He plunged into the freezing waves. As far as I could tell, he hadn't landed on any rocks, so I searched for any sign of his tossing body. I shrieked and flung myself upward when a giant head burst out of the sea, scales shining like copper in the mid-morning sun. Jagged spikes lined its spine and its fangs were hooked and sharp like a snake's. Despite its threatening appearance, I recognized the same mischievous glint in its eyes that Roland had. I was so relieved that I missed a wing beat and wavered for a moment in midair. Roland's form straightened out, longer than I thought was possible. In order to swim, he dove his head in the water and made the rest of his body follow suit. Then, while the other half of his body was still under the sea, he plunged back onto the surface and repeated the process. I stayed back a ways so that I could watch him. He was the most majestic thing that I had ever seen. True to his word, he was very fast, mostly because of his monstrous size. The ocean stretched out as far as the eye could see, but my eyes hungered for more. I wanted to see past the horizon. I wanted to explore lands that I'd never had the chance to see before. What would they look like? I was only used to the barren landscape of the Crescent Isles. Or at least the northern tip of my island. Perhaps the lower islands had the same climate as the Isle of Jinsey, known to have 5 months, rather than 3, of summer. I wouldn't know. I don't travel much. To conserve my energy, I would get as high as I could, and soar, pointed slightly downward for speed. For the longest time, I wasn't tired, but gradually, my wings were loaded down with more and more weight, especially the one that I'd broken. I hadn't eaten anything all day. Roland was probably stuffed from seawater and some unfortunate fish that wandered into his path. He'd no doubt had a feast of them by now. It was late afternoon when I finally saw land. I let out a loud, piercing cry and forged forward. I was definitely winded by the time I landed. Sand spade up into my eyes because of the clumsy landing, and I had to change form to wipe it away. I turned to watch as Roland transformed back into himself. I hadn't noticed that he was tired when he was a sea serpent, but in first form, his face was slack and his eyes were dull as he stumbled onto the shore. The outfit he wore was the same color that his scales had been, and form-fitting, like the outfit of an acrobat. I sat down on the ground with my head resting on my knees, waiting for my breath to stop coming in gasps. The temperature felt at least 15 degrees higher than what it had felt like at the conservatory. There wasn't even snow here yet. Roland collapsed next to me, breathing even harder than I was. "Are you okay?" I asked. He nodded without speaking. I waited for a few minutes before questioning, "Where are we?" "Seahorse Island," Roland answered, still breathing hard. "Is the mainland very far away?" I inquired. He sat up and looked out at the ocean. "It's too far away for you to fly there. We'll have to board a ship." I groaned. "How long will that take?" "Well, we only have to be on it until we get halfway there, so I'd say that it would take a week at least." Roland paused to look around the island. "I believe there is a city a few miles away. We could buy a room at the inn there." "2 rooms," I corrected automatically. Roland laughed, standing up to brush his pants off. "Of course. I wouldn't have it any other way. My cheeks burned red. I hoped that I hadn't implied anything. I followed him into the forest and we walked on for half an hour before we came to a small village, smaller even than the one that I was from. A city? I asked, raising an eyebrow. He wrinkled his brow. Well, it has been a while since I made this journey, but we can probably still find it in here. I think I'd rather stay in a village anyway, I said. I've never been to a city before. I like the city better, he said. There are so many more things that you can do, so many possibilities. I shook my head. Then you're a lot different from me, I said. I prefer places with a small population. It just seems safer. I understand that, he said. My mother was the same way. We lived near a city on the Southern Isles, called Redrun. Mother would always stay home to garden or cook or do laundry. I wished that she would come with me into town, but she never did. The only time she ever went was her occasional trip to the market, but I was curious to know what his life had been like before he came to the conservatory. What was your father like? I questioned. Father? He's nice enough as long as we do what he says. I don't know him as well as mother because he's always out to sea. Do you have any siblings other than your sister? I asked, remembering the time when he told me that his sister had just had her baby. He nodded. Yes. I have 3 brothers. The youngest of them is 7 years older than me, so it was hard to establish a steady relationship with them. Nowadays, we write to each other, but only on rare occasions. I found myself imagining things about Roland's life, wishing that I could have had a large family. I could picture a thin woman with her son's black hair and soft brown eyes. She was in a chair, knitting some socks while her young son played with blocks or slept in the cradle that his siblings had used before him. Do they ever visit? My brothers don't very often, but my sister lives in the same city as us. And why don't your brothers? I pressed. Jake was a wolf and got a job in the king's castle, and Brent was a stag. They've always had a strong relationship with each other, so Brent moved to the castle with him to get a job as a sentinel. When my other brother turned into a wolf a few years after that, Jake had good connections and got him a job at the king's castle. We were silent. I watched the smoke coming out of the chimneys, twisting and spiraling upward until it disappeared. The smell of smoke mingled with the mouth-watering smell of freshly baked bread. Roland started off down a path. I remember this village now, he said. These people are famous for their cooking. As soon as we entered the village limits, I noticed people watching us. There were children peering through windows and women that stared. Then, in a blur of motion, we were suddenly surrounded with people, flaunting their merchandise shamelessly. Jewelry, blankets, coats. One man even pushed a horse in our direction. Roland declined them all, but he did ask one woman a question. Is there an inn in this village? She nodded. Just around the corner. It has a sign that says Haman's Tavern, so you can't miss it. Roland thanked her, and we pushed through the crowd of people. Thankfully, the tavern wasn't very far off. The sign was previously held up with 2 metal chains, but one of them had snapped, and the sign now hung vertically, creaking in the wind, its letters worn and faded. Roland ignored it, but I studied it with suspicion. Inside, it smelled like dust, old food, and alcohol. A grizzled man sat at the bar with a glass emptied of ale in front of him. He looked up as the bell above the door rang. When he saw that he had customers, he stood quickly and hurried behind the bar, placing the glass under the counter as if we hadn't already noticed it. Could I interest you in a drink? Some stew? Some bread? Yes to all of those, answered Roland. And we also would like a room, please. With a pronounced limp, the man hurried to a doorway, covered by an old, dingy tapestry. Rema! He called. A plump woman scurried out from behind the curtain, a wooden spoon grasped in her stubby fingers. Yes? What is it, you old coot? She shut up as soon as she saw us. Goodness gracious, she said. We've got company. She turned her gaze back at the man. Why didn't you say so, Roger? She hit him with the wooden spoon and hurried back into the room that she came from. Roger grimaced. He looked at us apologetically. 1 room or 2? He asked. 2, I answered quickly. He limped closer to us and reached under the counter to pull out 2 keys. Then he led us up a flight of stairs and into a narrow hallway. I noticed why he was limping as soon as I saw his leg, or the lack thereof. He had a wooden stump, starting at mid-shin. We shuffled along behind him, slowly because of the man's disability. Your rooms are numbers 3 and 4. Numbers 1 and 2 are quarters for our live-ins. Probably the only reason why this place is still running, he grunted. He handed us both the key, me the 3 and Roland the 4, and then hobbled back down the hallway to see about the things downstairs. Roland and I opened our rooms and inspected them. Mine was dusty, with cobwebs in the corners, on the bed frame, and underneath the chair that was placed in front of a vanity. The mirror was caked with grime. I brushed at it with my fingertips, and they came away almost black. I flopped on the bed, sending billows of dust flying into the air. I coughed and hurried to get away before any more of it could get in my lungs. Roland came in and examined my room. "So yours isn't much better," he said. "I think I'd prefer sleeping outdoors," I replied. Roland shrugged. "Well, at least we don't have to build our own fire here. That's about the only advantage." He studied his fingernails, which were ragged from use. "Perhaps. Are you ready to go eat something?" "Are you kidding?" I asked. "Of course I am. I haven't eaten anything all day." I followed Roland down hallway and then down the stairs. We sat down at the bar, a few feet down from where Roger was standing, cleaning the glass that he had been drinking from. "What can I get you to drink?" Roger asked. "Water," I said. I had never been fond of alcohol. It left a bitter taste in my mouth. "Same," said Roland. Roger seemed disappointed, probably wishing that we had ordered something a bit more pricey, but he went into the kitchen and came out with 2 glasses of cloudy water. I tried not to think about what made the water cloudy as I took a sip. Rema came out soon afterward with 2 bowls of soup and a loaf of bread. There was no plate for the bread. She just slapped it on the counter as if that were the most normal thing to do. I cautiously tried the soup, worried because of everything else that had gone wrong in this tavern. I was rewarded with a burst of delicious flavor. Rema had cooked a perfect chowder, creamy with fresh cow's milk. She had added to it some sausage, potatoes, corn, and though I couldn't see it, I tasted just the slightest hint of onion. It was garnished with some sort of red, powdery spice and chives. I said involuntarily, following the first bite up with another. Roland didn't come up for air as he inhaled his. Rema smiled at our reactions. "I'm glad you like it. At least someone shows a little appreciation." She shot Roger a glare. I hid a smile as I took another bite. I could handle the dusty room now that I tried this soup. It made everything worth it. Rema disappeared again and Roger sat down and rested his head on the counter. Even before Roland's bowl was empty, we could hear snores. I had completely forgotten about the bread, but I knew as soon as I tasted it that it was sourdough, something I tried for the first time at the conservatory only a few weeks before. It was toasted to where the outside was crunchy but the inside was soft and moist. It was easily the best meal that I'd ever eaten. Roland smiled at me when the food was all gone. "I told you the food was good." "That was an understatement," I replied, licking my spoon again. Rema peeked out at us, and seeing that our bowls were empty, she picked them up, sweeping the crumbs off the counter. She looked over at the still snoozing Roger and sighed heavily. I can't tell you about one day that Roger didn't fall asleep at the bar. Although I do believe that this is the most sober he's been in ages. I smiled uncomfortably, but Roland just chuckled. After Rema went back into the kitchen, I stood up and stretched. I tried to cover a yawn. "I'm going to bed," I said after it had passed. "Go ahead," he answered. "I'm going to see if Rema has any more soup left." I raised my eyebrows mockingly. "What?" Roland asked. "I have a big appetite." I rolled my eyes and started up the stairs. "Good night," Roland called. "Good night," I replied. The meal had made me so drowsy that I didn't really care about the dust all that much. I turned the pillow over to the clean side and slipped under the filthy, but warm covers. I was soon asleep. Chapter 16. I was awoken by sudden brightness. Rema had come in and opened the curtains, causing light to filter through the dust she had stirred up. "Your friend asked me if I would come in and wake you. He says you have to get an early start today." I didn't reply, but instead yawned and stared sleepily down at the covers. "I've already made breakfast." The thought of Rema's food made me sit bolt upright. Rema chuckled in her hoarse way, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "I'm glad you're looking forward to it," she said. She poured water into the wash basin with a pitcher that she must have set there beforehand. After that, she stepped out the door. "I'll leave you to yourself. Come down when you're ready." The only thing I could do for my appearance was brush through my hair with a dusty comb that had been left on the vanity. I washed my face, hoping that it would help me wake up. The water was icy cold, providing a shock to get my mind spinning. I stepped out into the hallway and went down the stairs to where Roland was waiting for me at the bar. He had already tucked into his breakfast, which was bacon and eggs and toast. It was good, although nothing like the meal we had had last night. Roger came toward us and slurred, "So are you leaving now?" Roland nodded, and hurried to swallow his food before talking. "Yes. And I wanted to know if you knew how to get to Akron?" Roger mumbled something under his breath. I could smell the alcohol on him. Roland leaned in, but he still didn't catch what the man had said. "What was that?" he asked. Roger sighed, irritated, and I held my breath until I was certain that the smell was behind me. He hiccuped as he talked. I said, "I haven't, been anywhere but here, for 7 years." Roland raised his eyebrows. "But do you know how to get there?" "Of course I do." Roger drawled loudly. Rema came out and studied the scene. Once she took in Roger's drunken state, she pushed him into the kitchen, furiously whispering, "You've brought shame down upon us, Roger. I've told you over and over not to drink anything when we have customers." I looked at Roland, and hid a smile. The inn was already shameful except for the food. Rema came back out. "I hope you will forgive my ridiculous husband," she said, her voice still resounding annoyance. Roland shook his head. "There is no need to apologize. I was just asking him if he knew the way to Akron." Rema studied him and said, "Akron? I suppose the easiest way to get there is to go south until you hit the tanner's shop. Or rather, it will hit you with the stench. Either way, you'll find it. Then, once you're there, you head due east. You're sure to find Akron that way." Roland nodded. "Sounds easy enough." He stood and I followed his example. He pulled out the purse of money that the headmaster had given us. "And what do we owe you?" Rema studied the bag greedily. "I think 5 silvers would do," she said. I choked disbelievingly. 5 silvers was a lot for what we had been given. The right price would have been 5 coppers. Roland didn't appear perturbed. He took out 1 gold coin and laid it in her palm. "That'll be 5 silvers in change," he said. Rema studied the coin. "Oh, we don't have that much in change." I had a feeling that she was lying. "But we do have some food that we can give you for your journey." She didn't wait for Roland to reply before going back into the kitchen. She came out with a bag. "I've packed you 2 loaves of bread, a parcel of cheese, and some dried meat." We were paying a ridiculous price for everything. Even with the wonderful food, I didn't think it was worth that much. Roland didn't seem to care. He took the bag and placed it on his shoulder. Rema smiled at me, as if reading my thoughts. "Have a good day," she said. Then she disappeared into the kitchen, probably to hide from the protests that had yet to come out of my mouth. Roland pushed me toward the door. "But," I started. "It's okay," he said. "I doubt we'll need all the money that the headmaster gave us." I felt like protesting more, but I knew it was no use. I followed Roland unenthusiastically. Luckily, it was very early in the day, and we weren't swarmed by villagers. The tanner's shop was about a 10-minute walk from the tavern. I wished that I had long sleeves because I had to cover my nose with a lock of my hair, which probably made me look like I had a mustache. Roland chuckled at me and braved out the stench. Woods surrounded us as we headed east. "How can you be sure about the directions that Rema gave us?" I asked Roland. He shrugged. "I figured it's worth a try. It's somewhere on the coast, and if we don't find it with her directions, you can just fly up and look for it." "True," I admitted. "I guess we'll get there either way." We continued on, making little conversation. I went ahead of him a little ways. I wondered what the city looked like. Roland had told me he'd been there before, so I looked back at him. I stopped. He had been watching me. He looked away quickly and tried to disguise it by saying, "Is what?" I tore my gaze away from him. "Is the city very big?" "Behind me," he answered, "it's bigger than any city on our island." "Are there very many people?" I asked. "Of course. There are thousands." "Thousands." I tried not to think about how crowded the marketplace was. If we were swarmed in the small village, how many people would swarm us in the city? They would crush us. "Perhaps we don't have to go in the city," I said, disconcerted. "Perhaps we can circle around it to get to the docks." "You sound like my mother, and your idea won't work. The city surrounds the docks." "Is it very horrible?" I asked with dread. "I find it exciting. There are so many wares in the market, so many inns to choose from, so many places to see." I could hear in his voice that he loved the city. Perhaps if he liked it, it wouldn't be so bad. 2 hours passed. At one point the forest ended and we were on a farm, but soon after that, the forest took over the land again. Should I go see if the city is anywhere close? I inquired. Yes, Roland said. I'll stay put until you report back. I shifted in mid-stride and took off into the air. Shifting had become second nature. I flew straight until I saw the sea. If we had kept walking, we would have been on the wrong path. Uncertain of which way the city was, I kept going straight. If the city was as big as Roland said it was, I would be able to see it from a distance. Only the sea stretched out ahead of me, but after a while I saw a ship heading to my right. Headed more south. I circled above it and started in the same direction. Then, I saw the city. I'd never seen so many buildings in one place. They were seemingly stacked up on one another. With my second form's enhanced eyesight, I could already see the people. It was not so different from where I was from. The amount of citizens compared to the amount of space was about equal. Akron stretched as far south as I could see. I soared over it. The slum was clearly defined against the other buildings. The houses of the poor were made out of an orangish clay, while the wealthier neighborhoods were made out of stone. A cathedral tower stood taller than the other buildings and I perched on the tip of the steeple to look down at the city in wonder. Below me, the bell rang loudly, and I took off in surprise. It rang 8 times, 8 o'clock in the morning. I had to get back to Roland. He was northwest of me. He must have known that I'd have trouble finding him because he built a fire, obviously with green wood. Roland looked up at me from the clearing that he'd found and waved. I landed near him, changing back into first form. Did you find the city? He asked. Yes, I answered. It's a lot farther south than Rema said. But it's not far? I shook my head. I'd say it'll be another half hour before we reach it. Good, Roland said. I'm ready for it. He stomped the fire out before we set off. Roland was walking fast, anticipating the minute when we would step foot inside Akron. I had seen what it looked like from up high, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to see it while I was earthbound. I struggled to match Roland's long-legged pace and his enthusiasm. The first houses that we came across were log cabins, but they soon filtered into the stone houses of the city. There were people milling in and out of the structures. These people didn't stare at us like the people in the small village had. They were used to the sight of strangers, as most of the citizens of the city probably were to them. Roland looked over at my expression. It's not so bad, is it? I shook my head. No. It's not so bad. He smiled in triumph. Then perhaps I can persuade you to go to the market with me. I rolled my eyes, but a hint of a smile played on my mouth. Perhaps. The buildings were getting taller, the streets wider, and the people more numerous. We'll go to the docks first, to see if there's a ship that's about to depart for Kislow, Roland said. Kislow was one of the countries in the mainland. It would be the easiest country to get to from where we were. The docks took up a good part of the seaside. I hadn't realized how big the ships were until we were standing next to one of them. I stood in its humongous shadow, staring up at its daunting height. Excuse me, shouted Roland to one heavy-set crew member coming off the ship. Where is this ship headed? We just docked, said the man. We won't be leaving until a week from now. Roland thanked him, and we moved on to the next ship, one that was even bigger than the last. A man was about to go on board with a crate, a sign that they were leaving soon. Excuse me, sir, Roland started. The man didn't even turn around. We don't take passengers. Roland didn't reply but moved on to the next ship. It was about the size of the first one we stopped at, but it was fancier. Its figurehead was carved into a mermaid. There was a person standing outside of it, advertising their departure. Leaving for Kislow this afternoon. Leaving for Kislow this afternoon. Roland stopped by him. How much will it cost? The man took us both in and smiled. 5 gold coins for the both of you, but with the best of service, he announced. Roland took a while to consider this. I had no idea what the normal amount of money was for a voyage. Well, if it isn't our old friend, Roland, said someone loudly behind us. I turned around and winced at the sight of a big, burly man, eyes squinting in the sun, face withered from days upon days at sea. He looked at me, and then back at Roland. This your girlfriend? He asked, spitting onto the dock. I studied the man with distaste. Roland turned away from the advertiser and laughed. Burton. I was wondering if you'd be here. Lo and behold, I am, he grunted. He spat again. Is your ship here? Roland asked. Of course it is. You think I'd be here without my right arm? Roland forged ahead with his questions. Is it in good repair? Burton nodded. Why? You headed to Kislow again? Yes, Roland answered. Where are you headed? Burton smiled. To Nala. I'd heard of Nala. It was one of the main cities in Kislow. Roland grinned back. Would you mind a few passengers? I suppose I'll let you on board if you pay. Can't be given out free food in this economy. Would 2 gold coins work for both of us? Asked Roland. The man scrutinized Roland. After a while, he nodded his head. Fine. The ship's leaving tomorrow morning. I'll expect you on board and the money in my pocket. I'll just give it to you now, said Roland, pulling out the bag. Burton shook his head anxiously and looked around. I don't want the money until we're on board. There are too many pickpockets here, and the rest would probably get stolen if anyone saw the exchange. Roland seemed to understand. It really has gotten worse here, hasn't it? He mused sadly. Burton nodded gravely. You'll find many changes. Just try to keep your little lady out of danger. He winked at me before continuing on down the row of ships. I was blushing at the statement he had left us on. I was not Roland's little lady. Roland grinned as we headed back into the city. We can relax until tomorrow, he said. That means that I can take you to the market. I heard talk that there are going to be fire dancers today. The mention of them spiked my curiosity and made me forget about Burton for the moment. Fire dancers? What do they do? They dance with fire, he answered, saying it slowly as if I were a child. I guessed that. I said defensively. I just wanted to know how. You'll have to wait and see. He led me into the crowded market. My shoulders must have brushed against hundreds of people. I felt my heart hammering in my chest. What if something bad happened? We could be trampled. Roland gave the impression that he knew where he was going. After a while, we finally reached a red and yellow tent set up in the center of the city square. Unfortunately, it seemed to be the destination of the whole city. People were cramming into the tent like bees in a hive. I felt like fleeing, but Roland grabbed my arm and tugged me along behind him, pushing past people rudely until we were in the tent. I felt like apologizing to those that we'd left in our wake. Inside, a blazing fire was burning in a smooth silver barrel on the stage, making the tent smell like smoke and sweat. Roland had dragged me to the other side of the tent, away from the entry and the fresh air. The heat felt good to me, but as we waited, I saw sweat start to bead on Roland's forehead. Finally, the curtain opened, unveiling a single person that stood in the middle of the stage. I assumed that he wasn't one of the dancers by his girth and his tight tuxedo. Ahem. Ladies and gentlemen, ... The crowd quieted. We are about to begin. If you would all step farther from the stage, it would be much appreciated. The crowd pressed closer together. I could feel someone's breath on my neck. Somehow, a few people got between Roland and me. I felt uneasy about it, but then a dancer came out on the stage wearing a stunning red dress, causing me to forget any discomfort I'd previously had. The tent entry closed, making the light of the flame flicker across people's faces. The dancer lit the ends of her fire staff and held it horizontally in her hands, waiting for the violinist on the other side of the stage to begin playing. The song started on an impossibly high, clear note and drew out into a beautiful melody. The dancer's steps matched the song perfectly as she spun and flung the staff high in the air before catching it again. She danced without flaw, silencing the audience with her grace and beauty. Another dancer, a man, appeared beside her. The dance between them showed their love for each other. Then, another man came from behind the curtain, wearing black, his face hidden in the shadow of his hood. His dance was quick and aggressive, and the song picked up to match it. He shoved the woman away and began to duel with the man. Finally, the duel was ended when the evil man kicked the good man to the ground and held both his and the other man's staff up in victory. Then, both staffs were doused in water and the men disappeared from the stage, allowing the attention of the crowd to switch back to the girl. The tune melted into a sad song, and my heart broke for the girl, who danced alone until the song ended. The crowd clapped and whistled once the dance was finished, and the girl smiled, reminding me that it had only been a performance. The crowd cheered even louder as another song started up, this one with a much more lively tune, flooding the stage with dancers. They spun the fire staff so fast that it was just a blur of light and heat. As they did so, they weaved in and out of one another. Unexpectedly, half of them handed their staff to the other half. They spun them with both hands and moved back into a line, while the other half started doing flips. The staffs stopped spinning and were formed into squares. I stood in fascination as they each took turns backflipping through the provided space. I noticed Roland looking over at me for a reaction and I smiled at him. Even though we were packed in tight, I was glad that I came. I'd never seen anything like this. However, in the second that I looked away from the dancers, something horrible happened. One of the dancers, a woman, landed wrong with her flip and sent one of the fiery poles flying toward the tent wall. Chapter 17. Most of the people in the crowd had noticed the accident, and we were all pushing for the exits. Roland and I were the farthest from them. The fire dancers doused their staffs in water buckets and tried to douse the fire as well, but it was spreading too fast. The whole back wall was aflame. I was convinced that the whole place would be engulfed by the time we reached the exit, and I knew what I had to do. In first form, I didn't have a blade of my own, but I did when I was in half form. It didn't take too long to think about light and heat. There was so much of it surrounding me already, but I had to remember to cut it off at the last second. As soon as I changed, I unsheathed the sword and slashed at the fabric of the tent. People noticed what I was doing, and they clambered for a place at the wall, hurling me to the ground once I'd gotten my section ripped open. In their panic, many people escaped from the hole I created and barely noticed that they were trampling me. I tried to get up, but there were too many. Someone smashed their foot into the back of my head, causing my nose to ram into the ground and start bleeding. Finally, Roland found my arm and pulled me out of the way. His eyes showed apology and pity. I glared at him, trying to focus on anger rather than pain. This was exactly what I feared would happen. We were pushed farther away from the scene by the mob of people still trying to escape. By the time the entire tent was aflame, everyone had escaped from the blaze. People had given up trying to put out the fire, and were now standing back, waiting for the tent to go out by itself. Roland was still staring up at the flames when I walked away from the scene. I was angry and embarrassed, and I didn't want to see or speak to him right then. I wiped at my nose and hoped that he hadn't noticed me slip away. He did, of course. I had no idea where I was going, and I soon ended up in a dark alley. "Ivy, wait!" shouted Roland. I ignored him. "I'm sorry," he said, catching my arm and turning me around to face him. I didn't know that would happen. I could see the compassion in his eyes, but it only made me feel more embarrassed. I looked down. Roland pulled out a handkerchief and wiped at my nose, making it sting. I took the cloth from him and turned away, continuing to walk in the direction I'd been headed. I noticed my skin glowing for the first time and changed back into first form before emerging from the alley. It had led us to the clay huts of the slums. I squinted in the sudden brightness. Nearby, a mother was scrubbing laundry while her daughter sat next to her, fiddling with a ragged doll. They were both as skinny as a rail. Two scrawny boys raced through the clutter of huts. A man rolled a rusty wheelbarrow towards the base of a hut in the progress of being built. Roland appeared beside me. "This is the part of the city called West Side. It's where the poor live. I didn't reply, but turned back the way that I came. I felt like I was intruding on their lives. "Roland!" someone shouted. I groaned inwardly. Did everyone in the city know Roland? "Matilda!" Roland greeted. Matilda had long, graying brown hair and a weathered face, but her eyes sparkled as if she were still a youth. "To think that I've run into you and your husband both in the same day," said Roland. "Oh, you have you?" she asked, her hands on her hips. "And why hasn't the useless lump come home?" Roland shrugged. "I couldn't say." She sighed and smiled. "Well, why don't you come in? Sit down and have a talk with me. It's been a long time." Roland looked back at me. Matilda followed his gaze and looked at me curiously. "Oh, dear. She can come too, if she wants. It looks as if she could use some patching up." "Thank you, Matilda, but I don't want to intrude." "Nonsense. We have more money than ever since Burton was given charge of his own ship. Burton has even been thinking about buying a house near the docks so that he won't have to walk so far to get home." Roland looked back at me again in question. I nodded. "It would be nice to wash the blood and dirt off my face." "Good," said Matilda. She turned and started walking. "This way." Outside, their hut looked like everyone else's, a dusty orange color, but inside there were patterned rugs, a decent wooden table with chairs that matched, and curtains draping around a single window. "I like what you've done with the place," Roland said. "Do you?" Matilda asked. "I like it too. I think this is the most comfortable I've ever lived." "Even more than your city home?" Matilda nodded. "Much more." I wondered how Roland knew so much about her. Matilda grabbed a pot and pumped some water into it, setting it on the stove to boil. "I'll clean your wound up in a little bit," she said to me. "I want the water to be warm first." "Okay," I answered her. She squinted her eyes at me. "You look familiar. Have we met before?" I shook my head. "I don't think so. I'm from Forlander." I realized that many people might not know about my hometown. "It's located on the northernmost island," I clarified. Maybe you just have one of those faces." She paused. "What's your name?" "Ivy," I answered. I noticed a look of shock on Matilda's face, but it was quickly overtaken by a blank expression. "Doesn't ring a bell," she said as she turned around. I watched her suspiciously before looking at Roland. He apparently hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary. He was looking around the hut still. The woman glanced back at me and smiled. "Something the matter, dear?" she asked. I shook my head. "No. Of course not." She sliced up some bread and cheese and put them on the table along with 2 glasses of water. "That's the only drink we have." "Trying to save up money," she said apologetically. Roland sat at the table and I sat next to him, taking some of the bread and nibbling on it. I watched as Matilda dipped her finger in the water that was on the stove. "That should be warm enough," she said. She poured some out into a bowl and grabbed a rag out of a drawer. Then, she sat in the chair next to me and tilted my head toward her. I put the bread down for the time being. She dabbed at my nose and my forehead. I hadn't realized that I'd had a cut there in all the commotion. She studied my eyes with that same knowing look she had earlier. It made me think that she knew something about my past that she didn't want to say. I opened my mouth to ask her something, but she covered it with her own words. "So, Roland, how did you run into this lovely girl? And why is she hurt?" Matilda said, her gaze flicking over to him. I couldn't see Roland, but I could hear that his mouth was full as he spoke. "She went to the conservatory with me." Matilda's expression hardened. "Did she? How long has she been there?" "About 6 months." Matilda raised her eyebrows. "And she's already on a quest?" Roland said, swallowing. "It's possible that she'll beat my record." Matilda smiled, but her eyes didn't reflect the smile. Once Matilda was done washing away the blood and dirt on my face, I turned back to the plate to find the single piece of bread that I'd nibbled, but nothing else. I glared at Roland. "Thanks a lot," I said. He shrugged. "I've told you." "Yes, I know. You have a big appetite." He nodded and smiled. "One big enough for a sea monster." I tilted my head. "Does that affect how much you eat?" "Your second form?" "It depends. I don't actually eat as much as a sea serpent would, but I think it definitely makes me eat more," he said. "Or that's just your excuse," Matilda piped from the stove. "You try being a 50-ton fish." "It isn't so easy," Roland called to her. She rolled her eyes at him. "You try being as big as a mouse." "It isn't so easy, either." "True," Roland said as he stood. "You win. Are you headed somewhere?" asked Matilda. "I don't want to encroach on your time, and I was hoping to show Ivy some more of the city." Matilda looked at my reluctant expression, and then back at Roland. "By the looks of it, I don't think it turned out very well last time." "I know, but that was a strange occurrence. Nothing like that would happen again." Matilda looked at me, trying to make up her mind about something. "Okay," she said. She smiled at me apologetically. I had the feeling that she wanted me to go before I asked any questions. "Try to have fun." I stood up and followed Roland, peering around at Matilda before I closed the door. "I know you know something," I said on a whim. "I'll leave it up to you whether or not you should tell me." I saw her expression fall before I shut the door. Roland was headed for the alley again, and I started to follow. The door squeaked open loudly and Matilda's voice shouted, "Wait." Both Roland and I turned back around. "Roland, go see whatever it is you want. I want to talk to Ivy for a few minutes." Roland seemed taken aback, but Matilda didn't wait long before grabbing my sleeve and pulling me back into her house, slamming the door behind her. Chapter 18. Matilda stared at me for a second with her back pressed against the door. I stared back, my heart beating loudly, anticipating what she was going to say. She came a few steps from the door and wiped her palms on her dress. "I knew your mother," she whispered finally. "We were best friends for the longest time." I waited for her to continue, barely able to hear anything with the rushing in my ears. "Our birthdays were 2 days apart, but I was younger." She was there for my trial even though she broke the rules of the conservatory. So my mother had gone to the same school that I went to. We married at the same time and had children at the same time, both boys. Corey's and Christopher were so cute together. But then Christopher got sick and died at the age of 3. Corey's didn't really understand at that point what death really was. We told him that Christopher was gone, and he assumed that Christopher didn't want to play with him anymore. Matilda smiled sadly. Sometimes I wished that I were unaware of Christopher's death like he was, but as a mother and a wife, it was my duty to know and work through it with my husband. Soon after that I had a miscarriage and then I had Jane. Jane, so sweet and so innocent. She grew up to be a polar bear, Matilda chuckled. Sweet, innocent Jane didn't have such a sweet, innocent second form. When she was in the arena, however, the wizard sensed magical talent in her and sent her to the conservatory. Her eyes welled up. I went with her the first day, although that's not permitted anymore. I recognized Corey's, who went by Kurt. It surprised me, because I'd thought, well, never mind what I thought. I'll tell you soon enough. I paid for her to have him as a trainer. Little did I know that the headmaster had taken Corey's under his wing as his own son. He allowed Jane to have him as her trainer, and when Jane showed promise, he sent her on a quest. The same one I'm on right now, I broke in horror. She nodded. Yes. Don't believe a word of what that man says. Where you are going, it's a death trap. You should turn back around right now. Although, you might have a better chance with Roland. Poor Jane went by herself. Matilda swallowed hard. And she didn't come back. I felt really sorry for Matilda, but I was anxious to know about my mother. And what of? Your mother, of course. I'm sorry. I've not told anyone about Jane for a long time. I nodded in sympathy. Your mother had you 4 years after I had Jane. You got along pretty well, but Jane was too old for you. Burton took up a job as a worker on a ship, and we moved here, to Akron. I was sorry to leave Olivia and Burton was sorry to leave Garrett. The names echoed through my mind. The next thing we heard, you all died in a fire. That was why I was so surprised to see Corey's. And that is why I'm so surprised to see you. My hope was doused like a flame under a stream of water. So my mother and father are dead for certain? I asked. She nodded. I'm almost certain of it. If they weren't, they would have come and told us. They would have kept sending us letters. They would have found you. I went to the table and sat down, resting my elbows on the table and lifting my hands to cover my face. Despite my best efforts, tears streamed through my fingers. Matilda came along and hugged me. It comforted me, especially when I felt her own tears drip on my head. I dropped my hands and took a few deep breaths. She stopped hugging me to look at my face. I tried to come up with a different topic. And how do you know Roland? I asked. She smiled and wiped her tears away with shaking hands. It was a few years ago, perhaps 2. Burton took him to and from Kislow. It takes a while to get there, but the first time they crossed together, Roland disappeared. They ran into each other when Roland was on his way back, and Burton asked about it. Roland told him the truth, that he was a sea serpent and had been in a hurry. Anyway, Burton said he would take him back, and on the way, Roland fell sick. We took him in until he got better, and we formed a sort of relationship, not replacing the son we'd lost, but family all the same. I smiled, glad that there was something positive to talk about. Matilda sighed. But life is getting easier as time passes. Perhaps not for you yet, but it will eventually. I nodded, and took in a deep breath. What were their second forms? I asked. She looked into the distance as she answered, Olivia was a Pegasus. Your father was a griffin like Curry's. They both quested for the kingdom, and Garrett even got raised to captain before he died. She looked over at me. Now I'm curious. What is your second form? A phoenix, I replied. She said. Must be pretty rare. I've never heard of the thing. What does it look like? Well, it's a bird with feathers the color of fire, I said. That's fitting. Your mother always called you her little fireflower. Matilda stood. Well, I'd better start cooking lunch. Burton will probably come home for it, but even if he doesn't, I still have to eat. I smiled at her. Would you like some help? I asked. I had no idea how to cook, but I could do something simple, like chopping up vegetables. Elna had asked me to do that when she was short on staff. Matilda shook her head. No, I'd better do it. Burton is a picky eater. I had to admit that I was a little disappointed. I could have used the distraction. Instead, I sat at the table and twiddled my thumbs until a knock sounded at the door. "Come in," shouted Matilda. It was Roland. "I was just wondering if you were done with Ivy," he said. "Oh, yes, yes. I'll bet the poor girl is bored by now." I smiled. I had too much to think about to be bored, but Roland didn't know that. "Would you like to come?" he asked me. "Yes, I'll come," I answered, standing. Before we stepped out, Matilda shouted, "Be back for supper." Roland and I smiled at each other as he shut the door. "So what did Matilda want to talk to you about?" Roland questioned as we walked. I shrugged. "Private matters," I answered. I wasn't sure how much he knew, and I didn't want to betray Matilda. He frowned at me and didn't reply. After a while of walking, I realized that I still had no idea where we were going, and I hoped that it had nothing to do with throngs of people. "Where are we headed?" I asked. "I don't know," Roland replied truthfully. "I figured we could just go on a walk." I had to admit, it was nice to have nothing to do. We had an unexpected break in a time of turmoil. The ocean came into view again, but this time there were no docks. Just the beach. I was tempted to go put my feet in it, but the water would be freezing cold. Although the day was warmer than I was used to, it was still too cold for swimming. I sat down and kicked off my boots, sinking my toes into the sand. Roland sat down next to me and slung the bag from his shoulder. And now for lunch. I had forgotten about the food that Rema gave us. Roland pulled out the bread, cheese, and meat. I had already had bread today, so I reached for a piece of dried meat and started to chew on it. Nearby, a few seagulls landed, cautiously coming closer to see if we would give them anything. I tossed a piece of bread out for them, and they all raced at the same time to grab it, but only one was successful. He flew off a few feet until he had swallowed the whole thing. "You know what?" Roland asked. "What?" "You might have saved some people's lives in that fire earlier." "Why do you think that?" I questioned. Nobody else drew their blade to cut a hole in the tent. They were all in a panicky state of mind. Including me. I stared at the seagulls and shrugged. I ate a little more of the food, but I didn't really feel hungry. The food was put away after Roland had had his fill. The bell chimed once. It didn't seem like it was only 1 o'clock. It seemed like it should be 3 o'clock at least. I stood up and grabbed my boots. I would have to wait until we got off the beach before putting them back on, otherwise they would get sand all through them. Roland followed me. I retraced our steps back to the road, where I wiped my feet off and slid my boots on. "Let's go back to the market," I suggested. "We could get something to contribute to Matilda's meal, but..." "That sounds like a good idea," Roland said. "I think it would be much appreciated." I let him take the lead, as I still didn't know quite where I was going. Akron was the largest city I'd ever been to. I definitely wouldn't be able to memorize the roads unless I lived here for a while. The market was surprisingly less crowded than it had been before. The fire dancer's tent had been burnt to the ground, and all that remained of it were ashes. 2 men were already scooping them up into a wagon. Unlike in the village, most of the merchants stayed behind their stand and waited for their customers to come up, although some of them did advertise what they had by shouting it out to the crowd. "What should we get for her?" I asked Roland. He knew what she liked better than I did. "Well, all the times that I've eaten at her house, she only made a vegetable broth. Perhaps we should make a trip for the butcher's shop and gift her with that." I looked at him speculatively. "Is that what she wants or what you want?" He laughed. "Probably both." "What about a pastry or something?" I asked. He considered this. "While that is a good idea, Matilda will probably make her own. She likes to bake." "Fine," I said sullenly. "Meat it is, then." "But you're going to carry it." "Of course," he said. We purchased a nice cut of beef at a butcher's shop and hurried to get it to Matilda so she could prepare it in time for dinner. Once we found her house again, Roland knocked on her door. She opened it in a hurry. "Oh, hello," she said, smiling. "I didn't expect you back so soon." "We hurried so we could get this to you," he answered her, lifting the parcel in his hands. She seemed to notice it for the first time. "Oh, Roland, how thoughtful," she said, taking the parcel. She brought it inside and we followed her, shutting the door behind us. "It wasn't me," Roland said, taking a seat at the table as Matilda got out a cutting board and a knife. "Ivy thought of the idea to give you a gift." Matilda turned her smile to me. "Thank you very much." Burton will be especially thankful. A sailor needs to eat his protein, as he always says. I blushed and sat next to Roland. It is the least we could do for you, since you're feeding us dinner. Of course, she answered. She sliced the meat into little pieces and put it into a pot of boiling broth. As she stirred it in, she said, I was wondering, where are you and Ivy going to stay, Roland? I was thinking we might stay at the Dairymaid, he said. She wrinkled her nose. The Dairymaid? I've heard that their bedrooms are tiny and overpriced. Do you have any other suggestions? Yes, she said, smiling. You should stay here. Roland shook his head. I don't want to be any more of a burden than I've already been. Ha! You are not a burden, Matilda scoffed. Don't you know how lonely it's been with Burton out at sea and no one else here in the house? We were all silent while Roland pondered this. I even surprised myself when I spoke up. We'll be happy to stay, Matilda, I said. Roland raised his eyebrows at me, but Matilda grinned from ear to ear. Of course. Ivy will get the cot, but Roland, dear, will make you a comfortable pallet on the floor. Roland sighed. Matilda laughed. Don't worry. I have plenty of blankets, and a nice feather pillow we've just gotten with Burton's extra wages, she added with a wink. I jumped when the door opened. Burton walked in, wiping his feet on the rug in front of the entryway. Matilda looked up at him. It's about time that you came home. I can't entertain company and cook at the same time. Burton looked up for the first time and noticed us. So now you've come to bother my wife, Roland? Before Roland could answer, Matilda said, Actually, I invited them in. They weren't even going to say hello to me. Can you believe that? I sure can. Burton said jokingly. I didn't even want to come inside myself. Matilda scolded him. Burton looked at me, and I fought the urge to shrink back. He smiled. Well, I suppose we're officially friends now that you've been invited to my home. He stuck out his hand. So what's your name, lass? He asked. We shook hands as I answered, Ivy. He seemed surprised at the name. He took me in more carefully, and looked at Matilda. Matilda nodded. Burton crossed his arms. Or maybe we were already friends. I looked over at Roland. He was glancing back and forth between me and Burton, his face contorted in confusion. I smiled warily at Burton. Yes, perhaps a past life? Burton chuckled. No such thing, he said. Matilda cleared her throat. Dinner will be ready in a few hours, so H0W about you all play a game of cards before then? She suggested, changing the subject. I was grateful for the diversion. Matilda went over to the bookcase and brought some out. I was hopelessly bad at the game, having never played cards before. Roland and Burton talked non-stop, occasionally bringing me into the conversation before continuing along with their endless banter. When dinner was finally ready, I helped her set the table. Right as I was about to dig into the delicious-smelling stew, Matilda said, Burton, will you please say grace? I hurriedly set my spoon back down, and took the outstretched hands of Burton and Roland. This wasn't something we did at the orphanage, but I'd seen people pray together in taverns. Lord, we thank you for this food, we pray that you bless it and nourish it to our bodies. I thank you for the hands that made it, Matilda squeezed his hand. And I thank you that we can have Roland and Ivy at our table today. Amen. Amen, said Matilda, patting his hand, before picking up her spoon. I was thinking the entire time I ate, and too soon, the bowl was empty. I helped Matilda clean up afterward, and we pulled my cot out of a closet. Matilda went back to her bedroom and came out with 3 blankets. It's probably going to be a cold night, she said. You'll need all of these. Thank you, I replied as we laid out all the blankets on the cot. We laid down the last blanket, and Matilda sighed tiredly. We'd better get to bed. Burton likes to leave early to get a head start on the day. I sat down on the cot. She sat next to me and hugged me. You are so like your mother, she said. Both quiet, both kind, and both beautiful. I smiled and hugged her back. Thank you, I said. She stood up again, and made her way to her bedroom. Good night, she called back. Good night, I replied. As Matilda went into her room, Roland came out, his hands full of quilts and the one feather pillow that Matilda had promised. He laid them out on the floor a few paces away, near the wood stove. I slipped under the covers and faced away from him. I stayed up longer than I wanted, listening to see if Roland was asleep or not. When I at last heard his steady breathing, I was finally able to drift off. Chapter 19. When I woke up, the bridge of my nose was throbbing from the accident the day before. The throbbing lessened a little as I woke up more. I heard voices talking behind me, at the table. Roland and Burton. "We won't have any trouble with pirates, will we?" asked Roland. "Not likely," Burton answered. "Pirates like to stick to the southern coast of Pira, Onwin, and Leviatha. I've never heard of one coming as far as Kislo and definitely not Nala." "Then we have nothing to worry about?" "I wouldn't say that. There are still the dangers of storms, but they don't happen very often this time of year. In the spring, however, a sailor would be an idiot to go out into the open sea." I threw off my covers and stretched. The cold, gray light of dawn shimmered through the frosted window. Burton looked over at me. "Hey, there, Roland. Your lass is up." I made sure to glare at the statement, which resulted in a grin from Burton, before saying, "Are we going to be leaving soon?" "We were just about to wake you up, but you saved us the trouble. We'll be leaving as soon as you're ready." I went over to the changing screen and changed back into my comfortable half-formed clothes. I combed my fingers through my hair before I came back out. "I'm ready," I said. "Then let's go," Burton replied. I didn't take the first step before Matilda's frantic voice came ringing from the other room. "Hang on a second. I've got something I want to give to Ivy." Burton huffed in annoyance, and steered Roland toward the door. "We'll be waitin' outside," he called to me. Matilda came out of the room holding something that was wrapped in a satin cloth. She pulled the fabric away, exposing a white case, which she opened. I gasped at what was inside. It was a necklace, but this necklace had a bird on it. A bird with flames. "It was your mother's," she said. "We went to your house after we heard of the fire, and found this in the remains. I don't know why she had it. Perhaps she somehow already knew what you were." I took the necklace in my hands just to stare at it. It was crafted so well for such a small little jewel. When I looked closely, I saw the carvings of the feathers. "I want you to take it with you, but you shouldn't wear it. With your clothing and this necklace combined, people will start to assume things." I nodded. My half-form outfit had pockets underneath the talon belt and I slipped it in there. Matilda hugged me one last time. "It's so nice to know that a part of Olivia is alive and well," she pulled back and smiled at me. "Keep it that way." I returned her smile. "I will try." She came with me to the door and watched as I started the walk with Roland and Burton to the docks. "Come back to visit," she shouted. I looked back and waved. "I will." Our walk was shorter than I wished it would have been. Although I was eager to get this quest over with, I had never sailed before, and I wasn't sure if I would like it. I've heard of sailors in love with the briny deep only to be betrayed by their mistress. They sink and drown, and a few days or weeks later, you might find their body bloated on the sand. I didn't want to be one of those bodies. Burton's ship was docked out the furthest. I studied it as we walked up the ramp. It was old. It had survived many years, but it was well taken care of. Some of the others' ships were filthy, but Burton's ship was well scrubbed. His sails were white and his ropes were new. One thing I did notice was the figurehead. It was a sea serpent like Roland. Or I should say that it had been. Most of its face had broken off and all that was left were its eyes. Burton's yelling jerked my attention away from it. "Raise the anchor. Hoist the sails." Several men snapped to attention and started running around to their positions. Roland went to help, and I started to follow, but a hand on my shoulder stopped me. "No, Ivy. You won't be doing the men's work," Burton said. I was glad. I had no idea what I would be doing. "You can, however, help in the kitchen." He gestured to the doors at the aft of the ship. I started toward them, but stopped to balance myself. I wasn't used to the bobbing of the ship yet. I entered the doors and studied the room. Everything was put into order, just like it had been on the deck. A woman stood in front of a stove, stirring a boiling concoction. She looked up when I came in. "Another woman on board?" she said, beaming. She looked only a few years older than I. This is something that doesn't happen very often. "Hello," I said with a tentative smile. She switched the spoon to her left hand and extended her right one. "My name's Sophia." I came closer and shook her hand. "I'm Ivy. I'm so glad you're here," she said excitedly. "You have no idea how hard it is for one person to make a meal for 20 people. And on a ship, no less." "I don't know much about cooking, but I hope that I can be of help," I replied. "Don't worry. I'll give you the simpler tasks." She set me down on a chair in front of 3 buckets. One had potatoes in it and the other two were empty. She placed a knife in my hand. "I'll leave you to figure out what to do," she said with a smile. I nodded. Elna had done this very thing to me before. The peelings go in one bucket and the finished potatoes go in the other. Sophia rushed back to the pot to stir it. I sighed as I peeled the potato. The next few days would definitely test my patience. I wanted to just fly the whole way, but I knew that I wouldn't be able to cover that whole distance. Not safely, anyway. I found that I liked to work with Sophia. She was cheerful and energetic, and it took my mind off the motion of the ship. The next day, things got worse. I woke up with nausea and was barely able to think a complete thought. I went up on the decks to see if it would make me feel better, but the sea smelled especially fishy, or else my sickness picked up on that the most. My knees felt weak and my vision was foggy. Roland appeared in front of me. "Ivy, you don't look so good. Your face is as white as a sheet." I didn't fully comprehend what he was saying. Instead, I raced to the edge of the ship as fast as my feeble legs could take me and spewed over the side. Roland caught me after I was done and lifted me in his arms. My head spun as he took me back below decks and into the bunk that I'd been given the day before. "Thank you," I said faintly as he left. I wasn't sure if he heard me. My eyes were already closed by then as I fell asleep. I faded in and out of consciousness. Someone had placed a bucket next to me and I must have used it at least 2 more times before I started to feel better. When I woke up once again, Sophia was sitting next to me. She had set a tray next to my bedside. Once she noticed that I was awake, she smiled widely. "Are you feeling any better?" I nodded. "Yes," I croaked. "Well enough to eat something?" she asked. I looked over at the tray. I didn't think that I would be able to handle it if it was something big, but luckily, it wasn't. It was just a bowl of warm chicken broth. The aroma that came from it was mouth-watering. "I think I could handle that," I said. She smiled. "I thought I'd bring it down in case you were hungry," she said as she shifted in her chair to grab the bowl. "And if you hadn't woken up just then, I would have drank it and left." "Well, I'm glad I woke up," I said as I tried to grasp the bowl in my hands. Sophia seemed to know that I wouldn't be strong enough to hold it yet because she didn't let go as I tried to raise it to my mouth. The delicious broth rolled over my tongue and down my throat. It soothed the soreness there and warmed my body. She pulled the bowl back so I could wait a while before attempting any more. "It tastes wonderful," I said. Unlike Elna, Sophia could cook. Sophia beamed. "Thank you. My mother used to make this recipe for me when I was sick. She used only the freshest herbs, vegetables, and meat to give the broth more flavor and nutrients." I reached for the bowl, ready for some more. Sophia helped me drink it down. When the bowl was empty, she stood up. "I've got to go finish cooking supper. The crew will be banging at my door before long." "Thank you so much," I said gratefully. She smiled at me and left. I stayed up for a long time. The broth had made me feel a little queasy after a while, but it passed shortly after that. I was about to go back to sleep when the door squeaked open and footsteps entered the room. I opened my eyes to see Roland. His hair was disheveled from wind and his face was sunburned. He smiled at me as if he knew how handsome he looked just then. I sat up straighter in bed and tried to concentrate on anything but that. "It would be you to come in when I'm almost asleep," I said, trying not to sound tired. Instead my voice sounded whiny. "I finally got some free time and figured I'd come see how you were doing." "Well, I'm doing a lot better." He smiled, his eyes twinkling. "I came before. It's just that this is the first time that you were awake." His words helped me remember how he was the one who had carried me to my bed. "Thank you for bringing me here earlier." "No problem," he said, sitting down on the bunk next to me. "I would do that for anybody." We were silent for a few seconds until Roland came up with a new topic. "We should be able to jump ship in 3 days if the wind stays on our side," Roland said. I smiled at the pun. "So we're doing good?" I asked. He nodded. "Remarkably so." "Good. I want to get off as soon as possible." He raised his eyebrows. "You don't like it?" "No. Not if it makes me sick. It won't always do that. You just have to get used to it." I bet that I got nauseated the first time I was on a boat. I can't remember it, but I bet I did. "How many times have you been on a ship?" I questioned. "When I was little I went on a few trips with my father, but they were all short so that my mother wouldn't worry. Because of the quests, though, I've lost count. There are a lot of things that we spy on overseas." I studied the hem of my blanket. What are normal quests like? There was no reply. I glanced up at him. He stared off in the distance, flexing his jaw. Finally, his eyes flicked back to me and he answered. Some of them are fine. Just gathering information on how the countries are running. Others are worse. It depends on who your taskmaster is. I felt like I might be going too far, but I wanted more information. What things did you have to do, Adot? He opened his mouth and then closed it. He seemed to be contemplating whether or not he should tell me. I think, he paused to gather his thoughts. I should go see if Burton needs any help, he muttered. He stood up and walked quickly to the hatch. Before he left, he turned back. I'll tell you before you graduate, he said, and then he disappeared. My mind was spinning to think of the possible reasons why Roland wouldn't tell me. Did he have to kill certain people? Was there something worse that I didn't know about? I sunk back down into my bed and laid my head on the pillow. I didn't sleep for a long time. My mind was too busy picturing Roland killing someone. The same picture played over and over in my mind. I squeezed my eyes shut and tried not to think about it, but if anything, it made it worse. I decided to just let the image stay there until I eventually drifted off. Chapter 20. I woke up flying through the air. I hit the wall hard just before getting tossed the other way. I scrambled to my feet and lunged for the ladder. I grabbed it just in time. The ship lurched the other way and one of the dressers came away from the wall and barreled straight for me. I had to scurry as fast as I could up the ladder to avoid getting crushed. I pushed through the hatch and was greeted with a face full of seawater. Some got caught in my lungs, and I tried to cough it out. Roland came out of nowhere and pulled me off the ladder and onto the deck. The ship rocked and I lost my footing and would have fallen if Roland hadn't been grasping my shoulders. He led me up some stairs and into the captain's compartment, and tossed me in. Stay here until the storm ends. He yelled above the roaring winds. Then he slammed the door shut and was gone. I looked around. It was pitch black. Hello? I called. Ivy? Someone said back. It was a woman's voice. The only other woman on board was Sophia. I'm so glad you're here and safe. I was so worried about you. The ship rocked violently and I was thrown toward her voice. My head hit the wall hard, sending stars circling through my vision. I reached out for handholds in case the ship rocked the other way. Instead, I found Sophia's hand. I clasped it tight, wondering if we would make it through this night. I tried to keep myself pushed against the wall as the storm tossed us around. I would slip a little when a sudden wave would crash against the ship, but my tactic kept me from getting badly injured. Sophia and I were silent, not only because the storm's roar was too loud to talk over, but also because of fear. The storm raged for hours, and my legs were starting to cramp by the time the waves died down. The darkness was still deep and the storm had left me exhausted. I drifted off as soon as the steady rocking of the boat permitted it. When I woke up, the first thing I noticed was Sophia. Her face lacked its usual color, and there was a cut above her eyebrow. I thought she was dead, until I noticed her steady breathing. The light was pale, so it was either early morning, or the storm wasn't quite done with us yet. I stood on unsteady legs to look out the window. The sun had barely risen over the horizon, and the sky was clear of clouds. I smiled. It was over. The smile faded when I realized that I didn't know if everyone was all right yet. I stood up on wobbly legs and hurried toward the door, opening it. There was no one. My heart flopped in my chest. Had they fallen into the sea? I jumped when the hatch suddenly opened up. The soggy crew poured onto the deck. Some of them were bloodied and limping. I searched through them to find either Roland or Burton, but I didn't see them. I hurriedly climbed down the steps, leaving Sophia, and confronted one of the crew members. Where are the captain and Roland? I asked anxiously. The man pointed to the hatch. Down there. The captain fell into the icy water, and Roland jumped in to save him. I still don't know how they both got back on deck. A wave must have tossed them up. He might not have known, but I know. Roland was a sea serpent. The only way they both survived was because of Roland's second form. Thank goodness for him. I didn't wait for the man to say anything else before dashing to the hatch and hurrying down the ladder. Burton was covered in blankets, shivering. Roland was dripping wet, but he didn't show any signs of being cold. Roland looked up at me. Is he okay? I asked. Roland nodded. He'll be fine when the chill passes, he said. Burton nodded in agreement, but didn't bother talking. I sat on the soggy bunk across from them, and Roland came over to sit next to me, his shoes sloshing against the floor. We sat silently until Burton's chattering died down. When I was certain he was asleep, I leaned closer to Roland and whispered, "Thank you, but..." Roland looked at me, surprised. "For what?" "For possibly saving my life," I answered with a sheepish smile. He shrugged. "I'm sure you would have been fine, but you're welcome anyway." We sat in silence as the ship rocked gently. I stood up and started to leave. "Wait," Roland said. I turned back and looked at him inquisitively. "What happened to the back of your head?" I remembered slamming it into the wall. I reached up with my hand and felt the tender spot where I had hit it. My hair was clumped with blood. I grimaced. "It probably looks worse than it is," I said. He studied it a while longer before saying, "I hear that Sophia knows the basics of healing. You should go to her and ask for help." I nodded. "I'll get her to look at it." He smiled. I left, content now that I knew he and Burton were safe. I looked in the captain's quarters for Sophia, but she wasn't there anymore. I eventually found her in the kitchen, which had become a disastrous mess. There were shards of blue and green glass all over the floor mixed in with pools of wine. Most of the bowls and plates were made out of wood because of this very reason. Sophia was sweeping it all into a corner, her straw broom dripping and stained with blood-red liquid. She looked pretty put out. "Is there anything that I can do to help?" I asked her. She stopped sweeping and turned to me. "No, not really." She studied the mess, her mouth formed into a deep frown. "Some of the crew will be quite angry about this. I'll have to have Burton bridle them or they'll be in here cursing up a storm and tearing my kitchen to pieces." "Isn't there more in barrels?" I questioned. "I've heard mention of them." She nodded. "Yes, there is, but it's the cheap stuff. It's just to hold people over until we get to the next stop." I stood a chair back up on its four legs and sat down, crossing my arms. "Then they'll just have to survive on that." She smiled. "Well, I'm glad to have you on my side anyway, seeing as you come from the Crescent Isle Conservatory." I smiled at her. "How did you know that that's where I came from?" "Roland told me," she said. She batted her eyelashes, a knowing smile on her face. "He's very handsome, don't you think?" The very thought of him made me blush and I tried not to seem too obvious. I guess so," I said with a shrug. I suddenly became very fascinated with a strand of my hair. She noticed the strand of hair, which was coincidentally one of the ones caked in blood. "Oh, how could I not have seen that?" she asked, her eyes wide. "Why haven't I checked you over already? I should have guessed that you had been hurt after being thrown against the wall like that." Sophia went to one of the cabinets and untied a piece of twine that she had wrapped around the handles. It opened and she shuffled through the things until she found what she was looking for, a clean cloth and a wooden bowl. She went to the opposite side of the room where a barrel sat, secured tightly to the wall and unharmed from the storm. She began to talk as she lifted off the lid and scooped some water out. "This ship is lucky that Burton had the foresight that he did. The storm was too unexpected to tie anything else down. Whenever we sail in storm season, the ship is tied up tighter than my uncle's doublet." I smiled as she went behind me, but my smile immediately faded when she started to bathe my wound. I winced every time she dabbed. As she did so, she continued to talk. "My uncle has had one too many cakes. No, make that several. He has the second form of a salmon, so I don't know how he got to be a banker. He must have had some important friends, because rightfully, he should be a sailor like all of these men. Anyway, my sister and I always laugh when we picture him flopping around on his trial day. I was so worried that I'd suffer the same fate before my trial, so you can imagine my relief when I just turned into a lop-eared rabbit. I knew she was trying to distract me, and I was glad of it. It helped me to concentrate on things other than the pain. I was surprised when she stopped talking for a moment, but it was only seconds before she started up again. "I was talking about something earlier before you got me sidetracked," she said. "What was it?" I shrugged. "Oh, I remember," she said suddenly, appearing in front of me with a glint in her eye. "It was about Roland." She went back behind me and continued to dab. "I was talking about how handsome he is. And you know what? Seeing as you're on this long journey together, I would assume a relationship could come naturally." She waited for me to say something. I shifted uncomfortably. She laughed. "If you don't take him, though, I will." I looked back at her with a frown. "Where are you trying to go with this conversation?" I asked. She smiled and turned my head back around gently. "I'm only trying to find out whether or not you like him. And from what I've seen, I think that you do." I turned bright red, and I was glad that she turned me away from her. And if that assumption is true, I think he likes you, too. I couldn't hold back any longer. Really? I asked. She giggled. I knew I could get something out of you. I blushed again, but now that she knew something, I decided to continue. I can't see how it will work out, I said hesitantly. She snorted. Of course it will. If two people love each other, they'll do anything to be together, she stated dramatically. I really didn't know anything about relationships. In the orphanage, relationships with anyone, let alone between boys and girls, were discouraged. Thinking about that made my thoughts shift to Wyon and how he thought that we could have that sort of a relationship. I was instantly somber. I knew that my denial must have hurt him, but after the changes in my life, that path would have given me more obstacles to go through. The ship creaked loudly, more loudly than it would have before the storm. Sophia heard it as well. There is bound to be some damage. I'm sure the crew are trying to fix everything right now. Have you been through other storms? I asked. Many. That's how I came to be on this ship. The last ship I was working on went through a bad one. Many people I knew died that night. Her voice cracked, and she cleared her throat. She took in a deep breath before continuing. Burton found me among the wreckage and brought me on board, along with a handful of others that managed to live. Roland had said that many of the quests were overseas, meaning I'd be on a ship more than most people, putting me in the danger of storms like this one. Do you ever wish that you were a cook on land? In someone's house or tavern? I asked her. She dabbed my head a few more times and then placed the bowl on the counter. She studied me seriously for a moment as she thought, but then she shook her head. If I were a cook on land, I'd have to work every day. When I'm on a ship I get time off when we dock, and I also get to see the world. This is the most adventurous a cook's life can get, so I'm taking it. Do you think that you'll ever settle down with someone? I queried. She raised her eyebrows, smiling mischievously. Well, now. That depends on whether or not you take Roland. I blushed again, but pretended to be carefree. If he doesn't take me, you can have him. Sophia laughed and grasped the broom handle once again. I helped her as much as I could while she told more stories about her ridiculous Uncle Jean and her garish Aunt Ruby. Chapter 21. That whole day, we worked hard to restore the ship back to normal. Several sails had been ripped to shreds, there was a leak below decks, and the mast was leaning to one side. I propped my elbows on the rail next to Burton. It was the first time I had seen him taking a break since he'd been well enough to get up. The ocean expanded as far as the eye could see. Icebergs that had only just started to appear were visible here and there. I looked over at Burton. His face was grim. I'd noticed that he hadn't smiled the whole day. What's wrong? I asked. He glanced at me and I could tell he was trying not to look so forlorn. We don't have the money to repair the ship, and we won't for a long time. We're trying to fix it up, though, I said, attempting to be optimistic. He gave me a half smile. We're doing as much we can, but it won't be enough to fix her completely. She'll be slower than she was. I frowned. I opened my mouth to say something, but I was cut off from a cry coming from the fore. Shipwreck. The cry startled me and I craned my neck to peer beyond the fore of the ship. Far ahead, I could see something. It was a shadow against the expansion of ice and shimmery water. We slowly got closer, and then, I could see the entire wreckage. The ship was ripped apart, the inside exposed as if the storm had pried it open with its dark claws. The exposed part was tilted upward, so I couldn't see into it. I didn't want to. There may be dead bodies. I could see the mast, but it was broken in two. Then I saw something that I recognized. Floating in the water was the carved face of a mermaid, her eyes blankly staring up at the sky. Hello? Burton yelled. There was no answer. Hello? He yelled louder. Still no answer. Burton clenched his jaw. Drop the anchor. He called. Ready the boat. The crew hurried to complete the tasks. I watched as Burton's crew piled into the boat. Burton stepped away from me and hurried to join them, and I noticed that Roland was among them, too. I followed, but he shook his head. No. Stay on board. I was very willing to comply. I watched as they scoured over the area, searching through the planks of wood and the floating barrels. As they went around to the other side of the ship, I waited and listened. Everything was silent for a moment. Then, all of a sudden, there was a shout. More shouts rang out, but I didn't hear any distinct words. I wanted to change form so that I could see what was happening, but I remembered that the headmaster had told me to keep hidden. All I could do was wait impatiently. It was 10 minutes before the boat came back around. I squinted my eyes, trying to see better. The sailors were all seated at the edges of the boat and there was a bundle between them. I knew that it had to be someone. I just hoped that they were alive. I watched the bundle for some time, but I saw no movement. The little boat came to the side of the ship, and I looked over to see Burton hooking the boat up to some pulleys. A few men that had stayed on board helped pull them up. I hesitantly peered at the bundle. It was a man. He was pale and his lips were blue. The scars on the side of his face were even paler than his skin. Corey's. By how still he was, I knew that he had to be lifeless. My heart filled with dread. Tears welled up in my eyes. My brother, the one that I had only just discovered, was gone. Roland noticed my tears apparently. As soon as he could climb out of the boat, he went to me. Ivy, don't worry. Everything is all right. Kurt is alive. Relief flooded me from head to toe. I hurriedly brushed my tears away, ashamed of myself, and quickly regained my composure. I smiled at Roland. Oh, thank goodness, I said. Curry's was brought on board and I hurried to my brother's side. Burton smiled at me, knowing the truth about Kurt and I, don't worry. He'll live, he said. He's unconscious now, but I know him. He'll be fine in a day's time. I smiled weakly. You found no one else? I asked. His face turned dark again. We found a lot of people, but none of them were alive except for Kurt. I shivered, glad that I hadn't been on the boat with the rest of the crew. That was something that I would never forget. Roland came up behind me. I'm surprised that Kurt was even on that boat. I thought that he was supposed to be back at the school, as a guard. I hadn't even thought about why he was here, I was just grateful he was alive, but since Roland brought that up, I began to question his random appearance. Why had he followed us? So far Roland and I had survived every obstacle that had befallen us. Now, rather than us, Kurt was on the verge of death. Cal, the giant, lifted him and brought him below decks. I followed them closely. Once Cal placed Kurt on one of the hammocks, he left me alone with my former trainer. I studied him. His clothes were still wet. I wondered if we had any dry ones to offer him. Finding anything dry would be tough, but it was the best bet we had to make sure that Kurt didn't die. I climbed onto the deck and confronted Roland. Do we have any dry clothes for Kurt? His brow furrowed. I think we should. The storm got everything soaked, but the last time I was in the storeroom, I saw that many of the clothes and blankets had been laid out to dry. Good, I said. We need to get him dry and warm as soon as possible. I was about to head toward the stores, but stopped short when I saw Burton already headed out with dry clothes in his hands. As he walked past me, he said, "Do me a favor and talk to Roland for a little while." I knew what he meant. Gladly, I replied to his back. I sighed and turned to Roland. He was facing away from me, toward the ocean. He seemed like he was content in being alone, and I didn't want to ruin his peace. Instead, I walked over to the storeroom that Burton had just come out of. It was the only place I hadn't gone on the ship. I opened the door and peeked inside. The walls of the dimly lit room were lined with shelves of supplies. The wood on the floor was dark from the water that had gotten in during the storm. It smelled like mildew and rotting wood. There wasn't anything remarkable about it, but I had nothing else to do, so I ventured in anyway, shutting the door behind me. I studied the items on the shelves. There was a section of food, a section of clothing, a section of tools, and a section of life jackets. Like Roland had said, clothes were drying on several lines that had been strung across the room, cutting it in half. I walked past them, further into the room, and eventually ran into a wall. The smell had gotten stronger, and I was beginning to feel claustrophobic. I hurried through a couple rows of clothes and blankets before I ran right into Roland. "Oh," I said as I bumped into his chest. I took a hasty step backward. "I didn't realize that you were following me," I said with an embarrassed smile. I waited for him to move out of the way or reply, but he didn't. After a few seconds of discomfort, I took another step back. That broke him out of his silence. "Sorry," he said. "I was just thinking about something that Sophia told me earlier." I clamped my mouth shut. What had Sophia given away? She hadn't told Roland what I'd said to her, had she? It didn't seem like something that a friend would do. "What did Sophia tell you?" I questioned suspiciously. He thought for a moment, and opened his mouth to reply, but apparently changed his mind. He shook his head. "Never mind about that. But there is something that I was wondering about earlier and I thought that you might know. How does Burton know Kurt? I wasn't sure what to say. I think that is something that you'll have to ask him, I said slowly. He sighed. I guess so. We were silent for another awkward moment. Let's go see if Kurt is doing okay, I said, wanting to get out of the growing suffocation of the storeroom. Thankfully, Roland nodded and turned. I followed at a distance. He was behaving very strangely. I didn't know how to act around him when he was like that. Roland went first to see if Burton had finished helping Kurt into his clothes. He motioned for me to come down after a few seconds. I had expected Kurt to be unconscious still, but instead, when I came down, he was wide awake. He looked drained and tired, but color was starting to return to his cheeks. I felt a lot less worried now that he had warm clothes and a warm bed. Hi, I said, coming closer to the bed. He turned his head to look at me, his eyes droopy with exhaustion. Ivy, he said, reaching for my hand. Roland looked back and forth at us, his forehead wrinkled and his mouth pressed into a firm line. I'm glad to see that you're awake, I said. I wondered if I should ask the question that had been bothering me since they first brought him on board. Curiosity got the better of me. What were you doing on that ship, Kurt? His mouth quirked up in a failed attempt to smile. I was trying to catch up to you. I couldn't stop thinking to myself that if I didn't go after you, you might die. And if that happened, I would blame myself for the rest of my life. And now look at whose life was in danger, I said with a sigh. Kurt chuckled, but the chuckle quickly turned into a cough. I looked over at Roland, and was surprised to see him looking closed off, almost angry. I didn't have a clue what he would be mad about, and I found myself searching over the conversation for anything that would be offensive. I couldn't find anything in the least. Burton was watching Roland also, but he had an understanding look on his face. He stood up and excused himself, walking over to the fuming Roland and pushing him up the ladder and out of the hatch in his gruff manner. I watched with confusion before turning back to Kurt, who had finally managed to control his coughing fit, and was now rambling tiredly. I remember when you were a baby, he was saying. Your hair was lighter than it is now, so light it looked orange. He smiled weakly. Your green eyes were always lit up for a new adventure. He stopped talking abruptly, the smile dropping from his face. And then, the fire, and after that, the orphanage. And still after, being picked up by, he shivered visibly, worrying me. Let's talk about it later, I said in a soft voice. He nodded and turned over in bed. I suppose, he said tiredly. Not long after, his breaths became deeper, and I knew that he had fallen asleep. I rubbed my temples, 1,000 different thoughts circling in my head. I sighed and climbed the ladder to the deck, where I found Roland and Burton talking. I wanted to ask Roland what had been wrong, but when I saw his face, it was no longer angry. His mouth was formed into a slight smile and his eyebrows were raised. When he noticed me, he said something to Burton, who nodded. Burton headed back toward the captain's quarters, and Roland strolled toward me. Ivy, I'm so sorry for my behavior. Burton just told me that Kurt is your brother, he said, his cheeks reddening. So Burton told you, I concluded. Is that okay? Roland asked. I nodded. I didn't mind if Roland knew. I trusted him. But why were you acting like that in the first place? I asked. He sighed heavily. I don't know, he replied finally. I squinted my eyes. You've been acting very strange lately. He smiled as he turned away and started walking. I have my reasons, he said. Chapter 22. The next day Kurt seemed a lot better when I checked on him. He was able to sit up in his bed. Although his face was still drawn, I figured he was well enough for me to ask one simple question. When did you leave the school? I inquired. He thought about it, and cleared his throat. Just after the last survival test, he rasped. It was the soonest I could get away. I whistled. You must have hurried to catch up to us. He nodded. I barely took any breaks until I got to Akron. No wonder you're so exhausted, I said. You should get some more sleep. I'll be back later to see how you're holding up. As he sunk down into his bed, I stood and left. Once I had climbed up onto the deck, I looked around for Roland. I found him mopping the deck. Roland, there's something we need to talk about, I said. The mop stopped moving as he looked up as he drew his eyebrows together. All right, he said. Although I was confused by his reaction, I went closer, not wanting to be overheard by the other crew members who were performing various tasks nearby. When are we going to leave the ship? I asked. The look completely disappeared from his face, and he smiled slightly. Well, do you want Kurt to travel with us? I nodded. He went to a lot of trouble to find us, so I don't think it would be right to leave him here. He studied the deck as he thought. Then our journey will take a few more days, or at least until Kurt feels good enough to fly again. I sighed inwardly and turned away as Roland returned to mopping. I liked the view that the ship provided, but I did not like to sit and wait. My instincts wanted me to take action, but I had to be patient. I had no choice. 2 days passed slowly. I helped Sophia in the kitchen when she needed me, and when she didn't, I talked with Kurt or Roland. Burton was usually too busy. Kurt seemed to return to his normal self. He had even offered to help with some of the easier chores on the second day. That night, I saw him resting against the rail on the fore of the ship. I decided to approach him with our plan. I rested my arms on the railing next to him. "When do you think you'll be capable of flying long distance?" I asked. He eyed me curiously. "I don't know. Perhaps tomorrow or the next day." "Why?" I raised my eyebrows. Leaving tomorrow would be pushing him too hard. Roland and I are wanting to go on with the trip. There is no time limit, but we don't want it to take longer than it has to. Kurt smiled and looked up at the stars. "And you want me to go with you? After all you've done, there is no way that we'd go without you." "Then we should plan to leave tomorrow," he said firmly. I shook my head. "No. Tomorrow is too soon. I know that you are trying not to be a burden, but you not being able to make it is more of a burden than waiting a day or two longer. We'll leave the night after tomorrow." Kurt shrugged. "I think I could make it tomorrow, to be honest. I feel fine right now." "Just in case," I said stubbornly. Kurt rolled his eyes. "Fine, then. Have it your way." I smiled. I had never been able to tell Kurt what to do before now. For a long time, we both watched the ocean, and I felt that for once, we were doing something that brothers and sisters would do together. After a few minutes, I looked over at him. I had family. It felt good to know that. The next day after lunch, I couldn't find Roland anywhere. I searched below decks, in the storeroom, and even knocked on the door to the captain's quarters only to receive no answer and no sign of Roland. I was about to circle back to the kitchen when I spotted movement from above. The sun made it almost impossible to see, but I recognized Roland's tall form and naturally relaxed stance. He was acting as a lookout. I gave a heavy sigh and started climbing the ladder, not even considering whether or not there would be room for both of us up there. Only when I had nearly reached the top did he finally realize that I was there. He turned and looked down at me with surprise. "Ivy? What are you doing up here?" He moved to the side and pulled me up onto the platform. "I need to tell you something," I said as I tried to regain my balance. The platform didn't allow either of us much room. A few boards were missing and the rocking of the waves made me feel dizzy at this height. I leaned against the railing, but it was weak and nearly gave way. Roland caught my arm again to steady me and pulled me away from the edge. We were uncomfortably close. "You'd better tell me what it is before you pitch yourself overboard," he said. I blushed and smoothed my hair back, trying to recover my composure. "Kurt and I have decided that tomorrow night will be the best time to leave." "I figured that would be the case," he replied. "Are we going to tell anyone else of our departure?" I asked. "I'm sure Burton has already guessed that we're going to leave soon. As for the others, I would prefer it that no one else knew. I don't want to blow your cover. If news of you reaches the ears of the enemy, it could be bad for us." "What about Sophia?" I asked. He thought about it. "If you think she's trustworthy, go ahead and tell her. Make sure she knows that it is a secret, though." "Of course." Roland studied me for a long time. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, a sailor popped his head up from the ladder. "I'm back, so you can return to your former duties," he said gruffly. He seemed to notice me for the first time. "My apologies. I didn't know you were up here, miss." He raised his eyebrows at Roland. I felt my cheeks grow hot. The sailor hoisted himself up, making the mast creak as I tried to wedge myself past him to get to the ladder. The awkward moment stretched out for a few seconds before I finally managed to get to the ladder and climbed my way down to freedom. I didn't wait for Roland to join me. We both had chores to do, and I didn't want to keep Sophia waiting any longer. She didn't seem to mind my absence, humming happily as she did the dishes. She nodded at me as I entered. I started helping her dry them. I figured I would skip to the point. "I'm going to be leaving soon." She looked at me out of the corner of her eye. "I know that, silly. Every passenger leaves the boat eventually. I mean that I'm going to leave sooner than we dock." Tomorrow night to be exact. Oh, she said, frowning as she stopped scrubbing a plate. Why? Roland and I are on a quest. We want to get it over with as soon as possible. She sighed. I suppose that's understandable. You can't tell anyone else about our plan, I said. We're going to be leaving when everyone else is asleep. But, why? I stopped drying the dish and faced her with a serious expression to show the importance of what I was telling her. To keep my identity a secret. She squinted her eyes. Your identity? Most of the crew already knows that you're from the conservatory. I know, I replied. But not everyone knows what my second form is. Your second form must be pretty important. Is it so important that you can't tell me? She asked. I hesitated, but eventually answered, not really, I'm a phoenix. She shrugged. I don't even know what that is. I smiled. I didn't either at first. But other people might, and bad things could happen if they found out. She smiled. You can trust me, she said. I won't tell a soul. I know, I replied. That's why I told you. Her smile widened. I'm glad that we become such good friends, she said, as she scrubbed another dish with her sponge. Me too, I answered. The next night, we waited for everyone to go to sleep before we dared to venture out of our own bunks and onto the deck. I was surprised when I was the first one on the deck. Then, Burton came out of the hatch, followed by Kurt and Roland. Sophia came out of the kitchen holding a lantern, closing the door softly behind her. Are we ready? Roland asked Kurt and me. Wait, I said. Sophia and Burton stood off to the side. Before we left, I had to say one last goodbye to both of them. I ran up and hugged Sophia first. Thank you for your friendship, I said. She smiled after the hug. And thank you for yours, and for helping me out in the kitchen. That was nothing, I said with a smile. I moved on to Burton and gave him a hug also. Thank you for everything, I said. He chuckled. I was already headed out to Nala. You don't have to thank me. Yes, I do. You could have chosen not to take us. If it weren't for you, we probably would have been on the same boat that Kurt was on. He shrugged. Perhaps. I sighed, and turned back to Roland and Kurt. All right. I guess I'm ready now. Roland ran and dove over the side of the ship. Kurt and I followed. We changed in midair, and hefted ourselves into the air with our wings. Roland changed form right before he landed in the sea, sending a huge wave in all directions, and causing Burton's ship to rock. I looked back at the light of Sophia's lantern one last time before I followed Roland and Kurt into the darkness of the night. I glided down to the dock, landing as softly as I could, and changed into first form quickly. I was glad that the clouds were covering the light of the moon. We would surely be seen otherwise. Kurt landed and transformed beside me. It surprised me that he had fared the journey so well. Perhaps his second form had good stamina, or maybe he had just trained for long trips. I turned my attention away from him and searched the bay for Roland. I didn't see him anywhere, in either form. The water was still and everything was silent except for our breathing. Worry started to gnaw at my insides. Had something happened to him? Then, he surfaced, gasping for breath. He floundered for a little while before heading in our direction. Sorry for taking so long, he said, pausing to take in a breath. I went down a little too far. I sighed with relief. Thank goodness. I thought you might have been injured. You don't have to be worried. A sea serpent's skin is almost impossible to penetrate. At least there's that, I said, turning away to look at the quiet city. There were no windows with light seeping out into the night. I only saw darkness. It must have been pretty late, maybe 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Roland, still sopping wet, led the way. I suspected that both Roland and Kurt knew their way around town, seeing as they'd had so many quests. Roland directed us toward an inn. I couldn't make out the words on the sign in the darkness, but Kurt spoke up about Roland's choice. Shouldn't we go to Tin Tavern? Maven Lillian is a bit high-priced. I know people, Roland said with a smile as he opened the door. That was no surprise. He seemed to know people wherever we went. A bell that hung on the door rang as we went inside. Inside it smelled nice, like lavender and vanilla. The tables were well polished with chairs pushed in. At the back of the room, there was a counter, but no one stood behind it. Then again, I hadn't really expected anyone to be there at this time of night. That's why I was surprised when a woman came out in a fur-lined bathrobe, squinting blearily in the sudden light. By the bags under her eyes, I guessed she was used to being awoken by late visitors. Roland took in her appearance. Maven? He asked. The woman studied him. Why, if it isn't Roland? I haven't seen you in ages. It's been what, 2 years? And why are you soaked? You're getting water all over my floor. He looked down at his clothes and shrugged. Sorry. Just thought I'd go for a swim. Maven studied Kurt and I before her eyes flicked back to Roland. So, I'm guessing that you need 3 rooms? She asked. Roland nodded. She looked us up and down one more time. I was wearing my usual red dress, and Kurt wore a loose white shirt with tan trousers. You look like a respectable group, and the rooms I have left are small, so I'll tell you what. I'll give you a deal, 1 silver apiece. Roland smiled and said, as always, you are very generous, Maven. She shrugged, walking toward a safe. She unlocked it and took out 3 little keys. You look hungry, she said when she turned back. You're all nothing but skin and bones, especially you, girl. I flushed as she handed us each our key. She turned her back and led the way through the kitchen and into the pantry. It smelled deliciously of freshly baked bread and rosemary. I only finished baking a few hours ago, she said, taking out something wrapped in a cloth. It was an experiment, but it turned out very good. There is also cheese and fruit and meat. Help yourself to anything you find. We'll try not to eat your whole pantry, Roland said jokingly. I don't care if you do, as long as you restock my food stores before morning, she said. Roland motioned to Kurt and me with a mischievous glint in his eye. I'll make sure these 2 exercise some self-control so that we won't have to. Maven laughed. I've witnessed your eating habits. It's you that we have to worry about. She paused and studied him. It's been a long time, Roland. I'm glad to see you again. And I'm glad to see you, he replied. She smiled warmly and turned. Anyway, I've got to get back to bed. If anyone else comes to the door, tell them that we're full. She didn't stop to hear us reply before starting up the stairs in the back of the kitchen. I ripped off a chunk of the bread and bit into it. It was still warm and tasted of rosemary with a slight hint of garlic. It was the best thing I'd eaten since Haman's Tavern. Kurt and Roland went back into the pantry, and I looked around the kitchen before following them. The kitchen was smaller, but much nicer than the one in the orphanage. The stovetops here had been scrubbed of grease and grime, and the counters were made of a beautiful dark wood. The sink was deep and empty of dishes. A clanging in the pantry caught my attention. I abandoned the kitchen and hurried inside to find Roland biting into a piece of chocolate cake and Kurt digging into some sort of rice pudding. The source of the clanging had been a pie tin, tossed aside with only a few crumbs left over. Were you going to share? I asked. Of course, Roland said with a mouthful of cake. Early bird gets the worm, Kurt replied, not even looking up. Roland rolled his eyes and stood, retrieving a plate and fork from a nearby shelf. He slid a piece of chocolate cake onto the plate and handed it to me. I smiled and sat down next to him, taking my first bite. The dessert seemed to melt in my mouth. After eating the cake, I ate an apple and some cheese and crackers. I was so full that I felt sick, and I had no doubt that Kurt and Roland felt the same way. To take my mind off it, I decided to ask Roland a question. Do you know every city like the back of your hand? I said. He laughed and shook his head. No. Unfortunately, we don't get along very well with people in Jinzi, so whenever I did go there, I had to keep a low profile. How do you know Maven so well? She was having trouble with her cart at the marketplace, and a thief took advantage of her. I stopped the thief and returned Maven's things to her, he answered nonchalantly. It seems like crime is getting more and more common, Kurt muttered darkly. Probably because everyone senses that a war is coming, said Roland. War. I knew the categories for all the other second forms, but I had no idea what part one would have to play. What would the conservatory people do in a time like that? I asked. Roland shrugged. I suspect that some of us would still act as spies, but the majority of us would be shipped off to be part of a regiment. I grimaced. I certainly hope that there is no war, then. Kurt nodded in agreement. If you thought that the conservatory was tough, the military camps are 10 times that. Punishment falls quickly, sometimes resulting in death if your crime is big enough, or if your captain just doesn't like you. You know, Kurt, you're strong on land and deadly in the sky. You would probably be promoted to captain in the first week, Roland mused. And you would no doubt be part of the naval regiment, the most important weapon of them all, able to drown an entire ship with the flick of your tail. Roland laughed. I don't know about that. They both looked at me, thinking. I'd bet that they'd send you to be a spy, Ivy, Roland said. You're smaller than both Kurt and me, and you obviously have some wits about you. Kurt tilted his head. Or they might send you to be a warrior. You could probably burn up a whole enemy brigade if you wanted. My mind was flooded with horrors. Screams, the smell of burning flesh heavy in the air, and people everywhere, dying. My food threatened to come back up. Kurt must have noticed my face turning green. But maybe not, he said quickly. What Roland said is just as true. Let's just hope that there is never a war, I said, putting an end to the conversation. We were quiet until Kurt said, we should get to bed. I nodded in agreement. There is probably only a few more hours until the sun starts to come up. We can sleep in tomorrow, said Roland. We've traveled all night, so we'll need it. I stood and stretched, starting toward the stairs that Maven had walked up, but Roland stopped me. Not those ones, he said. Those lead to her private quarters. He led the way out of the kitchen and to a staircase slightly grander than the one leading up to Maven's rooms. My room key had the number 31 engraved into it. Its door was located on the 3rd floor, in the middle of the hallway. Kurt and Roland stopped at their rooms before I got to mine. I opened the door and looked inside before entering. It wasn't very big, like Maven had said, but it was simple and comforting with light green curtains and a small rug the same color placed in the middle of the room, on the dark hardwood floor. I shut the door behind me and kicked off my shoes. It wasn't until I laid down in the bed that I discovered that I was exhausted. The bed was very comfy, and the pillow even more so. It didn't take long for me to fall asleep. Chapter 23. I woke up to someone shaking me. I blinked my eyes open and Kurt's blurry face appeared in front of me. Come on, you need to get up, he said. It's almost noon. I groaned tiredly. It seemed like I had only been asleep for a couple hours. I crawled out of the bed and stretched, yawning. Lunch is already ready, so as soon as we eat, we can go. Kurt said. I combed my fingers through my hair and followed him, not caring entirely about my appearance. I would probably be flying somewhere anyway. I didn't exactly register how many people I would be seeing downstairs, probably because I was still foggy from sleep. My mind felt like it was wading through sludge. Kurt and I sat at a table and waited for the food to be brought to us. I was surprised that Roland wasn't already here. He was always up before me. I opened my mouth to ask Kurt about him, but he answered my question before I could get a word out. I woke Roland up, too. Apparently, he takes longer than a girl to get ready. 3 plates of food were brought out to us, and I ate quickly. The food tasted bland to me, probably because I wasn't as hungry as I was last night. Roland walked in the room when I was finished eating. I noticed that his hair was combed down. He ate his food in a hurry, and when he was finally done, he looked up at us. He noticed my messy curls and smiled. Didn't want to brush your hair today? He asked. I shrugged. I didn't think that it was very important, I replied. It really doesn't matter, he said. This hotel is for more refined people, but that doesn't mean we have to look like them. Why did you brush your hair if it didn't matter? Kurt asked him. Roland's face turned a few degrees colder as he looked at Kurt. Since I was provided with the use of a bathtub, I thought I might as well take a bath, that's all, he said. Maven came and took our plates, looking Roland over. Since when do you ever comb your hair? He crossed his arms. Is a man not supposed to comb his hair around here? Maven smiled. It looks good, she said, starting to walk away. Maybe you'll finally have some luck with the ladies. I scoffed and Kurt laughed. I think you've already had luck enough, Kurt said. All the ladies were fawning over you at the school, especially January. Roland's face twisted into a look of revulsion. That can't be true. It's obvious, Kurt replied. The thought of January and Roland being together made me sick to the stomach. January didn't deserve to be with Roland. Roland was good and encouraging, whereas January was like a dark cloud, looming over everyone's heads, ready to strike us down with lightning. Roland stood and both Kurt and I followed suit. Where are we going next? I asked. I figured we could tour the town a little bit, he said. I opened my mouth in protest, but he held up a hand. Don't worry. We'll be heading in the right direction. It'll just be the longer route. I sighed. I don't see why we should, but if you insist. I do, Roland said. He smiled as he went off to pay the bill. Kurt and I wandered outside, and were greeted with an explosion of color. I hadn't even realized that Nala was so different from Akron in the darkness of the night, but it was. Buildings were painted blue, red, yellow, orange, green, and purple in all different shades. They call this the Rainbow City, said Kurt. I had never seen a city that looked so colorful and happy. Why doesn't everyone live here? I asked. Many reasons. For one, it's a loud city. There are many troubadours and acrobats and performers here. What's wrong with that? I asked. Some people just don't like that, he answered. Another reason is because the people try not to focus on bad things that are happening in the kingdoms. They try to keep themselves ignorant. I looked at him in shock. Really? He nodded. I shook my head. That's ridiculous. The kingdom's problems are our problems. Roland sighed. I know. As much as I would love to have no problems, that is not the way to go about it. We were quiet as we weaved through a crowd of people. Each person had a smile and a carefree look about them. It was as if they had brainwashed themselves. See what I mean? Roland asked after they were gone. I nodded my head nervously. Why would someone do that to themselves? Ahead, I heard running water and I saw that the pavement suddenly dropped off just ahead. I looked over the edge when we got to it, and peered at the crystal clear water. It flowed slowly, its smooth surface reflecting the bright sun. A man was coming our way with a long, thin boat. He had a long pole to push him along. Would you like to ride in boat? He asked in a strange accent. Roland smiled and nodded. Yes, we would, he answered. Kurt snorted. The canal. So this is what you meant when you said you wanted to go on a longer route. Yep, replied Roland, climbing in the boat. He held onto my arm as I climbed in after him. He placed me in the seat next to him, which was already very tight. The skin that he touched tingled. Kurt came in after him, seeming reluctant. He sat in the seat ahead of us. Ready? The man asked, picking his pole back up. He didn't wait for an answer before he pushed off the side of the canal and we were forging forward. We went fast enough for a soft breeze to blow on my face. Kurt glanced back at us every now and then, and I wondered why he felt so tense. I watched the city as it went by. The market was as crowded as the one in Akron, but much better looking. Plants were displayed on each stand even if that wasn't what they were selling. Light blue was the main color. It added a certain charm that the Akron marketplace just didn't have. A cheerful man leaned down and placed flower necklaces over each of our heads. Kurt's miserable expression made me laugh out loud, and Roland started laughing with me. I then realized something that made the smile disappear from my face. I was being sucked into the thoughtlessness of the Nallans. Roland noticed my change of face and appeared concerned. What is it? He asked. I just realized that I was forgetting about my problems, I said. It's so easy, isn't it? He asked, staring straight ahead. To forget about things while you're here. Snap out of it, Roland. An easy life is not what we were called to have, Kurt growled back to him. Roland's face screwed into a scowl. I could tell already that he and Kurt were going to have a hard time getting along for the rest of the quest. The canal started to widen and soon we were among a whole group of boats heading for the same place. Where are we going? I asked. Well, I thought that once this was over, we could resume our journey, so we're headed to the end of the canal, to the northernmost part of the city. I didn't answer him. I saw the end of the canal. It ended in a circle. Stairs led down into the water, stopping just where the water reached. Here, the main color was light green, although the stones that made the pavement were still their normal gray and brown. Flowers grew abundantly in window boxes and raised beds and vines climbed up the sides of most houses. It was beautiful. If you haven't already guessed, this is where the wealthy live, said Roland. The boat drew close to the edge, and I got out in a daze, still taking in my surroundings. It would be very easy for me to live here, I said sadly. But inside, I knew that what Kurt had said was true. We weren't called to live a life this simple. We had a mission to complete, and we needed to move ahead with it. Roland tipped the boatman before we continued walking. Even though I wanted to marvel at every house that we passed, I kept my head down until the stone pathway suddenly stopped, replaced by worn dirt. While there were still a few houses here and there, we had finally reached the trees. The ocean wouldn't be too much further, and then we would be traveling swiftly around the coast. We didn't exhaust ourselves too much before calling it a day. Because we weren't anywhere near a city, we would have to build a camp. The conservatory had taught us how to catch food, but it didn't go into much detail on building shelters. Kurt stayed behind to form some kind of structure and Roland and I went in search of firewood. The climate had cooled considerably since we left Nala. It seemed almost as cold as Forlander would be at this time of year. I changed into half form and was greeted warmth as heat surged through my veins. You know, you are especially beautiful when you're in half form, Roland said from behind me. I blushed deeply and distracted myself with finding another broken branch. I've never seen your half form, I deflected casually. He was quiet for a while and I fought not to glance at him for the longest time, but then my curiosity got the better of me. I looked and jumped back suddenly. His half form was threatening. He was still wearing the same clothes from before, but they seemed to melt into his skin. Golden scales lined his arms and his incisors were pointed, like the fangs of a sea serpent. I know, he said, studying my face. It's intimidating, but it's the reason why everyone wanted me for their quests. You see, if I coat my scales with mud, I'm hard to see in the dark, and I can climb walls because my hands have a good grip. He held up one hand. The scales ended at his fingertips, which were still like a normal human's. It reminded me of the white lizards we had in Forlander that would venture out during the summer. I hadn't looked at him for more than a few seconds before he changed back into his normal self. His clothes were similar to the ones he had on when he changed from full second form, but a row of knives was strapped to his side as well. He continued to pick up some sticks like nothing had happened, and I wondered how he could possibly act like that. Then, I realized why. Kurt was just visible through the pines about 50 yards away. It would look suspicious if he saw us in deep conversation rather than gathering firewood like we were supposed to. I walked a few feet away from Roland and started back on the job. Soon, I had almost more than I could handle. I headed back to the camp. When I got there, Roland was waiting for me, and Kurt was nowhere to be found. I could see that he had started to construct a shelter with pine branches, and I wondered where he had been heading when he passed us earlier. Roland built up the fire, starting with smaller branches and ending with the larger ones. He smiled at me when he was finished. Would you do the honors? He asked. I returned the smile. I can try. Before I could change form, however, I heard a boom sounding from deep in the woods. Both Roland and I spun around to where it had come from, the same direction that we had been only a few minutes previously. Kurt had gone that way. He was in danger. A big puff of smoke rose above the trees. I immediately started sprinting toward it. The forest was a blur as I hurriedly changed form, leaving Roland behind. Wait. I heard him say, but I didn't want to. I couldn't let the last person left in my family get hurt. I was at the site of the explosion in seconds. Black tents crowded in an unnaturally green glade. One of the tents was smoking, but oddly enough, there were no flames. There was no one to be seen, so I changed back into first form and continued onward cautiously, toward the smoking tent. I listened closely before I peeked inside. I could tell that there had been a small campfire in here, but there was no sign of an explosion. Almost as soon as I peered into the tent, I was shoved hard from behind. I let out a surprised cry and tumbled into the tent, landing on the hot coals. I felt a slight sting tickle my hands, but nothing more. I hurried to get back to my feet. I thought I could get you here, a woman's voice said coldly. When I turned, I saw that she was middle-aged. Her hair was graying at the roots and wrinkles lined her face in a way that made her seem permanently unhappy. What does that mean? I asked angrily, brushing off my dress. What do you want? She glared at me. It's not what I want. It's what our leader wants. I'm just the one to finally catch you, Adot. I wanted desperately to get out. I lunged toward the woman, hoping to surprise her, but my movements were stopped by an unseen force. My limbs were frozen in place, with my hands stretched out and only one foot touching the ground. I couldn't even breathe. I tried to call for Roland or Kurt, but my voice only came out in a quiet squeak. Outside, I could hear sounds of struggling. Let me go! Roared Kurt's voice. There was shouting of several people and then, silence. Kurt must have been taken out. Another squeak came out and I tried as hard as I could to move, but I didn't manage even the slightest twitch of my pinky finger. My eyesight was darkening and I could feel myself starting to slip away. I tried to recall the memory of my parents, but the woman was already controlling me. The woman smirked. I can feel you pushing against my power, but nothing you can try will work. I will, however, loosen my grip on your throat. I want you conscious for now, Dot. My chest unfroze and I gulped in air, the fogginess fading from my sight. Who is your leader? I questioned furiously. What do you want with me? She started to circle me like a mountain lion circling its prey. Well, who do you think it is? And why do you think we want you? I will not give you the satisfaction of answering your questions, I spat. She laughed, a harsh sound that grated on my ears. A man came into the tent. Sheena, we have no time for that. Our leader has arrived. She looked at him out of the corner of her eye, still facing me. Yes, I suspected he would right about now. I took advantage of the moment she took her eyes off me and pushed against her power as hard as I could. Her control over me snapped, and I fell to the ground, breathing hard. "Move aside, Joel," said a hauntingly familiar voice from outside the tent. I looked up to confirm whether or not the voice belonged to who I thought it did. My breath hitched in my throat as Roland stuck his head inside the tent, his familiar brown eyes flicking around the room and resting coldly on me. Time seemed to freeze for a second as we studied each other. I clenched my fists and fought not to feel nauseous. "You?" My voice cracked. "You betrayed me?" He narrowed his eyes and turned to Sheena. "Shoot her," he ordered. Before he left, however, he gave me one last look. I caught a glimpse of something in that look. Regret, perhaps? Then, as I stared after him, I felt a prick in my neck. I was gone before my head ever hit the ground. Chapter 24. I woke up when I slammed against a wall. I thought I was back on Burton's ship again, but then I heard the clopping of hooves and realized that we must be in the back of a wagon that had turned sharply. Nearby, Kurt was sleeping, and I noticed something was protruding from his neck. I reached forward and pulled out a thin stick. My own neck felt sore, but when I reached back, there was only a small bump, like a mosquito bite. Perhaps it had come out when I had tumbled into the wall. There had been a poison station at the conservatory, but I'd never really worked with it. Even so, I could only guess that we had been forced unconscious with an herb of some kind. Memories started flooding my mind. Roland, who had only ever regarded me with warmth, had frozen me with his icy stare and his betrayal. The thought made me shiver. Of all things to expect on this trip, that had to be the last. The wagon went over another large bump, jarring me from head to toe. If Kurt weren't here, I would change into my second form and burn this wagon to the ground. They probably put him in here with me because of that. I felt cold, so I hugged my knees tight to my chest and buried my face in my tangled hair. I spent an hour like that, trying not to topple over when the wagon turned. After that hour, Kurt started to stir. "Kurt?" I asked. He looked at me blearily. "Ivy? Where are we?" "We're in the back of a wagon," I answered quietly. "I don't think they know that we're awake." He sat up more and rubbed his head. "Maybe we can escape somehow," he said. He crawled forward and looked at the door. "This door doesn't look very strong, so maybe I can break through it as a griffin." "It wouldn't hurt to try," I said. He closed his eyes, his forehead creased in concentration. I waited for his form to shift, but it never did. "What's wrong?" I asked. "I can't change," he said. "There must be a magical barrier around this carriage or something." "You try." I imagined the morning sun, but when I didn't shift, the sun blackened and melted back below the horizon. "You're right," I whispered. "It's impossible." Suddenly the carriage lurched to a stop, and I pitched forward, bracing myself on my hands and knees. Outside, I heard something clunk to the ground and then footsteps came around to the back of the wagon. The door squeaked open, and bright light shone in my eyes. I squinted until I could see clearly. The person that had opened the door wasn't someone I recognized. It was an older man, perhaps Burton's age. "You've been plotting, haven't you?" he asked with a toothy grin. He carried a tray of food, stale bread and dried meat, a pitcher of water, and a chamber pot. I grimaced at the last item. "My sister sensed that you two were trying to change form." "What do you expect?" I growled. He took me in with watery eyes. "I expect nothing less than that. I would do the same thing in your shoes, but let me tell you something. There is no escape when my sister is in charge." A woman's voice, Sheena's, came from the front of the wagon. "Stop chit-chatting," she shouted. "We need to get back on the road." While he was distracted, I was going to try to bolt past him, but when I reached out my hand for a grip on the side of the wagon, my hand smacked against a barrier that was cold, like frosted glass. The man gave me a sympathetic look and put the tray at our feet. "Like I said, there is no escape," he reminded me. "Wait," Kurt said just before the man shut the door. The man paused and looked at him. "Where are we?" he asked. The man shook his head. "I can't tell you that. I can tell you how long you've been unconscious, though. It's been almost a week, with the help of Sheena's preservation spell." Kurt clenched his jaw. "Take it easy on the food," the guy said. "The preservation spell usually makes one's stomach a little queasy, but you don't want to get sick on this trip." Then, the door slammed shut and we were confined to the darkness once again. I reached for the pitcher first because Kurt hadn't yet, and gulped down my share. Then I ate only a small amount of bread. I stopped when my stomach started to hurt, and tossed the remainder of the loaf back onto the tray. I curled into a ball on the floor and groaned. "Are you okay?" asked Kurt. "I'll be fine," I said through gritted teeth. "Tell me if it gets worse," he said. "I'll bang on the door until the horses are so riled up that they'll have to stop the carriage." I smiled into the corner. "Thank you, Kurt. I'm glad that you look out for me." There was silence until I was almost asleep. Before I drifted off, however, I heard him say softly, "That's what a brother should do for his little sister." The next time I woke up, the wagon was still. If I listened closely, I could hear the chirp of crickets outside. It was nighttime. They must have either stopped to make a camp or stopped at an inn. It was darker in the wagon than it had been the first time. "Kurt," I whispered. "Are you awake?" "Yes," he answered. "For how long?" I asked. "Since last time you were up," he answered. "How long ago was that?" I asked. It felt like days, but it was probably only a few hours. "Could you not sleep?" He paused before answering. "I can never sleep in captivity." I sat up straighter. "You've been in captivity before?" I interrogated, wondering why he had never told me before. "Many times," he said. "But only twice in the way that you're thinking of." "Who was it, the one that held you prisoner?" "Once, it was just some bandits that got the better of me. There were too many of them and they tied me down with a net. Another was the Gentian King." "The Gentian King?" I interrupted. "He held you in his prisons?" "Yes, for some time. It was weeks until the King of Leviatha got me out." "You have this amazing story, and you've only decided to spit it out now?" He chuckled. "Sometimes, I don't like people to know." "So have you met King Gideon?" I asked. "Yes, but very briefly. The only reason he rescued me out of Jinzi's prison was because he'd heard of all the work that I'd done for the country. What a valuable citizen he had in the prisons of his enemy. I almost started a war." "How did you get out of that?" I asked. "King Gideon gave a lot of money to King Kirin. So basically, he bought you." "Kind of. I wouldn't be surprised if they wrote a book about your life," I said, sitting back against the wall. He was quiet for a while. "Perhaps they will," he said. "But it won't be nearly as big as the book they write about you." I wrinkled my forehead. "What do you mean?" "I've heard talk." I could barely hear his voice. "I overheard the headmaster talking about a phoenix and a prophecy. This was before you were ever at the school. He was saying that you were bound to show up soon. That it was only a matter of time. I didn't catch everything, but your destiny, whatever it is important." I fiddled with the hem of my dress. "I certainly hope not. I could do without that weight on my shoulders. If it is true, I know you will be able to get through it. You have a strong will, and a good heart." His words warmed me. "Thank you, but I still can't help but hope that it's not true." He chuckled. "Unless my ears are failing me, it's almost certain that it is." I was silent. After a moment, I looked over at him, trying to make out his form in the darkness. All I could see was a shadow. "Where did you get your scars?" I asked. I saw his hand reach up to his face. "They're from a long time ago," he said, his voice quieter than before. "The person that gave them to me was once my best friend, but then, he betrayed me and gave me scars that would alter my appearance for the rest of my life." "For the record, I think it adds character," I said. "Perhaps, but tell me. Would you want a scar this obvious?" I scoffed. "That's not fair. It's better for a man to have scars than a woman." He chuckled. We sat quietly, listening to the crickets. After a few moments, I reached out and groped for the tray that the man had left before, hoping that there was still some food left. I tried to avoid the chamber pot, and did a pretty good job of it, considering that I couldn't see anything. I found the same loaf that I'd thrown down and ate the whole thing without getting sick. I was thirsty, but when I grabbed the pitcher, there was no water left. I supposed that I'd have to wait until morning. The next day, I woke up when a door slammed nearby. "Where are they?" asked a man's voice. I knew that voice, although it was several degrees colder than what I was used to. Roland. But he was a stranger now, as far as I was concerned. "Tell me where they are." His voice yelled suddenly, making me jump. I looked over to see if Kurt was awake to hear this. He was. Sheena's voice was panicky. "Roland. I didn't expect you so soon." "No, I'll bet that you didn't," he said. Now tell me where you put them. Yes, sir. Right this way, sir, she said, worry lining her voice. I hurried to straighten my dress and my hair, and then chastised myself for it. It didn't matter what he thought about me anymore. He betrayed me. The door opened, but this time, the dim, gray light of morning filtered in. Roland took in my appearance, barely even glancing at Kurt. If I looked half as bad as Kurt, I would look horrible. Sheena, he hissed under his breath. You're fired. Sheena looked at me and then at him. What? They look fine. They're still alive, aren't they? Roland glared at her. He glanced back at me one more time and then steered her away a few feet. I still could hear their conversation, despite his efforts. I trusted you with her. I told you she was to be presentable when we got to our destination. Since you have failed me on this small task, I will not provide you with a horse, nor your weekly pay. You will fend for yourself from here on out. You knew the mistake that you were making when you didn't do as I said. You can't do that, Sheena said, her voice rising. The only reason I even consented to being under you was because you employed my brother. I really don't care, he said coldly. Sean! He yelled. The older man that had given us our food yesterday showed up beside Sheena. You are given the choice either to stay or go, but your sister is banished. Do as you wish. He walked away from the wide-eyed siblings and back toward our carriage. Bryson, he yelled. A young man appeared beside him. You get Kurt. I'll help Ivy. Bryson nodded. Roland grabbed my hand, and I shrunk back. Let go of me, traitor, I growled as menacingly as possible. Calling me names won't do anything for you, Ivy, he said, pulling me out. Emotion was lacking in his voice. I nearly fell once my feet were on the ground. It had been so long since the last time that I walked. He swung me up into his arms unexpectedly. Put me down. I shrieked. I struggled hard, but to no avail. He was too strong. I tried to change form, but it still didn't work. Your mind is very strong, Ivy, Roland said as he walked. Stronger than most. But you will not be strong enough to break my spell unless you sign under the master. I don't care about you or your master or your power. I tried to jerk out of his grip. I just want to finish the quest. He finally put me down, but in the carriage that he had arrived in. He backed away to let Bryson get past him. Bryson helped Kurt into the carriage, but I ignored him and kept my fiery gaze on Roland. Before Roland shut the door, I said, barely above a whisper, what would Burton think? What would Matilda think? His appeared confused for a few seconds before the door slammed shut. The moment didn't last long, and then he was glaring at me through the window. I already knew the answer to the questions I'd asked, and so did he. They would be crushed, just like I was. Chapter 25. It didn't take long for Roland to come back. He actually had the nerve to sit with us in the small space that the carriage provided. It reminded me of the trip to the conservatory with Nico, and I did the exact same thing that I had done before. I ignored him. He set a damp cloth on both my lap and Kurt's. I thought you would want something to wash up a little. It was not my intention for you to be neglected. I didn't answer and I most certainly didn't touch the cloth. Neither did Kurt. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Roland assessing us. Then he pursed his lips. I deigned to glare at him, before looking back out the window. You're probably wondering about the future, he started. When we didn't say anything, he continued. About where we're going. But I'm not going to tell you, yet. I didn't want to hear his traitorous voice, and before I could hold it back, I was talking to him. Neither Kurt nor I care one bit about what you have to say. He met my fiery gaze with his frosty one. You do, you just don't want to admit it. He knocked on the ceiling of the carriage, and it stopped abruptly. Enjoy the ride, he said. It'll be a few days longer. Then, he shut the door. I watched as he headed to the back. After a few minutes, I heard the clopping of hooves and a white horse galloped by. My head bumped against the headrest of the seat as the carriage lurched forward to resume the journey. Kurt and I glanced at each other, but we shared no words. It was obvious that the person who was once our friend wasn't who he had always seemed to be. The rest of the day was much more comfortable than it had been in the back of the wagon, although I would never admit it to Roland. We stopped once and Bryson let us out to eat with him. I could tell that we were in the middle of nowhere even when I was still in the carriage. The road was overgrown with brush and was full of holes. I thought it was strange that Roland had left us with only one guard. It was 2 against 1. I assumed that he must have confidence in Bryson to keep us straight. He must have magical abilities like Sheena did. So, said Kurt, eyeing Bryson. Do you know where we're going? Bryson nodded. Yes, but I'm not allowed to tell. Kurt sighed. Surely keeping it a secret is not that important. It is if Roland says it is, Bryson answered without a second thought. He took out his knife and a whetstone, starting the process of sharpening the blade. Kurt raised his eyebrows. I noticed a glint of mischief in his eyes and wondered what he was up to. By what the sun tells me, we're headed southeast, Kurt said. Bryson looked up momentarily and nodded guardedly. That's right, Dot. And if what Sean said was true, that we've been on this journey for about 1 week, then I think that it's definitely a possibility that we're near King's Crest City. Bryson swiped his knife over the stone a little harder than necessary, and ended up slicing his thumb open. Shoot, he muttered under his breath. He wrapped his finger in his shirt and stood up. I'll be right back, he said. Before he started into the trees, I heard the muttered word, Azir. I looked at Kurt. How did you know where we are? I asked. I know my way to King's Crest by heart. Actually, I pretty much know anywhere by heart, except for the lands past Jinzi's capital in Pyrrha, of course. Pyrans are said to have powerful magic abilities, making them the most threatening of all the kingdoms. So, are we headed in the direction of the Isle? He nodded. Yes. That should work in our favor, if we are able to escape. I bit my lip, looking the way that Bryson had gone. Think we should make a run for it? I asked. Kurt's face screwed up. We can't. Why not? He put a spell on us when he left. Azir. I think it means something like stay put in the ancient language. I've had it muttered over me before. Then, there really isn't an escape, I said with a sigh. Not right now. We'll have to be patient. Bryson came back a few minutes later with a newly bandaged thumb. Where did you get the bandage? I asked. He patted the bag that was at his side. I always try to keep them handy in case I or one of my comrades gets hurt. Then why did you go off into the forest when you already had it by your side? I knew there was a stream nearby, he answered. I looked at him doubtfully. Back in the carriage, Bryson said. We're wasting time. Kurt went in first and I went in after him. Bryson slammed the door shut and a few minutes later the carriage lurched onward. I watched the trees go by for hours. At one point, it started to rain, reflecting my mood. There were two things about this journey that made it a little better. The first was Kurt, and the second was the fact that every mile we went took me closer to the Isle of Jinzi. The next few days were barely notable. It was the same thing over and over. We would spend the night in the carriage, and then, after a small breakfast, the carriage would forge ahead, only pausing when it was lunchtime and stopping for the night when the forest was diminished to shadows. Every meal was just about the same thing. Bread, dried meat, and water. After the third day, depression started to close in, and I refused to eat anything that Bryson gave me. It was the same the next day, and the next. Kurt gave me worried glances every time I would turn my nose up at food. Please eat, Ivy, he said. I don't want you to get sick. But I averted his gaze and stared into the woods. The fifth day was the day that we arrived at King's Crest City. The gates to the city were large and black and dripping with rain. The wrought iron was curved into shapes of starved animals with sharp-ribbed bones and shriveled plants that were withering away into nothingness. The buildings were gray, the pavement was gray, the people were gray. I thought in the back of my head that it might be my depression causing me to think that, but when I saw the castle, I knew that that wasn't true. The castle had sandy brown stones, its flags of vibrant purple and green. Beggars, more than I had ever seen, were crowded around its gate in rags. Gray rags. I think that was what finally broke me out of my depressed state. Being depressed didn't help the fact that I was being held in captivity or the fact that this vile king was allowed to live in such magnificence while his people starved on the streets. With that in mind, and the fact that I would have to see Roland soon, my mood turned from gray to red. Anger boiled through my veins, and I had to bite my lip hard to control the sudden rush of emotion. The carriage stopped in front of the castle. The castle of King Kieran, the enemy of our country and King Gideon. I glared at its sprightly flags. Purple and green. How I hated those colors right then. I watched through the small window as Roland came out of the castle accompanied by a middle-aged man with stringy gray hair that hung limply around his plump face. His body was the shape of a lumpy potato. A golden crown rested atop his pinched forehead. His people were starving while he feasted every day, perhaps all day by the looks of it. I glared at the man, and I didn't stop glaring even as he rested his beady little eyes on me. Roland watched me also, and he made a slight shake of his head as if to warn me from doing it. Bryson opened the carriage door, and I stepped out, ignoring his hand and walking to the side to wait for Kurt. Once he was out, Bryson shut the door and led the way up the steps to King Kieran and Roland. When we reached them, Roland said, "Thank you, Bryson. You are dismissed." Bryson nodded to him and bowed to the king before heading up the remainder of the stairs and into the large double doors. King Kieran's gaze shifted to Kurt, and his meaty face appeared to be concentrating. "I know you," he said. "You're the one that caused all that trouble a few years ago." Kurt smiled unfeelingly. "The very same," he answered. King Kieran coughed out a laugh. "Old Gideon will be so angry when he hears that I've captured his champion once again." Kurt didn't reply. The king looked at Kurt and then at me. "Who's the girl?" he asked Roland quietly. Roland gave him a strange look. "She's the Phoenix." King Kieran's face displayed a look of surprise, but he quickly turned to glare at Kurt. "Then what is he doing here?" "He was traveling with us," Roland said. King Kieran huffed, and then nodded. "Well, let's go inside, shall we?" Roland motioned for him to lead the way with a bow, and then waited for Kurt and me to go first before tagging along behind us. I hurried to be shoulder to shoulder with Kurt, not wanting to give Roland the chance to talk to me. "Kurt, do you have any idea about what's going to happen to us?" I asked him quietly. He shook his head. "I'd been here before, but I don't know why Roland would betray us for this. Especially you." I simmered. "This whole time, his friendship has been a ruse," I said. "I had a bad feeling about him, and I should have made it known to you. I'd noticed that you weren't keen on being friends, but I never knew why," I mumbled. "No one could have known," he reassured. "And we can't go back now," I added. King Kieran led us down into the dungeons. He walked down the steps, breathing hard and wiping the sweat off his brow with a handkerchief embroidered with the letters CAG in purple and green. The letters were his name, Kieran A. Gregson. It seemed like we were walking at the pace of a crawl. The king walked past rows upon rows of prisoners, all shouting his name, pleading for another trial. There were some that were quiet. Ominously quiet and beginning to stink. King Kieran turned his nose up in disgust for them and continued to walk. Surely Roland could see his fault in allying himself with this unmerciful king? Who would be so blind to choose evil over good? King Kieran came to the end of the cells where there was a large black door, studded with faces of various phantoms, ghouls, and skeletons. There to ward off anyone curious enough to check behind the door, Roland whispered to me. I shrunk away from his voice. King Kieran opened the door and stood aside with a glint in his eye. He motioned for me to go ahead into the adjoining room. I inched forward cautiously with Kurt at my back. The next room was lit with torches and candles. The warmth felt much better than the coldness in the dungeon, but I didn't take comfort in it. Comfort would not help me here. "Follow me," Kieran said as he closed the door, locking it with a bolt. He went past us, lifted the flap of an old tapestry above his head, and disappeared. Kurt and I did as he said, even though I was frightened of what might be beyond this room. The tapestry made way for another lit-up room. This one had one window near the ceiling, making it brighter in here than in the other room. Waiting in the room were 3 other people, but I didn't know who they were or even whether they were male or female. They all wore black robes that concealed their faces. They were chanting something that I didn't understand. I looked back at Roland. "What is this?" I asked. The robed figures frightened me. "You'll see," he said. "There's nothing to be afraid of." I doubted that, especially when each of the figures pulled a knife out from underneath their cloaks in unison. I backed away, and Kurt went in front of me, as if to protect me. Instead of advancing on us, though, they pulled out their other hand and ran the blade across their palms. Sorcery! They dripped the blood into a bowl and stepped back. Their chanting stopped immediately. King Kieran gestured for me to come forward. I stayed where I was, immobilized with fear. He huffed impatiently. "For goodness sake, girl, come when I tell you to come." "No," I answered firmly. "I will not." He looked at Roland for help. Roland glanced between him and me, and finally took me by the wrist to pull me forward. "Come on," he said gruffly. "Lord help me," I prayed secretly. "Get Kurt and me away from this evil." Heat began to burn through my skin. Roland blinked once, his face contorting into confusion before he jerked his hand away with a howl of pain. "Never," I whispered fiercely. Then, the whole room erupted into light as I transformed into the Phoenix. I had broken the spell holding Kurt and me captive. I was hardly conscious of what I was doing as I spun through the air, crashing through the window with all my might. It was painful, but it was entirely worth it. Kurt changed form, too. I felt it, although I don't know how. There was another crash as he widened the hole that I had left. Something surprised me, though. When I looked back, I noticed that Kurt had Roland on his back. My heart tightened in rage, but I kept going, trusting Kurt to be able to deal with him until we got a little farther away. Come back. It's not finished. Come back. King Kirin shrieked. One of the robed figures climbed out of the window and raised his hands toward the sky. The clouds swirled down and condensed into a dark ball between his palms before he hurled it at us. It sailed past Kurt and nearly hit me, but I dove out of the way just in time. As if it had a mind of its own, it circled back to Kurt and Roland. Roland saw it coming toward them and he yelled something to Kurt. Kurt dove, but he just wasn't quick enough. The ball formed into a net and enveloped him. It would have enveloped Roland too, but when Kurt dived, it had caused Roland to fall off his back. In what seemed like a second, I was at Roland's side, catching him before he hit the ground. I don't know why I did it, perhaps it was the fact that we had once been good friends. Too late, I realized that what I should have done was catch Kurt. He would have been too heavy for me, but I might have been able to lessen his momentum. Time slowed. I watched powerlessly as Kurt struggled in the net, his teeth tearing through the strands, his claws ripping at it. Then he hit the ground, causing dust to billow in the air around him. Time quickened again, and suddenly I was swooping downward, letting Roland drop to his feet before I hurried to get to Kurt. I didn't even get halfway to him when I spotted the robed figure that had climbed through the window closing in on us. I flew past Kurt and confronted the sorcerer, letting flames enfold my enemy. The sorcerer fell to the ground rolling, trying to control the blaze that was destroying his robe. His hood came off, and I immediately recognized who he was. Nico. His white blonde hair was getting singed, but his eyes stayed calm as he dealt with his situation. I would have been frozen in shock at the sight of him, but time just wouldn't allow it. I dove for Kurt, but Roland screamed something at me before I could grab the dark net. Don't touch the net. He was saying. It will only capture you, too. I swerved away at the last second, and landed next to Roland, transforming into my half-form. How do I know that you're telling the truth? I asked. You betrayed me. His forehead wrinkled. Ivy, I have no idea what you're talking about. I would never betray you. I cocked my head. Was he denying all he had done for the past couple of weeks? Was he saying that he didn't remember them? I'm sorry, but I can't afford to believe you, I said with narrowed eyebrows. Roland grabbed my arm, forcing me not to go any closer while he searched the ground for something. When he found good-sized rock, he picked it up and tossed it at the net where Kurt lay, unconscious. I stopped struggling against him as I watched as the rock tumbled to a stop just before it reached Kurt. The net began to move with an eerie purple glow. It unraveled itself and reached out for the rock, encircling it in its twined fingers before going still again. I felt helpless. What should we do? I asked. There is nothing we can do, he said. And if we stay here, they'll only capture us as well, but... I didn't understand what Roland meant. He was on their side, wasn't he? The two other robed figures were bearing down on us and Nico's fire was almost out. I looked at Kurt one last time. I could see that his chest was moving up and down, and I hoped that I wasn't imagining it. Roland took me by the hand and started to pull me away. I shook my head once, but I knew that it was no use. I hated to admit it, but I agreed with Roland. Kurt's only chance would be for us help him escape, and for us to do that, I'll need to be out of the clutches of King Kirin. Although it made my heart ache to do it, I turned the direction that Roland was pulling me and transformed. I hefted myself into the air, and gripped Roland's shoulders in my claws. At this point, I didn't care if my talons dug in too deep. I still wasn't sure if I should trust him, and I didn't have time to be sympathetic. After 30 minutes of flying, I couldn't go any further. I had to land. I found a clearing as quickly as possible and dropped Roland roughly. I couldn't stand to carry him anymore, both physically and mentally. He bent his knees to absorb the shock, but he still fell on his back. I landed heavily a few feet away from him, breathing hard. Once I had the energy to change into first form, I did so quickly. Roland rubbed his shoulders where I had been carrying him. The cloth was ripped and the flesh beneath was torn slightly as well. I couldn't hold back my guilt even though he deserved it 1,000 times over. Thanks for the lift, he said with a pained smile. I don't want your thanks, I snapped, fuming. I want you to explain yourself, although I'm certain that this will part ways for good after this. Roland frowned. Explain what? He asked. I gestured wildly back the way we had come. The entire escapade to King's Crest. The ritual and the blood. Ivy, the last thing I remember is building a fire several miles outside of Nala. I snorted. Do you really think that I'm going to believe that after everything that's just happened? Kurt is captured, maybe even dead, all because of you. Roland winced. Listen, Ivy, he said, his voice desperate. I don't know what happened back there, but whatever it was, I didn't have anything to do with it. I will explain if you will just allow me the time. I narrowed my eyes at him. I still don't trust you. It's awfully convenient for you to lose your memory right now. I am telling the truth. You stay on that side of the clearing, I ordered, walking to the other side. If I could just rest a little bit, I would be able to fly far, far away from this traitor. Unfortunately, it was getting dark and the rain was about to start again. Thunder rumbled and the first sprinklings of a storm started to fall. I know where there's a cave, Roland called to me from his side of the clearing. The rain started to fall a little harder. We'll be fine here, I replied haughtily. It probably won't even rain that hard. There was a flash of lightning, and the rain started to pour. Roland raised his eyebrows. I don't know about you, he yelled over the rain. But I'm going to the cave. He headed into the woods. I knew he was right. I was already drenched and cold. Staying out in this would only make me sick, a disadvantage I couldn't afford. I followed, but at a distance. Roland found the cave within the hour, and by that time, my exhaustion had only grown. It was pitch black inside, reminding me of tent number 81. I was tempted to change into half form, but I quickly swept the thought away when I remembered what Roland had said just before he betrayed us. He had called me beautiful, but he had probably only used the compliment as a tactic to throw me off guard so that it would be easier to capture me. Gradually, eyes adjusted to the darkness, but only to the point where I could make out the shape of a long, flat rock. It was the best option, so I crawled onto it and rested my head on my arms. The rock made for a very uncomfortable night's sleep, but it was better than being out in the rain. Chapter 26. I woke up with the morning sun shining in my face. My shoulders and back were sore from sleeping on such a hard surface. I looked down at the ground where Roland was snoring. The area where he was sleeping was uneven and bumpy, and I felt a little bad for him until I remembered why we were in these circumstances in the first place. He hadn't had to sleep in a carriage for days like I was forced to. I sat on the edge of the rock and rubbed my aching shoulders. It didn't register in my mind that there were voices until I heard a booming laugh coming from outside. I went completely still. Roland! I whispered. He kept snoring. I slid across the rough surface of the rock and kicked him. What? He grunted, cracking his eyes open. Voices! I said in a hushed tone. He sat up, alert, and listened. They were coming closer. Come on, he said. He stood as much as the cave would allow him and crept to the back. I hurried after him. We continued until we could barely see anything and then we hid behind a large stalagmite. Here it is, finally, said a man's voice, probably the same one that had laughed. There's no one here, scoffed a different voice, this one the smooth falsetto of a woman. No, but it was worth a try, replied the man. Perhaps they went in a little deeper, she said. I stopped breathing. Come on, we're wasting time, the man said. They probably didn't even know about this place, and if they did, they've already moved on. The woman was quiet for a moment, but then she sighed. You're probably right, she answered. Let's go. I hadn't realized it, but I was gripping Roland's arm tightly. He pried my fingers off and whispered, I think it's safe to go. A few more minutes, I replied quietly. Just in case, . He consented to wait a little longer. There was no sound. Now? He asked. All right, I answered. We stepped out from behind the rock and headed for the mouth of the cave. It was disconcertingly silent. That's strange, Roland said. I glanced over at him. What is? He bent down to look at some footprints that were clearly defined in the mud. From where I was standing, I could see 4 sets of footprints. We had only heard 2 voices. Then, I realized that some of those footprints must have been our own. Roland looked back at me, worry lining his face. Run, he said. What? I said stupidly. Then, a crashing noise came out of the brush beside us. The man tackled Roland while the woman headed straight for me. My instincts kicked in, and I dodged her. She stumbled slightly, a moment that I was able to take advantage of. I pushed her to the ground and turned, sprinting off into the woods. Behind me, I heard loud footsteps. Twigs snapped and leaves crunched loudly. When I turned to look, I fully expected the man to be chasing me, but I was relieved when I saw that it was only Roland. He picked up his pace until we were shoulder to shoulder. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a flash of movement. Something was running alongside us. I glanced over momentarily and saw a large cat, its muscles bunching under tight skin as it ran. Its stride was relaxed and nimble, and I could tell that we would be easy prey. The only way we could escape was if I used the same tiring method as yesterday, when Roland and I had escaped from the clutches of King Kirin. I changed into the phoenix just before the cat jumped at me, claws outstretched. It missed, but took a few of my feathers with it as it fell to the ground. I grabbed Roland and started off into the sky. He groaned in pain, probably still sore from the day before. It seemed like he was lighter this time, perhaps because I had had more rest. I carried him longer than I had the last time until I figured we were well out of the reach of any grounded search parties. I knew that there could be some in the air, but I could only hope that they hadn't seen us. When I couldn't go on any longer, I dropped Roland at the edge of a large field. Both he and I landed heavily. I changed form almost as soon as I touched land and focused on breathing. "That was a close one," Roland said, brushing the mud and grass seed off his knees. I nodded in agreement. After we rested for a few minutes, we set a clipped pace toward the east and didn't stop until we came across a small town. We paused our journey there, and Roland then took the lead into the baker's shop. He purchased a small loaf of bread for us to split, and although I wanted to toss the bread on the floor, leave him in that bakery, and continue alone, he still had all the money in his possession. I had no weapons, supplies, or food. To survive, I needed that money. Plus, I hadn't eaten anything in days. Before we left the baker's shop, Roland asked the man where we could buy horses. He directed us to the inn, located at the edge of the village. The horses that we bought weren't pretty, they were both dull brown with scars from old saddle sores up and down their backs. Neglected as they were still better than going the journey on foot. My legs and feet were aching from walking for so long without breaks. We started the horses off at a trot and traveled until the road was no longer visible because of the darkness. Their hooves clomped in the mud, spraying it up on my dress and the horses' flanks. The day lasted way too long for my exhausted body. The saddle I was riding on was not of good quality, and the insides of my legs were sore and bruised from riding so hard. The farther we went, the foggier everything became. The fog was so thick that we didn't see the lights of the village until we were upon it. While we walked our horses through the town, there was not one person in sight. After passing only a few buildings, it seemed like the town had ended, but there was one more little light farther out from the others. Roland led the way toward it. As we got closer, I realized that the light was bobbing up and down, as if someone were walking with it. I stopped my horse. "Roland," I whispered fiercely, willing him to stop also. He heard me, and stopped his mount. The light stopped moving. "Who goes there?" yelled a man's voice. The voice was threatening. I stayed silent out of fear. "We are travelers," Roland said loudly through the darkness. The light bobbed as it came closer. "Travelers to where?" "All that's beyond here is the Isle of Jinzi." "Yes, we know," answered Roland. The man came closer until we could see his face. The lantern lit it up in a sinister sort of way. "I don't suggest that you go there," he warned. "We don't have a choice," Roland countered. The man squinted his eyes. "It's your death, boy." He paused for a moment, lifting his lantern to study Roland and then me. "But if you really feel like you need to continue, I won't be the one to stop you. Follow me." Roland looked at me for a moment before hesitantly dismounting. I followed suit, and would have slipped in the mud had I not kept a firm grip on my horse's mane. We followed the man at a distance, leading the horses back toward one of the lit-up buildings. His was a little farther away from all the others, at the very edge of the cluster of houses. Inside, a warm fire crackled, lighting the room up nicely. I studied the man for the first time. He had balding white hair that was grown out to shoulder length and a short, scraggly beard. His gray, ghostly eyes appeared sunken into his head. "Tell me more about your journey," he ordered, gesturing for us to sit down at his table. Well, I started. "We are from Leviatha," said Roland, taking over the conversation. "The Crescent Isles to be exact. We were sent on a mission to get to the Isle of Jinzi and learn more about the natives." He was lying. Headmaster Drake would be proud. The man narrowed his eyes warily. "To learn more about the natives, eh? And why is that?" "Our headmaster is somewhat of a scientist, I suppose," said Roland. "He was very curious about the natives, and wanted us to come here to see if we could live with them for a few weeks. Just to see what it's like to be one of them." The man scoffed. "Are you serious? Who is this professor of yours? If he thinks that this is possible, he is not in his right mind." Roland shrugged. I suppose we will find that out on our own. The man laughed, the harsh sound cutting through the air like a rusty blade. I studied him suspiciously. And how do you know so much about the natives? I asked. He looked at me, one eyebrow raised. Because there have been other people that go on the sort of quests that you are going on, and they never come back. There was only one that escaped, and he was driven mad from whatever they had done to him. He wouldn't even talk to us, and he was always jumping at the sounds of the forest. Roland shrugged. That might not have been the natives' fault. Maybe not, but the disappearances probably were. I knew that this man had to be telling the truth. Jane, Matilda's daughter, had been one of the missing individuals. But we were different. Both Roland and I are both very rare. We were trained at the Crescent Isle Conservatory and have powerful second forms. I had to complete this mission, even without Roland's help. I would not turn back now, after everything that I've gone through. I jumped from my thoughts when the man spoke up again. You both are thinking that nothing like that could happen to you. You're wrong. I scowled at him. Perhaps I know things that you don't know, Dot. He laughed. You're stubborn, aren't you? Fine. If you can't get it into your heads that you shouldn't go, then it might be best that you do. Roland nodded. Yes. I agree, he said, his tone impatient. The man sat back in his chair and tapped his foot on the floor. Would you like to know why the village is so quiet outside? He asked us. It had been a little weird to me. I knew it was late, but I didn't think that it was late enough for complete silence. Why? Roland said hesitantly. Because a legend runs deep among the townspeople. Go out after dark, and you're fresh meat to the natives. I've never seen one, but the fact remains, we're the closest village to the island. If they wanted revenge on the kingdoms for some reason, we're the first ones that they'd take out. That's why they hired me to protect them, he said proudly, his sunken eyes squinting as he smiled. I fought the urge to laugh. If there were a group of the legendary natives on the island, how would you protect them? They would kill you, and then they'd kill everyone else. He shrugged. That won't happen. I wouldn't be the night watcher if I thought it would, but I don't believe that natives are the real danger anyway. Then what is? One night I'd say that it was a couple years ago, I was outside, patrolling the perimeter of the village. I wouldn't have seen anything if I hadn't been looking up at the stars. All the same, there was a shadow that flew over our village, a shadow so huge, it blocked out all the light from the stars and the moon before continuing on. I truly think that that is the reason why no one ever comes back from the island. That huge creature, whatever it is, probably eats them whole. To tell the truth, I don't even know that there is such a thing as natives anymore. That thing may have taken over the island. I wrapped my hands around my arms, trying not to shiver. Roland scoffed. You don't really expect us to believe that, do you? The man stared at him. Not everyone does when they hear that story, but I know what I saw. He sighed, and bent to pick up the lantern again. Well, I'd better keep patrolling if I want to get paid tomorrow. Feel free to sleep here if you want to. It won't be my fault if you don't make it back alive. I did everything within my power to warn you. With that, he shut the door, leaving us there alone. The man's bed was pushed against the wall, but I really didn't want to sleep there. On the other side of the room was a long sofa, almost big enough for my body to be able to stretch out. I decided to sleep there. Roland grumbled about the village not having a decent inn as he pulled the covers up so that he could sleep on top of the man's blankets. I don't know how long it took me to get to sleep, but I remember mulling over the man's words over and over. What if they were true? I woke up the next morning when the night watcher's scratchy voice penetrated the air. Time for you to leave, he said, shaking Roland from his sleep. Not wanting to suffer the same fate, I slid my feet to the ground quickly. When I stood up, I felt weak. My legs and arms were still sore from the long day yesterday. The man set the lantern down on the floor with a clank, and opened the door once again, waiting for us to go. Roland led the way outside, and I followed closely. Before we left, the man began to rattle off a few last words. You will be able to see the island from the shore, but not until noontime. I suggest waiting until then for safety purposes. You'll know you're close when you get to the trees and shrubs that are bare of leaves. With that, he slammed the door. I was glad, knowing that I would probably never have to see him again. It was extremely foggy. Even more so than it had been last night. I had to look down at my feet for most of the time to make sure that I didn't trip over a branch or a rock. I stopped when I saw the bare branch of a shrub, the first one that we had encountered. Roland and I looked at each other warily, and then studied our surroundings. Fog curled around the feet of the dead trees and shrubs like a snake choking them to death. We continued on slowly. The trees ended only a little while later, and with them went our vision. The fog expanded over our heads. The fear of our surroundings trumped the fear that I'd had of Roland. I gripped his shirt sleeve tightly, not wanting to get lost. I had never encountered fog quite like this. It made the air chokingly humid to the extent that I didn't want to breathe at all. We took another step forward, but something made me jerk back, pulling Roland with me. I looked down and was met with the sight of clear water lapping at the shore. "We've reached the lake," Roland confirmed. I nodded and breathed in deeply, trying to regain my composure. I attempted to look through the fog at the island, but I could see nothing, like the old man said. "I suppose he was right," I said. I was so close to finding the plant. I didn't have the patience to wait for a few more hours, but it would be stupid not to. I backtracked away from the water and sat down on the sand to wait for the fog to diminish. Time ticked by slowly. "Do you think that Kurt is still alive?" I asked Roland. He knew the enemy better than I did. In fact, he was the enemy. It was easy to forget that with his oddly believable act. I clutched my knees to my chest. Everything was so confusing right now. "Definitely," he replied. "They're probably going to use him as bait to get you back." I shivered. That didn't make me feel any better. Roland looked at me. "Don't worry. I'm sure we can get him out of there." I was silent for a long time. He was acting as if he were on my side again, but his words were lies. I knew they were. As soon as we get the plant, I would need to leave him in the dust. After all, he did just about the same thing to me, and with the power of flight, it would be almost effortless. I broke from my thoughts to notice that the fog had diminished noticeably, although it still wasn't clear enough for traveling. Just a little longer. I dove down into my thoughts once again, and they brought me to the conservatory. I had fond memories of taking the survival tests with Liana and Natalia, and Roselle, too, before she was sent away. My mind wandered to the summer festival, and I remembered the sticky wicket, the dancing, and how much fun Roland and I had had that night, especially when the rain had started to fall. When I recollect life at the conservatory, it isn't as bad as I once thought, I spoke aloud, surprising myself. Roland looked over and smiled. I remember hating it. But it really is better than most of the quests we're sent out to do. The only thing that makes it a little uncomfortable is Nico and the headmaster, and some of the other trainers. I nodded. Did you know that Nico was sided with King Kirin? Surely you did since you were working with him. Roland narrowed his eyes, but didn't answer immediately. Finally, he said, I don't work with Nico. I truly have no memory of the past several days. My mind spun as I mulled over his words. I would have loved to accept them, but accepting them only invited danger into my life. It was better for me to forget that we had ever been friends. I hardened my gaze and looked away. A few minutes later, the fog was almost all the way gone and the sun was now shining high above us, causing the clear water of the lake to shimmer at us invitingly. Are you ready? Roland asked, standing up and holding out a hand to help me to my feet. I ignored his hand, and stood up on my own. Yes, I said, my voice lacking feeling. He let his hand drop to his side, and made his way back to the waterline. He stepped into the water, continuing until it reached shoulder level. After that, he dove in and began swimming. I transformed and took off above him, soaking in the sun that shone on my wings. The sun could make me forget about my problems, but only temporarily. The island wasn't far ahead. It was much closer than I expected, and bigger too. A mountain climbed its way up into the heavens, and the shore stretched farther than I would have thought. I wondered if we would have to climb it to find the natives, and more importantly, the plant. Within an hour, we had reached the shores of the island. It was a small victory compared to what we were about to face, but it was a victory nonetheless. I folded my wings in and dove down toward the sand. As soon as I landed on the island, pain erupted in my head. I cried out and collapsed to the ground, changing form to clutch my head in my hands. I heard a distant roar, but I wasn't sure if it was inside my head or not. The pain ebbed away slowly, and I stayed in that position until it was just about gone. I heard footsteps coming from the direction of the water and turned to see Roland hurrying toward me. I started to get to my feet, and Roland helped me up. His touch stung. What's wrong? He asked. I saw you fall to the ground as soon as you landed. He leaned down and checked my ankle for a break or a sprain. No. My ankle is fine. I forced out a breathy laugh. I'm just tired is all. He studied me disbelievingly. It was only a short distance, he said. You've gone far longer than that without any problem. I shrugged. All this traveling must be taking its toll on me. For some reason, I felt like I shouldn't tell him. He studied me for a while longer, but then shrugged. If you say so. I turned to look at the woods. It was densely populated with trees and underbrush. It didn't look so bad from the outside, but when I stepped under the canopy of leaves, my eyes had to adjust. It was that dark. From deeper in the darkness, I heard rustling, and a blackbird flew out of the foliage, cawing loudly. I jumped in surprise before calming myself and continuing. I couldn't decide if I wanted to be the leader or lag behind and let Roland take the lead. In the end, I decided that I might as well stay up front. It was my quest, after all. Every now and then, another bird or squirrel, and on one occasion, a fox, would jump out of the brush and scare me. I could see why there were many rumors spread about his unnerving island. When the brush beside me rustled again, I tried to ignore it. I forged ahead, but stopped suddenly when I heard something heavy hit the ground. I looked back to see Roland sprawled on the ground, unmoving. I hurried to him. "Roland?" I asked. Was he playing a trick on me? But as I studied him further, I knew that it couldn't be a trick. There was something small sticking out of the side of his neck. I fell to my knees beside him. Something whistled as it flew by my head. I scrambled backward, tripping over my own feet and falling clumsily back down to the ground. I hastily scanned the trees until I saw the very thing that I had dreaded seeing ever since I started the journey. One of the natives was staring directly at me, pointing a dart gun at my neck. His face was painted with a black raccoon mask and 3 stripes going down either cheek. One blue, one green, and one blood red. The weapon made a thwack sound and then there was a sharp pain in my neck. I fell, but before I was even down, I was out, thrown into a black pit of unconsciousness. Chapter 27. When my mind swam back to awareness, my surroundings were as silent as the grave. For a moment, I wondered if I was dead. That thought whirled away as soon as the pain kicked in. I was up against a wall in an uncomfortable position, and my back was aching. A spot on my neck stung slightly. I cracked my eyes open. It was icy cold, causing my breath to form clouds in front of me. It had been a lot warmer the last time I was conscious. I sat up slightly and studied my surroundings. I was in a small wooden shack. There were 2 windows, one to my left and one to my right. When I saw them, I tried to stand, but stopped when I heard the rattling of chains. My feet and hands were shackled. The chains on my wrists were so short that I could only stand if I were bent over, therefore keeping me from looking out the window. Beside me I heard a moan, and I looked over at Roland. He was sweating and sticky, his hair sticking up at odd angles and his eyes flicking wildly under his eyelids. He breathed hard, his hands clasping his shirt tightly. I reached over and felt his temperature. He was hot. Extremely hot. I leaned closer and studied his neck. There was one spot where skin was red and swollen. I knew that he was in trouble. He needed medical care immediately. "Help!" I shouted, hoping there was anybody that could hear me. I struggled to get out of the manacles, but they were too tight. I only ended up rattling them noisily. "Help!" The door opened suddenly and a young man peered in skeptically. He was dressed in a bearskin that looked especially warm and his face had black paint formed in swirls around his eyes, nose, and mouth. As soon as he spotted Roland, his eyes widened. He stuck his head back outside and began talking to someone rapidly in a different language. Footsteps hurried away. "Hello?" I asked. There was no answer. Perhaps these strange people thought that they would catch whatever illness Roland had gotten. I was relieved when they finally came back. A different native with white paint on half of his face and red paint on the other peered in at Roland, stepping inside. He had with him a bowl of water and a satchel, hopefully full of medical supplies that would help Roland. "Do you speak the language of the kingdoms?" I asked frantically. "Do you know what's wrong with my friend?" The person looked up at me, and then began to speak without the slightest accent. "Yes, I speak your language. And as for your friend, judging by his swollen neck, I would guess that he's had an allergic reaction to our sleeping draft. Will he recover?" The man looked down at Roland and started to dig around in his satchel for something. "There's only one thing that I can think of that would help him. If it doesn't, then we'll have to leave the rest up to the Father in heaven." Finally, he found what he had been looking for. It was a dark green leaf. He put it in his mouth and chewed on it until it became a paste. Then, he spat it out into his palm. I looked on doubtfully as he caked the paste onto Roland's neck. Roland's eyes stopped flicking and his breathing slowed. I looked up at the healer. "Is that a good sign or a bad sign?" I asked. He watched Roland a little longer. I think that it must be a good sign. He stood back up. I have other things to tend to, but if his condition worsens once again, yell to the guards. They will come get me. He went to the door and glanced back at me before speaking quietly to the guard. The guard nodded respectfully and watched him leave. When the healer was gone, the guard came back into the shack and unchained my hands. Once my hands were free, he did the same thing to Roland. Seeing as Roland was unable to move, I didn't see what the point was. The only thing he left shackled was one foot with a chain long enough that I could walk around. If I wanted to, I could change form and escape, but I think that the natives knew I wouldn't leave without Roland. I watched him closely for a few minutes, but he seemed to be resting peacefully for now, although his expression was still slightly pained. Even after everything that had happened, my heart still hurt to see him like this. After about an hour passed, relief hesitantly spread over me. Surely if Roland hadn't had any problems for this long, he wouldn't get any worse. I leaned my head against the building and closed my eyes for a few minutes. "Ivy?" said Roland's voice beside me. It was thin and weak. I was immediately at attention. His eyes were half closed in exhaustion. It worried me. "Yes?" I asked. "Ivy, what happened?" I wanted to comfort him, but I didn't know how. I ended up taking his hand. "You were shot with a dart that was dipped in a sleeping draught," I explained softly. "You've had an allergic reaction." He knitted his eyebrows together. "You know, after all the missions I've been on, I don't think that I've ever been shot with a dart." I stayed quiet. "Are we in the camp of the natives?" Roland interrogated. He was looking at me, so I nodded. "Their healer came and put some kind of plant on your wound." He felt his neck with the hand that I was not holding, and barely touched it before his hand flinched away. "Ouch," he rasped. I gave his hand a small, uncertain squeeze. "I'm sorry that you're hurting," I said, feeling useless. He shook his head. "Don't be. I'm actually glad right now. We've gotten to where we've been trying to get." I thought for a moment before speaking. "Roland, why did you volunteer to come with me? What's the real reason?" I questioned. He smiled tiredly. "I suppose now would be a good time to tell you. I came mostly because there was something here that I knew could help me. The native people are said to work miracles through God. I needed one of those miracles." "Why do you need a miracle?" I asked. "This is probably something I should have told you a long time ago," he said. "I didn't know if you would understand, but now, you have to. When I was training with Nico, he took me away from the school. He told me that we were going on a quest, but he wouldn't tell me where we were headed or even what it was. Then, things became a little clearer when we reached the castle of King Kirin." I squinted my eyes. "And why did Nico take you there?" "You may have already guessed this, but King Kirin is trying to gather up a powerful army." "That ritual you were talking about?" "Well, the same thing happened to me. It's just that I had no choice but to be branded with the blood of the wizards." Roland took his hand from mine and pushed his shirt sleeve up. On the inside of his upper arm, there was a burn mark, shaped like a circular, spiky ball with the initials CAG in the middle. "It's Kirin's way to give magic to those who lack the ability. That's what he's been doing to the people he recruits into his army." "But so you really are on Kirin's side?" I questioned sadly. He shook his head weakly. "No. You misunderstand. I truly have no memory of taking you there. Someone had taken over my mind." I thought about his words for a few seconds. "And how does this have anything to do with a miracle?" I asked. "These people," Roland gestured to the door. "They know how to fix someone like me. Someone who doesn't want the powers of a magician anymore." "So you came on this journey to be rid of your powers," I concluded. I didn't want to tire him out by asking too many questions, but this was something I felt like I needed to know. "Is there a particular reason that you don't want the power of a sorcerer?" His eyes darkened. "The power of a sorcerer is born out of evil. The thoughts that swirl in my head are sometimes not my own." I stared at him. "That must have been what happened when he was forcing me into Kirin's dungeon." "How do you know that?" I asked. His answer had only brought more questions. "Because I can feel it," he said quietly, his eyes unfocused. I watched him nervously. "You should get some sleep," I said. His focus centered back on me. "Yes, I suppose you're right." He let go of my hand and turned onto his side, away from me. Before he went to sleep, he lifted his head to say one more thing. "If anything seems to go wrong, you have to tell them my wish, do you promise?" "I promise," I answered in a whisper. Once his breathing evened out a little, I stood up to look out the window. Our surroundings were beautiful. The pines were especially green and the natives had gathered up all the needles around them so that grass grew. The land was slanted downward from me in an ongoing, rocky slope, and clouds settled around us. The natives must have taken us up the mountain. Far up. I rested my arms against the ledge and continued watching the grass sway. As I was looking on, snow started to fall down in flurries, quickly coating the ground with a light dusting of white. I didn't know how long I stood there, looking out the window at the familiar sight of snow. But I did know that when I heard Roland moaning, it was not a good sign. I turned around quickly. I hurried to his side, the chain attached to my foot clanking loudly, and felt his forehead. If possible, it was even hotter than it had been the first time. I shook his shoulder, but he did not wake. "Help!" I yelled out to the natives. "My friend needs help." The door opened almost immediately with the same young man from earlier. "He needs the healer," I said frantically. The man took one look at Roland before sprinting off into the evergreens. In 5 minutes, he returned with the healer, breathing hard. "He's worse than he was before," I said as the healer bent down to tend to Roland. He felt Roland's forehead and then sat back. The fact that he wasn't reaching back in his satchel for medicine worried me. "What is it?" I asked. The healer looked back up at me. "To tell the truth, I do not think that he will make it." I looked at Roland, whose chest was heaving with struggled breaths, and then back at the healer. "Surely there must be something that you can do," I said in disbelief. The healer studied me, and then looked at Roland. "I will do one thing, something I probably should have already done. Our leader prohibits any newcomers in the village, but this is a special case." I blinked away tears, and waited for him to finish. He took out a key and unlocked Roland's chains and then my own. "I'm going to bring you to my house, so that your friend can die in a proper bed." I didn't know how to react to that. I just stood there as the healer picked Roland up in his arms. "Wait." I hadn't even realized that it was me who said it until the man looked at me. "Roland wanted me to ask you something if anything went wrong." I paused to clear my throat. "He was forced into taking up the power of a sorcerer. He heard that your people can heal him from that." The man nodded as he continued out of the shack. I hurried to follow him. "So is it true that you can take away his power?" "I can't, but I know someone who can. However, your friend has to be awake in order for us to accomplish this." I sent a silent prayer up to God that he would allow Roland to awaken. The village was in the middle of a meadow, but its grass was starting to bend over from the weight of the snow. I shivered and rubbed my arms with my hands. If I were in second form, it would be a lot easier to stand this weather, but it was too dangerous, especially here. The houses were made mostly out of stone, although there were a few made out of wood. The villagers, mostly women and children, came out to watch us pass. Most of the women had cold, unforgiving expressions, but the children only showed curiosity. I kept my gaze on the ground until the healer led me up a few stairs and into a warm house. The room that he had led me into was lined with cots on either side. At the back of the room, a fire was lit in the fireplace. It was a surprisingly nice house, something that I didn't expect from people rumored to be savages. The healer laid Roland down on a cot near the fire, and although it was tempting for me to go closer so that I could warm up, I stayed with Roland. "I'll be right back," the healer said. He disappeared further into the house and came back with a bowl of cold water, a cloth, and a vial of some sort of liquid. "Keep the cool cloth pressed against his forehead," he said. I automatically did as he said. The healer shook the little vial in his hand and removed the top with a pair of tweezers. "What is that?" I inquired. "It's a medicine extracted from a plant that we call last breath. It is already almost certain that your friend will die, but with this, he definitely will." He was about to tip it into Roland's mouth, but I grabbed the healer's hand, stopping him. "I thought that you wanted to help us," I said. "I do," he answered. "But this is the only way that he will wake up before he dies. The plant gives off a great amount of energy at first, but within a few hours, it causes its consumer's body to shut down." I was torn. "How can you be sure that he won't recover from the sleeping draft?" I asked. "I've seen this before," he said. "The herb used in the sleeping draft is usually harmless, but to those who are allergic to it, it is a deadly tonic." I looked at Roland. If he truly was about to die, then it would be a mistake not to give him the vial of last breath. But if he would live, giving it to him would be fatal. Roland's breathing stopped for a few seconds. I watched him, worried until he took in another shallow breath. That decided it for me. I let go of the healer's hand, and watched as the liquid poured into Roland's mouth. The healer watched Roland expectantly. Roland's face screwed into a look of revulsion and he coughed a few times before his eyes opened again. He looked at me and his forehead wrinkled in confusion. Ivy, what's happened? I shook my head, tears spilling from my eyes, unable to answer. I took his hands in both of mine and he grasped my hand just as strongly. It made me even sadder because I knew that it wouldn't last that long. The healer answered him for me. We don't have much time, so this may sound a little harsh. You are dying. Ivy has told me that you want your sorcery taken away. Is this true? Roland nodded. Yes, but I feel fine right now. How can I be on the brink of death? The healer shook his head. I've given you last breath, an elixir that gives you energy to make your last moments count before you go. Roland looked at me fearfully. I nodded my head gravely. I'm going to go get the other healer. She will be able to fulfill your wish. He left quickly, and in his stead came a tall woman, long black hair braided over her shoulder and freckles dotting her cheeks. White and red paint was drawn across her forehead and down her nose. Roland squinted his eyes when he saw her, and then widened them as if in recognition. I looked back and forth from one to the other. Jane? Roland said. She smiled sadly at him. Roland. I'm sorry to finally see you again at a time like this. Roland barely took any notice of what she said. We thought you were dead. Don't you know how happy your parents would be if they knew that you were still living? I finally realized who she was. Jane, Matilda's beloved, lost daughter. Jane frowned. I would love to see them, Roland, I really would. But there is no way that I can go back to the mainland without being caught. I've been banished. Roland tilted his head. Banished? She nodded. From Jinzi and Pyrrha, at least. If I had the second form of a hawk, it would be a different story. I would probably be able to make it to Leviatha without detection, but I've made a good life for myself here. Roland was quiet. Jane looked down at her hands. Let's go ahead and get this over with. When she looked back up, she wore a strangely blank expression. I watched in fascination and fear as her blue eyes began to take on a silvery glow. Ask me your questions, she said. Her eyes weren't focused on Roland. Rather, they were on some distant thing behind him. Roland looked bewildered and he took a while to answer. I want to know how to get rid of the dark powers that I was given. Jane smiled, still not really looking at us. That is simple. What dispels darkness? Light, he replied. Correct. Darkness is lies and deceit. Light is truth and love. Ask me your questions. Roland thought for a moment before saying, What do I do to rid myself of the darkness? You must wrap the light around your dark thoughts. You must focus always on love, she said. Then, her eyes stopped glowing and her shoulders slumped. She looked exhausted, and she sat on the bed, beside Roland. Roland looked at me, confused. Do what she said, I pressed, worried that he would run out of time. He looked back at Jane, who was watching him tiredly, and then he closed his eyes. While his eyes were closed, his eyebrows narrowed and he started to grit his teeth. I studied him, and was scared that he wouldn't know how to do what Jane had said. My fears were put to rest when Roland opened his eyes suddenly. The soft brown of his irises had turned into a beautiful, golden color, a purer gold than the color of his scales when he was in second form. He has done it, Roland said. He has gotten rid of my darkness. I raised my eyebrows. Who is he? He looked at me, as if surprised that I didn't know. He is life. I smiled uncertainly, but when Roland's features began to twist in pain, it faded. His eyes kept their unearthly glow, but I knew that the energy of last breath had started to fade. Jane stood up, although I knew she could have used more rest. I must go find the other healer. He will be able to take care of Roland properly during the last few hours of his life. With that, she stumbled out the door. Ivy, Roland said. His voice was noticeably weaker. I focused my eyes on his. The glow was disappearing. While I was gone, he told me about something that you must do. He said that you must get to the plant of eternal life, and you must do it soon. Hope rose in my chest. Yes. The plant of eternal life. Its power would heal Roland. I stood. You're right, I said. I don't know why I haven't thought of that already. I'll go find the plant, and I'll bring it back to you. He nodded and sat back in the bed. I studied him one last time before hastening out the door. I hurried in the direction that Jane went. When I spotted her in the middle of the clearing, headed away from me, I hurried to her side and took her arm. Jane, I whispered, glancing around to make sure that we were out of the hearing range of the women and children who still populated the streets. She looked at me in surprise. Where is the plant of eternal life? I asked. She studied me with narrowed eyes. Why do you want to know? Roland told me that life told him I was supposed to retrieve it. I didn't realize how crazy that sounded until after it was already out of my mouth. Her incredulous look vanished, and she seemed to get a burst of energy as she dragged me around a building. Her stride was long, but I kept up with her, knowing that I had to hurry. What is your second form? She said suddenly as she turned to face me. Why does that? I began. Just tell me, she interrupted, her grip tightening. A phoenix, I answered. Her eyes flashed, literally flashed, with the same silvery glow. Then in that case, I can tell you. The gate to the plant is at the top of the mountain, guarded by an ancient statue. The statue comes to life if anyone gets near it, so you will have to act quickly to get inside. How do I get in? Is the gate locked? I asked. I honestly don't know. The people that have gotten close enough to figure it out don't return, Jane answered. I swallowed hard. Not one? The only one that was able to make it back died eons ago. He left no record of his experience, except for a small painting of the plant's appearance. I remembered a picture of the plant in the headmaster's office. Was it the same one that had been painted all those years ago? Why are you letting me do this if I'll most likely die? I questioned skeptically. The only other person to make it out of the gate alive was a phoenix. If he could do it, there is a chance that you will be able to as well. So another phoenix had been on this very island, searching for the same thing. Is that everything you know? She glanced around once more before stooping closer. Her voice fell on my hearing like a soft breeze. The key to the gate is your strength. The answer to the question is your own discernment. The conquering of your desires are your memories. The end of the battle is your heart. At the last word, she twisted away and stumbled back around the building, disappearing from my sight. I trembled, fighting the fear that threatened to make me return to Roland without the plant. The end of the battle is your heart. The meaning was clear. I was going to die. Chapter 28. My mind tried to sort things out as I walked uphill through the pines. If the end of the battle was my heart, how would I get the plant to Roland? Perhaps I would be granted enough time to bring it to him before I died, but then, who would free Kurt from King Kirin's dungeon? I supposed Roland would have to. With his experience, it was more likely that he would be able to save Kurt, so really, it was as if I was sacrificing my life for two people. I knew that this had to be the right thing to do. Once I was sure I was far enough away from the village, I shifted into my phoenix form and took off into the sky. I needed to do this as fast as possible if I wanted to make it to Roland in time. If I didn't, then I will have sacrificed my life for nothing. I hefted myself higher, helped along by an updraft of wind. It was almost as if the air itself wanted me to get to the gate. I had almost reached the snowy peak when a strange sensation took over my body. All of a sudden, I was plummeting. I crashed through the trees, flailing around as an outside force made my body shift back into first form. I tried to grab hold of a pine branch to keep me from dropping any farther, but the branch rubbed my hand raw before cracking and splitting off the tree. I landed on the snowy ground with a thud. Although the snow cushioned my fall, the wind was still knocked out of me, and I struggled to breathe for several seconds. Once I was able, I sat up, chilled from the snow that had melted through my clothing. I took in my surroundings. What was the force that had caused me to change form so suddenly? In front of me, to my left and to my right, there was only snow and pines. The ground was strangely flat for a mountain, at least in this particular spot. I stood and turned around, and then froze. Looming in front of me was an ancient rusted statue, 3 times my height. I swallowed tightly. Its entire body was covered in dead vines, and one of its arms had eroded off with time. Strange designs crisscrossed over the entire thing, but I couldn't make them out since the vines were so thick and the statue was so worn. Its rusted red eyes peered at me blankly. Nothing happened for the longest time. I took a tentative step closer, wanting to get a better look at the arm. This must be the statue that Jane had warned me about, but I don't think she knew what state it was in. It was way too old to protect a gate. Then, when I was about to walk past it, the eyes lit up. I backed up as fast as I could, but was slowed by the snow. The statue rumbled. The trees around us shivered. Birds fled from their perches. The tremor of the statue continued as it shed its vine clothing. The vines pulled up the disconnected arm as they snaked over his shoulder, securing it to the body once again. Now that the vines were gone, I could see that the statue was restoring itself to its former glory. It gradually turned from brown rust to shiny iron, and blue hieroglyphics began to write themselves out over the statue's body. All around us, the snow melted and the trees shrunk into saplings and continued to grow younger until they were completely gone. It was as if he had taken me back through time. I glanced at our surroundings. We were on a large, rocky plateau. Behind me, there was only a drop-off of endless shadow, but behind the metallic giant, there was a black stone gate, half sunken in a bubbling pool of molten lava. Thunderclouds rolled overhead, lightning flashing in their dark gray depths. Despite being made of metal and blue hieroglyphics, the giant looked very human, taking the form of a handsome man. Lean muscles flexed as he pulled a sword out of the ground in front of him. "Choose your weapon," he thundered, his powerful voice ricocheting off the rocks. I was so panicked I didn't know what to say. Jane's words echoed in the back of my mind. "The key to the gate is your strength." "I choose strength," I said shakily. The giant chuckled deep in his throat. "Then strength you shall have." A tingling feeling took over my body from head to toe. I didn't change visibly, but physically, I began to feel stronger. The weight of my body disappeared almost completely. I felt like I could fly if I wanted to. The giant smiled, exposing sharp metal teeth. I crouched, a plan forming in my head already. He bowed mockingly, and then surged forward with his sword. I moved quickly with my newfound strength, dodging his thrust and sprinting away from the cliff he'd had me backed up against. His heavy footsteps shook the ground behind me as I ran toward the gate. Before I could get any closer, something hit me in the back, pinning me to the ground. I growled in frustration and stood, making the boulder fall heavily behind me. The giant stood right in front of me. "Running never works," he said, beginning to circle me while twisting the sword in his hand. "How did you think you were going to get through the fiery pit?" I hadn't thought my plan that far through. My eyes flicked back to the gate. My strength might allow me to launch myself through it. He lunged forward once again, this time even faster, barely giving me enough time to dodge away before he struck me again with the hilt of his blade. I flew backward and into one of the boulders, making it slide and tumble into the empty chasm below. I almost went with it, but managed to find a grip on the ledge. The giant walked up to me, showing off his sharp teeth with another leering grin. "So many before you have suffered this same fate. It is no surprise to me that a girl this small should follow them." I glared at him and struggled to keep my grip. He rose his sword for a killing blow, but before he could bring it down, I pulled myself up onto land and rolled away. The giant growled, turning quickly. It was my only chance. I hurtled toward him, kicking him hard in the chest. He stumbled backward and roared angrily as he tumbled over the cliff. The roar continued until it faded in the distance. There was no thud to signify that he had hit the ground. The cavity just swallowed him whole. I backed away from the cliff, unsure that I had really defeated him. I must have, however, because I felt my strength beginning to fade. My weight felt like it was pressing against the earth once again. My opportunity to launch myself through the gate was fading fast. While I still had my inhuman strength, I needed to use it. I ran toward the pool of lava and jumped as far as I could. I was able to make it to the threshold, but landed awkwardly. One of my legs came perilously close to getting seared. I cried out and jerked my leg back up quickly. The leather of my sandal burst into flames. I tugged it off as quickly as I could, hissing at the pain of the burns as I let it drop into the fiery pit. I backed quickly through the gate, and then everything was dark. The sound of rushing water overtook my hearing. My eyes adjusted to the darkness slowly, and once they did, I found myself in a small cave, blanketed by a bed of moss. A waterfall cascaded down one side of the cavern, pouring into a shimmering pond. Above me, the cave opened up to the crescent moon. It calmed me, allowing me to take in a deep breath and look at the leg that I had burned. The skin was deep red and smoking, but oddly enough, it wasn't as burned as it was supposed to be. Normally, being that close to lava would have blackened and blistered the skin. However, it was still very painful. The coolness of the water begged me not only to ease the burn, but also to quench my growing thirst. I stood and limped toward the pool. The moment I touched the water, a voice rang out, startling me. "Who approaches the pool of clarity?" It echoed from behind the waterfall, the pitch faltering at the end, like a lament. It was impossible to know if it belonged to a man or a woman. "Ivy Oliver," I said with hesitation. Although I ached to get my leg in the water, I drew back. "What is your past?" The voice moaned. "My past? Why do you wish to know?" "This is a test of the mind. Your past is what has formed it. I must know for you to continue." It took a moment for me to reply. "I grew up an orphan, with few friends. At my trial, I turned into a creature that is supposedly important. I was taken to a school to be trained how to fight and survive. I paused for a second. I met more friends there than I'd had my entire life, and now, after traveling across the kingdoms to get to this island, one of them is about to die, but... And you wish to save him even though he betrayed you? The voice questioned. Yes, I answered, choking back my surprise. I hadn't said anything about Roland betraying me. The voice moved on to the next question. What is your present? It asked sorrowfully. I wasn't sure what to say. I had just told him that I was trying to save Roland. Finally, I managed to say the first thing that came to mind. Confusion, worry, fear. What is it that you worry about? My dying friend, and my brother, who has been captured by a wicked man. If you survive, what is your future? To save my brother and heal Roland with the plant. When the voice chuckled, the sound seemed to come from everywhere as it bounced off the walls. Then, it was silent for a long time. Is that the end of the test? I asked. No. One more question, the voice said. What is the meaning of life? Why are we all here? My mind searched for the correct answer. I've tried to answer that question many times in my own thoughts, but the things I came up with never seemed right. I've always longed for simplicity and happiness, but thinking about it now, I know that that cannot be what life is all about. Simplicity and happiness does not help your fellow man. The Nallans probably don't even know that we're on the brink of war because of their tendency to stick their head in the sand. If I hadn't turned into the Phoenix, I'd be doing the same thing. There is one thing in life that I've neglected because of the pain it usually results in. However, these past few months I've made more friends than I've ever had, which means my pain is inevitable. I realized then why I was giving my life up for Roland's. Love. That was the purpose of life. I hadn't even spoken a word before the voice whispered, "You may proceed." I hesitantly stepped into the water. What had appeared to be a deep pool now only reached my ankles. I ducked under the waterfall, letting the cool water wash over my burns. I wished I could have stayed under the water for a long time, but the sensation completely stopped when my surroundings changed once again. Instead of standing under a waterfall, I was now in the middle of a dry, barren wasteland. The ground was flat here, and I could see nothing for miles. All that existed in this place was dirt and sky and sun. The heat was so intense, even I was burning up. My second form's immunity to high temperatures could only go so far, as proven by the burns on my leg. I tried to shield my eyes with my arm, but the sun was everywhere. It was impossible to escape from it completely. Even with my eyes closed, I could see the bright red of daylight. I walked forward a few feet and stopped. What was the point? There wasn't one landmark on any horizon to walk toward. Suddenly, the ground shook. I knelt to keep from falling. The earth burned through my dress. Little by little, the ground started to crack, forming small fissures. Dust swirled up from the crevices, emitting a sulfuric smell, painful to breathe in. Then, the shaking stopped. I could have stood back up, but I didn't. Instead, I crumpled to the ground and curled into a ball, feeling completely hopeless. I knew in the back of my mind that it was strange for me to suddenly feel this way, but the overwhelming feeling of despair drowned out the thought. My spirit felt crushed. I wished I could stay in this desert and rot. It would be easier to die than to fight. I held my head in my hands and began to cry in defeat. I wouldn't be able to get out. I wouldn't be able to save Roland. My sacrificed life will have been for nothing. But no. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. I stubbornly choked off my sobs and stood, wiping away the tears. I needed to keep walking. I would walk until I found something or until I died, whichever came first. I let my anger take over and drive me forward. The wind picked up as if reading my mind, willing me to stay where I was. It blew sand into my eyes, making me temporarily blinded as I continued to push against it. I shielded my eyes and squinted against the dirt, giving my best effort to continue forward. I paused when I saw something on the horizon. It was coming closer. I squinted my eyes. It looked like a person. As I watched, more people appeared, their clothes dark against the blinding line where the earth met the sky. They came quickly, as if the wind that was blowing me backward was blowing them forward. The strong gusts tore at the scarves that were wrapped around their faces. When the people finally reached me, both they and the wind stopped. Silence. Beautiful silence. The people had stopped a little too close to me, making me feel vulnerable. I took a few steps back. The only part of their bodies I could see was their eyes, and one particular pair of eyes looked very familiar. Roland? I asked. He pulled the cloth from his face, revealing a grin, a perfectly healthy grin. "Yes, it's me, Ivy," he said. "You're not sick?" I asked. "Not anymore," he answered. One by one, the other people dropped their scarves. I recognized Kurt, Liana, Roselle, Matilda, Burton, Sophia, Elna, Ione, and even Natalia and Grix. All the people that I had grown to love. There were only two figures that hadn't pulled their scarves away from their faces. I turned toward them in confusion. Finally, they tugged away the fabric, letting it slip away to expose the faces of two people that I recognized, but never really had the chance to meet. "Mother? Father?" I gasped, dumbfounded. They nodded their heads. Tears glistened in their eyes as my vision began to blur with tears as well. "I thought you were dead," I said. Mother shook her head and rushed forward to hug me. "No, my fireflower. We're right here. Everything will be fine now." I pulled back to look at them. My mother had her same dark brown curls and green eyes, and a height that matched my own. I glanced over at Kurt. Seeing them both together made me realize just how alike their facial features looked. My father was tall, which must have been where Kurt had inherited his height. But something wasn't right. Father's hair was longer than it had been in my memory, and his beard was, too. Gray streaked through his red hair and peppered his beard. His face was more wrinkled than the memory had shown. That's when I realized it was an illusion. I backed away. "You're not real," I whimpered. "Not real." "Of course we're real," said the mirage of my mother. Her eyes had darkened. I glanced around. So had everyone else's. I shivered and turned away from them, pushing through the wind that had decided to pick back up. In the real world, Roland still needed my help. "Wait, Ivy. We love you. We want you to live with us, to get to know us better." The illusion shouted after me. I tuned her out, only focusing on the mission ahead. The illusions followed me, pleaded me with my friends' and family's voices. I closed my eyes and bent my head down, forcing my way forward. Phantom fingers gripped at my dress, at my arms, but still, I continued. Roland needed me. I opened my eyes when the ground began to shake again. The small fissures in the earth were widening more and more. The voices behind me stopped, cut off in mid-plead. I turned to look at them just as they evaporated into a swarm of gnats. The gnats were everywhere, in my ears, my eyes, my mouth, my nose. I dropped to the ground as the wind and gnats worked together to suffocate me. Then, the earth crumbled beneath me, and I was falling into endless darkness. Chapter 29. I fell for so long, I wondered if I would even land at all. When I finally did, the impact should have been hard enough to kill me, but it wasn't. It was only as if I'd dropped 3 feet. Still, I fell to my hands and knees, choking on the dust that was still caught in my throat. Oddly enough, the gnats had disappeared, only the nightmarish memory left behind. All around me were blurs of shadow and light, clangs louder than steel on steel ringing through the air. It took me a while to realize what I was seeing. When I squinted my eyes, I could make out their forms. The shadows and light were fighting, and the weapons they were using were way stronger than anything in my world. The lights were big and powerful, all muscle and wing. They held blades that were just as bright as the light that surrounded them. Cherubim. As I watched, one of the angels barely touched his shadow with his blade, and the shadow fell to his knees, his cry of anguish cut short when he completely disintegrated. The shadows were tall and gangly with gray skin, wielding black swords. Dark stringy hair tangled with their black aura. There were more of them than the angels, but by the amount of shadows that were disappearing, they were considerably weaker. Beyond them, a rock wall stood, vines creeping up over the side, as if trying to get a peek at the battle going on ahead of me. I could only guess that the plant was in there. I took a step closer, wanting to get beyond the raging war, beyond the rock wall, and into safety. Unfortunately, my movement drew attention. The shadow closest to me wasn't fighting yet. He seemed to be waiting for something, and when he saw me, his teeth bared into a frightening smile, full of sharp teeth. He turned to me and walked forward. I was frozen in fear. He circled around me, the tendrils of his strange hair twisting around my arms. I shivered. "He doesn't love you, Ivy," he said, the voice coming out of his mouth like a hiss. "He's just taunting you. He betrayed you once and he'll do it again." I opened my mouth to reply, but nothing came out. The demon appeared in front of me, eyes crinkling at the corners. They were black with white pupils. "He won't save your brother. He'll only return to King Kirin like a dog with his tail between his legs. Your brother is doomed to rot in King Kirin's dungeon for the rest of his life. Follow me, and I'll show you the way back to the outside. Then, you'll be able to see your friends again." Your brother will be saved, I'll make sure of it. He began to walk away from the fight, into the darkness, looking back at me and beckoning for me to follow. It was true. I longed to see my other friends again. I longed to see my brother. I was tempted to follow him, but I stayed rooted to the spot. You're lying. Roland is healed from his dark thoughts. I saw it happen, I said shakily. Please, that was a ruse, a trick with his magic to make you think that he was innocent again. Now come. No. I wouldn't believe that. I will not, I answered, curling my fists into balls. The demon bared his teeth, a black sword appearing in his hands. So be it, he seethed. He raised the blade and sprinted forward. There was nothing I could do. He was too fast. I closed my eyes and waited for pain. When it didn't come, I cracked my eyes open. A sword of light guarded me, pointing at the neck of the demon, who was now kneeling on the ground, defeated. The demon glared at the form behind me. With one touch of the blade, he disintegrated into black dust. He barely had enough time for a final cry of pain. Once the demon was gone, I should have been less afraid, but I wasn't. I turned and trembled at the sight of the powerful angel. His form was too bright for me to look at, shining even brighter than the other angels. I stared at the ground, the pure black ground, my heart beating rapidly. Enough, he said. The word was barely a whisper, but suddenly everything stopped. The demons were gone, and the other angels stood back a ways, their swords resting on the ground in front of them. I wanted to back away, but my fear kept me rooted to the spot. The angel lifted his sword to my heart. By light, your motive will be tested, he said, his voice quiet, but powerful, ringing with authority. This is it. The end of the battle is your heart. Soon, my thundering heart would be silent, a useless rock inside a stone-cold chest. The sword pressed against my skin, and then everything was pain and brightness. I could only see white as I crumpled to the ground. Heat from my heart coursed through my veins and burned my skin. I don't know if I screamed. All I could hear, see, feel, taste, and smell was pain. It seemed to last an eternity before it finally stopped. Then, everything was still. Everything was dark. I knew that I had to be dead. But then, I felt something that I didn't expect. The thump, the thump. My heart. My heart was beating. I cracked my eyes open and looked around, a huge smile coming to my face. A rock wall surrounded me, vines trailing up the sides. I had made it. I sat up and pressed my fingers to my neck, where I could feel the throb of my heart. Never had I been more grateful or more aware of it than right now. Unlike on the other side of the wall, where the sky had been a sea of blackness, the sky on this side was blue. Most every plant in this little haven was green, but one thing stood out more than all the others. In the very center of the garden was a petite little plant with small, glowing golden flowers, bright green leaves, and a dark purple stem. The plant of eternal life. I stood unsteadily and walked toward it. I hadn't come all this way just to injure the only thing that could save Roland, so I dug into the dirt around it, carefully uprooting it before letting the dirt fall away. The glow of the flowers pulsed and faded, turning into a natural yellow. Roland. I needed to get to him, and quickly. Who knew how much time I'd wasted? Across the garden was a white gate. It looked like the only way out, so I hastened toward it. As soon as I passed through it, I was suddenly surrounded by snow and pines, crumbling black stones scattered around me. This must have been the gate that I'd first gone into, to get to the waterfall. I shivered, glad that everything was over now. It seemed like I'd gone through years to get back here. I hoped beyond hope that I wasn't too late. I tried shifting form, but apparently, this entire area kept me from changing. Instead, I trekked through the snow a little ways, and it wasn't long before I came across the statue that I'd defeated. This time, its arm was still in place, but the legs were detached. I hurried on, not wanting to get caught up in another fight with the wretched thing. Once we were a safe distance away, and my legs and barefoot were stinging from the snow, I tried shifting form once again and felt the exhilaration of changing. I picked the plant up in my beak, taking care not to pinch it too hard, and flew off in the direction of the village. It felt good to fly. I wasn't sure I'd ever be able to again. Just feeling the air breeze through my feathers made me feel like everything was going to be okay. Life would return back to normal, now that I was successful in retrieving the plant. Roland would be healed and we would return to the conservatory together. It was better to have a friend that was still alive than an entire lifetime of freedom. Once the village was in sight, I hurriedly landed. I wished I could fly straight to Roland, but I still didn't want the natives to know what my second form was. The village was more crowded at this time of day. Now, along with the women and children, men wandered on the streets as well, carrying weapons. They must have just gotten back from a patrol or a hunt. To get through the crowd, I tucked the plant into the folds of my dress, hoping that they wouldn't see it. Some of the natives gave me suspicious looks, but thankfully, didn't stop me. It was probably common knowledge by now that I was here. Once I reached the healer's house, I sprung up the steps and inside. The healer was there, sitting next to Roland and reading a book. He looked up at me when I ran in, his eyebrows raised. "You've been gone for more than an hour. I'd thought you'd run away." I shook my head, trying to catch my breath. Just thought I'd go for a walk." The healer didn't look convinced, and his silence made it obvious that he wasn't. He closed his book with one hand and stood up. "I don't trust your words, but I get the feeling that I can trust your motive. If he happens to wake up, I know you'll want to speak with him in private." I wondered if his choice of words was incidental. Motive was the same word that was used before the searing pain in my heart. I nodded gratefully. The healer brushed past me. Only when I heard the door shut behind me did I go to Roland's side. I could feel the heat radiating off of him. His fever was back. I shook his shoulder gently. "Roland?" I asked softly. Relief flooded me when his eyes cracked open. I smiled, bringing the plant out of the folds of my dress. "I brought you something." He tried to sit up. "Don't," I said, laying my hand lightly on his burning forehead. I knew his strength was limited. I laid the plant in his palm. He gazed at the flowers in wonder. "It's beautiful," he said weakly. "I was hoping that I'd be able to see it before I die." I knitted my eyebrows. "What do you mean, before you die? You aren't going to die anymore." "I brought you the plant. The headmaster said that the elixir is in the stem, so all you have to do is chew on it." Roland shook his head. "No. I didn't want you to get the plant for me. It is meant for you." Anger began to gnaw at my insides. "Roland, you have to take it. The only reason I got it was because of you." "I know," he said, his voice sounding slightly guilty. "That's the only way you can get it." My eyesight began to blur as my anger wrung out into sorrow. "Please, Roland. I don't want you to die," I begged, clutching his hand. He shook his head once again, set on his decision. "I've seen what is to come in the next life. Do you honestly think that I would want to live in this world forever? Ivy, for those who believe, there is no death. Instead, there is a door to forever. A forever without anguish, without worry, without fear. And I am going to live in that forever." He took my hand and pressed the plant into it. "Just do me one favor," he said, a shuddering breath escaping his lips. "Tell my family that same thing." I nodded as tears streamed down my cheeks freely. "Of course, Dot." He smiled as he looked away, his eyes traveling to the ceiling. As I watched, his expression turned into one of wonder. "Do you see him, Ivy?" he whispered, squinting his eyes. "He's so bright." I looked up at the ceiling, but only saw wood planks and cobwebs. When I looked back down, Roland's eyes had glassed over, his mouth formed into a permanent smile. The tears dried on my face. For a long time, I just stared at Roland's still face, his unmoving chest, his unblinking eyes, holding his hand until his fingers were cold against my own. There was a knock on the door, startling me from my silence. I looked up as Jane walked in. She paused when she saw Roland, and her face twisted in pain. "I'm so sorry," she said sadly. I stood. Tears threatened to spill over onto my cheeks once again, but I held them back. I opened my hand and looked at the flowers that lay innocently on my palm. Useless flowers. "Will you stop me if I try to leave?" I asked, my voice stronger than I thought it would be. She was quiet for a moment. I looked up at her, my eyes narrowing. Finally, she shook her head with a sigh. "I won't, but the others will." I nodded, emotionless, and turned back to look at Roland one last time. I pressed a kiss against his forehead. "I love you," I whispered, too quietly for Jane to hear. "And I will tell your family your message, once I find them." With that, I turned back toward the door. I stepped past Jane, and walked through the hallway, everything going by like a dream. Involuntarily, I shifted into half-form. I was barely conscious of the fact that the other healer was trying to stop me. I felt his touch on my skin, just before he pulled away, clutching his burned hand to his chest. I knew that I had hurt him, but it was too hard for me to care. I paid no attention to the natives as I shifted into a phoenix right in front of them. I was deaf to their gasps and blind to their panic. I took off, dodging the darts that were shot at me. Then, I was flying away from the natives, away from that accursed island, the plant clutched carefully in my beak. The entire reason that Roland was dead was because of them. Them and the headmaster. Only one thought ran through my head, repeating itself over and over as I headed in the direction of the conservatory. Roland will not die for nothing. The end. Of Book 1. Acknowledgements. First and foremost, I thank God for helping me through the writing of this book and through my entire life. Without you, Lord, I would be nothing. Literally. Secondly, I thank Mom and Hannah for being the greatest support team a person could want, not to mention the most patient. Thank you for sharing your opinions and ideas. You guys are brilliant. I'd like to thank my family and friends for their love and support even though I've been a hermit throughout the writing of this book. Thank you so much, guys, and forgive me for being a social recluse. Thank you to all my literary instructors for sharpening my writing ability throughout the years. Yes, that includes you, Aunt Christy. I wouldn't even be writing this if it weren't for y'all. Thank you, reader, for taking the time to read my book. Especially the ones that liked it, but also the ones that hated every word. Without you, I would have no audience, and that would be a sad, sad day. Thank you, Bennett, for being the sweetest golden retriever in the world. Also, thank you, Chocolate. Particularly the kind with peanut butter. Your creamy splendor can perform wonders. About the author. J.B. North has loved words since she was born, but only began writing them at age 11. She started plotting Spark when she was 14 years old, and set out writing it at age 15 in 2011. North is from Abilene, Texas, a city that will live forever in her heart. She now resides on a beautiful farm in Southern Virginia.